Hello and welcome everybody to week 4 of the SPL. My name is LHS and I'm going to be your host for today, and joining me on the desk is Anatoly.
I'm really excited to be here today. We got some hot European action in week 4 out of 5.
Before we jump into that action though, we got a sale going on this weekend. 50% off select skins for Father's Day. Put your best daddy skin on.
You know, I don't have a father, but either way, I'm going to pretend like I do when I try to get some more of these nice skins.
Definitely. You gotta participate in the skin sales when you can, because you don't know when those skins are going to be back on sale.
It's only for a limited time, and only for a limited time is going to be DreamHack Valencia. That's what all these teams are playing for.
We got 4 spots for EU, 3 for NA, and 1 for South America. Actually, with EU, technically only 3 since Dignitas qualified.
But the question is, where exactly will Dignitas finish after weeks 4 and 5? They're currently sitting at first place and looking very strong currently in the standings.
Dignitas is definitely in first place, but following them very closely, we've got NRG, we've got Obey, and we have Rival, all very hot on their heels.
They're all tied at 9 points each, looking very pretty getting towards Valencia, but Enix right underneath of them with 7 points. Could play spoiler there is Elevate right underneath of them, as that's going to be that 4th matchup of the day. Then the 2 challenger circuit teams, Poppies and Burrito, not really surprising to see that they're at the bottom of the pack.
Right, they've looked a little rough, but they have been improving every game. Let's take a look at our schedule for today. We've got Obey Alliance versus Burrito. We've got Team Dignitas and Team Rival. NRG versus Poppies, and ending the day is that spoilery matchup of Enix versus Elevate.
Enix versus Elevate should be a really interesting one, but the first one of the day, Obey Alliance versus Burrito. It could be a lopsided matchup here because obviously Burrito is struggling. The challenger circuit team, Obey Alliance, looking so strong, winning the whole Spring Masters.
Obey is just one of those teams where across the board, they are just, firing on all cylinders. You've got Ataraxia. He's been playing very, very well. Emilzi's one of the better supports. Pretty Prime, probably the best mid. And then you've got Captain Twig and Maniac holding down that right side of the lane. They are just, as a unit, playing so well.
When I look at this team, I always can see signs of brilliance between every single member. From game to game, it's somebody different within this team that's just going to step up to the plate and knock it out of the field.
I think that's Obey's biggest strength right now, is you don't know who's going to have the monster game. You don't know whether Ataraxia is going to go 5-0 in the first 12 minutes. You don't know whether Prime is just going to play out of his mind. He's got this Morgan pick that he loves, and whoever you try to ban out, ultimately somebody else steps up.
It's just not about all the playstyle. It's also about the theory crafting behind the scenes. Hazer, for what he's done for this team, has been so brilliant to be able to take this team that's made it to the 2nd place in Worlds last year, to having such a dominant performance in the spring split, and now still strong in the summer.
On the other hand, we have Burrito, who've looked all right. They've kind of struggled in the beginning, but every set they've looked better and better. They've had games against these top EU teams, and they've played up to their competition.
They definitely have signs of mechanical prowess within them. They're able to make some of these raw talent skills, like you can see Death Panther just hitting through space and time through a couple of walls. But the question is, how can they start converting some of these advantages in the early game? Because a lot of these teams they've been playing against have been allowing them to get these plays off them, but then coming back in the end game anyway.
That has been Burrito's biggest weakness, is getting those early leads, but then not knowing what to do with those leads. They've been allowing these teams to kind of fight back into the games, and you can't really do that at this level.
I would have to agree with you, which is why if I'm going to predict this matchup, I have to give it to Obey Alliance 2-0 here. They're just looking too strong. There's no signs of really stopping since they won the spring split.
Obey is just playing brilliantly, and like you said, they are just a brilliant squad. The theory crafting, the communication, the synergy, Obey 2-0. I don't think that you can say it any other way.
Just complete dominance out of them, I believe. But the second one, it's going to be a very interesting slobber knocker.
Dignitas versus Rival. Rival wanting to get into Valencia, they've got to find a win here if they want to control their own destiny going into the land.
Rival is the team that's really surprised me since Season 3 and Season 4 when they were formerly known as Cyclone GG, but now just looking so dominant, being led by Callister out of the support position. And interestingly enough, in this matchup, Callus subbed for Trixtank back in the Paradigm days for the DreamHack in Sweden. He's been able to fill in that role, the plug and play, very easily because of how much of a similar playstyle he has. He loves to engage the same exact way. He'll have no fear to be diving that backline.
Callus is fearless, and he brings a lot of control with him. A lot of zoning in that support role, especially with his Fafnir. He loves his dragon.
He absolutely does, and he always thinks objectively. Not only does he go Fafnir for the objective control with the Coerce, but he builds into that Girdle Relic to be able to really synergize with the rest of his teammates to burn some of these objectives. And I wouldn't be surprised if Rival get off to some early Gold Furies.
Then you throw that Gem of Isolation on the Fafnir, and then everybody gets that slow. Fafnir's just such a strong pick right now. And then on the other side, you've got Trix. Trix has been around for a little while. He's been playing very well, and he brings a lot of the same things to the team that Callus does for Rival.
Both of them have great communication skills here, especially if you look at Trixtank and the rest of his teammates there. It's really hard to control some of the pieces around him, but such a veteran as Trixtank, he's been through the ringer here, so he knows how to really coordinate with his teammates to find such a dominating amount of victories in this split.
When it comes to Trix and Callus, what do they bring to their teams respectively?
It's just all about the way they engage there. They're always looking for these sneaky opportunities to go in. They're going to be waiting around corners, waiting behind the mid-harpy walls to be able to get into the thick of things.
All right, so this should be a really close matchup. Dignitas Rival, how do you see this shaking up?
I don't expect Rival to get 2 victories here, but I'm either going to give it a 2-0 to Dignitas or a split here, because Rival, you can never truly count them out, but the way Dignitas has been playing thus far, I wouldn't be surprised if they 2-0.
I mean, Dignitas to this point has only dropped a single game, and that was this Thursday to NRG. But like you said, if anybody can kind of be the spoilers for Dignitas, it's going to be Rival. I think we're either looking at a 2-0 for Dignitas or a split with Rival being able to pick up a game.
It should be an interesting matchup, but the third one is going to be another interesting one because a struggling Poppies against a ramped-up Energy.
The Poppies have come out, and every week, just like Burrito, they have shown that they have some skill, that they are making plays, they're learning. But on the other hand, you've got NRG, and NRG is just regaining momentum. They are, much like their actual play style, they kind of start off a little slow, and then towards the mid to the late game, they are just monsters.
Whether it's between Season 2, Season 3, 3 and 4, or between spring and summer, Energy, it takes a little bit of time to get used to the shifting meta, but now, as we're approaching week 4 out of 5 here in the SPL, Energy are stepping up their game. They're getting closer and closer to clinching their spot towards Valencia, and I don't expect them to slow down here against the Poppies.
They shouldn't slow down, but I mean, we've seen some crazy things happen. We've seen NRG take the missteps and, you know, drop games or like potentially drop games where it looks like they should, you know, handily win, especially with this season.
Well, absolutely, but the way they performed last week here, it's just been so surgical. They're making these small little incisions against their opposition, and they're making the game last about 30 minutes or so, to the point where they just control every pace of the game. They're not going to try to invade your buffs if they don't have to. They're going to allow them, the opposition, to maybe take that risky play and then counter-rotate and punish them completely.
And it's going to be a fight of two different styles. You've got a very calculated, a very surgical, like you said, with NRG. And then the Poppies, they just want to fight. They just want to punch you in the face. They want to look for every moment to aggress that they can.
You got to do what you know. And obviously, the Poppies, they know how to team fight. They've been playing the game for quite a while as well in the Challenger Circuit team. They have the mechanics necessary to get a lead. The question is, can they convert this early game lead towards the later stages of the game? My prediction is no, they can't. And Energy is going to 2-0 here.
The games where we see the Poppies win are when Oho Boom kind of goes off. Energy's going to know that. They're going to shut him down. I think it's a 2-0 for NRG.
I think so too. Not only Oho Boom, but Dalo needs to get off to that early start if they want some wins.
All right, and then finishing off the day, we've got Enix and Elevate in that spoiler matchup. Elevate could ruin the hopes of Valencia for Enix.
Enix sitting at 7 points right now in that 5th position. Only 4 European teams will make it. Elevate are sitting at that 6 with 4. I don't think they have a mathematical chance to get in, but either way, they're a team that can find a lot of splits, whether it's this one or the previous close ones. They've always known to be taking some of these games against top-tier teams.
And if we look at last week, Funballer played out of his mind. He's been playing very well this entire split, but last week was just the culmination of everything. He kind of carried this team on his back, even if they lost.
It doesn't matter what god he's honestly playing, whether it's the Rom or the Hu Yi, he's always going to be looking for those flashy highlight plays, and he's been able to also peel it back and slow it down since the beginning of his Hunter days, as he usually loved to take fights. But we might see the old school Funballer come out this set here, because on the flip side, it's going to be Jermaine.
We're definitely going to look at a fun matchup between these two ADCs, as they both want to kind of fight. Jermaine, one half of the Bruise brothers, he's going to look to fight and punch you in the face anytime he can. I mean, ultimately, this is going to be like a solo lane matchup, but between ADCs.
Absolutely. These two glass cannon god styles between the Funballer and Jermaine. I wouldn't be surprised if one solos the other. It's going to be a question of who is going to be trying to prove more to the other here, because honestly, the way they've been playing, they've been known to also slow things down and just farm and chill, but could be some ego battles here in this one.
How do you think the supports play this game? I mean, obviously, these are two ADCs who are going to look to fight and look to box and look to farm. Are we going to see early rotations out of the lane by these two supports?
I'm actually expecting a lot of early rotations between both of these two supports, leaving Jermaine and Funballer to just do their own thing and just let them go at it each other. And this is why I got to give this set a split.
I would love to see Elevate split this. I would love to see Elevate make EU just a little more interesting. Not that EU's been interesting so far, you know, like we're seeing a lot of interesting plays last week, you know, game of the year probably between Enix and Rival. I would love to see a round 2 of that.
Oh, absolutely. This should be quite an interesting set.
All right, so let's throw it over to our casters for game number 1. That's it for us on the desk. Let's go to game number 1.
Thank you very much, guys. On the desk, here we are, Aggro and Taco here to bring you Obey versus Burrito. And Taco, this is a matchup that, as I said on the desk, looks very one-sided, but when you're getting down to the wire and there are this many teams in contention for Valencia, Obey cannot afford to drop a game here.
They really can't, and especially considering that Burrito are probably a team that had just been taking everything in stride, just using every lost set as an opportunity to develop and build themselves even further. So Obey really have to clench this one out.
I mean, we've seen it plenty of times during the SMITE Pro League where these Challenger Cup teams come in and get dominated for a little bit towards the beginning of the split, but then they start to find their footing. See if Burrito can do it. Picks and bans ready for game number 1 between Obey and Burrito. And this is a team in Burrito that, as we mentioned, had some struggles towards the beginning of the split, but has always shown that flash of they might be able to compete with these guys.
Little flashes of hope, and I mean, I can imagine it's going to be very standard bans as well. Smart decisions all around, getting rid of Osiris and the Fafnir, trying to eliminate some of that early pressure that we've been so accustomed to seeing.
Cirquette, the other ban from Burrito. Remember, Obey took on the Poppies earlier on this split, and the Poppies gave them a really, really good game 1. Game 2, if I remember, was a little bit more like you'd expect, but Obey has shown that they can kind of fall down to the level of these teams if they don't respect them quite too much. And Burrito, they're going to first pick that Ganesh.
And Obey Alliance responding already with the Bologna pick, which, I mean, if there's a god I really don't want to see in the hands of Obey, I think Bologna is probably one of them. And that Morrigan as well. Pretty Brime's Morrigan has been pretty much disgusting.
It's phenomenal. I'm just excited to watch it because I always am. He's just so creative with that ultimate and a little bit different than some guys, some of the other EU mids like to play it. Lobster likes to play it very kind of forward, trying to get those stuns to initiate, but Pretty Prime a little bit more focused on using that ultimate correctly. Susano and Hu Yi, the two selections on the other side from Burrito, pretty strong first 3 picks for Burrito, but Obey, they're going to lock in another comfort pick, Kernanos for Ataraxia.
And Ataraxia's got to be feeling confident to lock that one in because Kern can kind of struggle against the Hu Yi as far as the direct laning matchup is concerned. So I think that Burrito have a fairly strong draft already, combining those 3 gods together just because they're fairly safe. And I think when you're looking to take on one of the EU powerhouses, safe is probably your best bet.
I agree with you there. 2 mid bans from Obey, taking a shot at the mid laners, Sol and Isis, whereas Burrito, they spread it out a little bit. Robin to take away from Twig, Ares from Emilzy, but immediately for the Geb, a little bit more defensive than that offensive ban the Burrito went with, but can certainly fit with how aggressive Maniac likes to be on this Bologna.
And that's why I love the Geb selection here, simply because, that's looking like a Hu Yi middle now on the side of Burrito. I can't see that.
Couldn't be Freya mid? I mean, EU loves their Freya mid.
That's actually a fair op right there. It could potentially be Freya mid, just because it is EU.
Yeah.
But I would probably anticipate it going into the duo lane, even just because Burrito also loves the Hu Yi mid as well.
That's true. All right, Obey, they've got one pick left after Sun Wukong rounded out Burrito's draft. It's going to be that signature Naja there for Captain Twig, ready to go in-game. Obey versus Burrito, and this is a draft of comfort picks for Obey. I mean, every single one down the line. The only one really that stands out to me that we haven't seen Obey play consistently is that Geb for Emilzy. He's been more the Fafnir, the Ares, the Terra, things like that. I don't know if we've seen him on Geb so far this split.
I like the Geb selection, though, simply because if you look at Obey's draft, yes, it's comfort picks, but it's also a lot of aggression and burst. So when you combine that Geb on top of it, the survivability options just open up the map even more, I would say.
Oh, it is going to be Death Panther with that Hu Yi in the middle lane, looks like. And good ring toss early on from Captain Twig. A little bit of a skirmish here
out.
in the middle lane. We're playing Assault right now. If Fusify going to miss that dash, but either way, Obey going to be able to spread out, having gotten the better end of that poke trade.
Assault, but it's definitely Obey who's got a lot more potential to get the poke in early on. So I'm kind of surprised that Burrito really tried to take up that engagement, but already loving how everybody's kind of just dispersing, recognizing, hey, map's about to spawn, might as well get back to where we need to be.
But look at how much poke Panther and Johnny have already taken. Pretty prime, not the best clear early on with the Morgan. Takes a little bit to get going, but that's what Captain Twig on the Naja is here for. But Twig taking a lot of damage early on, and that's going to be first blood for Burrito out of nowhere. Twig just ended up tanking those minions a little bit too much.
Tanking the minions, and I think he kind of got caught in the corner with that ricochet as well. So if he got hit with a double bounce, that would explain a lot of where his health went, because Naja's not exactly known for having the largest health bar early on.
Wow, early first blood going the way of Burrito, and that's not good looks for the side of Obey, because Naja is one of those characters that can be very feast or famine. You either can carry an early game entirely by yourself, or if you fall behind, it can be very difficult to be relevant until the later stages.
A little bit fickle, but knowing Twig, he'll probably play it a little bit more tuned back. You got to be careful, and that kind of just goes in with him being a little too confident facing off against Burrito. I really don't think that he was giving them enough respect there, kind of just like, I can still clear this wave even against this comp.
Well, he lost his speed buff for his transgressions. Oh no, excuse me, he did get his own speed buff. Maniac getting pretty poked out on this right-hand side. No blue buff for either him or Sibby quite yet. Now Twig starting to rotate over to this right side. Gonna give Maniac a little bit of help, just relieving some pressure. No real kill opportunity here, but just making sure that he can use those cleave auto attacks to heal up a little bit with the Death Toll.
Yeah, Maniac lost a little bit of that lane pressure because he tried to make that rotation to look for the potential speed buff steal. So when that happens, it gave Sibby all the opportunities in the world to just push that wave as hard as possible, and ended up working out for Sibby, but I mean, playing catch-up won't be too hard. Maniac on the Bellona.
Yeah, I mean, Sun Wukong can kind of hold his own in that lane anytime he wants. Bellona is going to be doing Bellona things, you know, bullying you out a little bit, but there's a reason we've seen some more Wukong in the meta as of late. Nice silence there by Fusify, but on the right-hand side, another brawl going on. Both teams down below about 50% HP in terms of their solo and jungle. Johnny looping back around. No one level 5 quite yet, but you'd assume Johnny's going to be hitting 5 first with that assist on the first blood earlier.
Johnny, I really like what he's doing as well, hanging around the solo lane side so much, because you know Aggressive Maniac play. Speaking of aggression, Caspanify's in a lot of trouble, but the whoop is good.
Whoop, a double whoop there is going to find it, but Johnny's going to find a kill for Burrito on the right side of the map. That's number 2 for them early on in this game. As I mentioned, Johnny didn't even need his Typhoon, even though he did hit level 5. Maniac being level 4, no chance to get away.
Not used to seeing that one, just aggression both sides all around. And I mean, normally I'm not a huge fan of Freya in that duo lane, but Caspanify showing he's got enough to bite back.
And that's one of those things that if Freya's meta, then a team is going to know, okay, don't group up because we're going to get double whooped. But when you haven't played against Freya in a competitive setting for, you know, who knows how long, it can be really easy to forget how she saves her own life consistently. That, to me, just looks like a little bit of rust facing off against this god.
Plus, Ataraxia just saw red. When you dash in that aggressively, you are looking only for the kill and the kill alone.
Ricochet gonna hit onto Captain Twig, but he's gonna turn it around immediately with that Windfire Wheels. Maniac waiting on the bottom as Johnny gets low, but he's gonna be able to escape. Don't know if I'll be able to say the same about Twig. He's in a lot of trouble, and he's gonna fall. The second kill for Death Panther on that mid lane Hu Yi. That 3v3 that Obey wanted to take ends up going in Burrito's favor.
Hu Yi's pretty nutty. I absolutely love Hu Yi in the mid lane, and I think that the main thing here, he's got the mark, so he knows exactly where Pretty Prime is, and that was actually something I was just about to bring up, is that Morgan's one of those guys you want to use your invis on to try and catch somebody off guard, but against the Hu Yi, that can be a little bit more difficult to do because he can translate to his team anywhere that Pretty Prime's looking to go if he has that mark on him.
Exactly. So you got a little bit of counterplay there, as well as just some strong mid lane control. I agree with you. I think Hu Yi is kind of undervalued as one of the good mid lane hunters. You know, let's talk about some of the other ones like Neith comes to mind. We've seen a lot of Kernanos mid recently on her sometimes, but Hu Yi, his mid-camp control is really solid with the Ricochet, and his early clear is decent enough, especially whenever you've got your jungler like a Susano with you to help.
And Death Panther's playing this really greedy because of the fact that he secured that first blood. He was able to start the Transcendence rush. When he gets that online, sure, he won't have the mobility that he wants, but Twig being a little bit more behind leaves him open to not necessarily have to worry as much about the gank potential coming through.
And the right side of the map definitely kept down by Burrito right now. The 3 deaths for Obey. They're 2 on the jungler, 1 on the solo laner. That's a pretty good look because now that means Caspanify probably not going to be under a whole lot of pressure from Captain Twig, at least through the early to mid-game stages, and there's a reason we've seen Fusify really stick alongside that Freya in the dual lane so far, but may not even need to with how far behind Twig is.
And Sibby feeling, I think that was a little bit of a panic ult there, kind of just concerned that Twig would be looking for the all-in on him. I like the choice for safety.
But it's Obey getting those fire elementals off of that pressure, getting that ultimate out of the Burrito solo laner, and things like getting fire elementals with your team, even when splitting, is a great way to get yourself back when you're behind as a jungler. Look at Twig, he's now the same level as Johnny and only down about 200 gold.
Obey having control of the fire elementals too is the main reason why we don't see as much of a gold disparity between these two teams after Burrito has already secured 3 kills.
That's a great point, not a big lead.
Wow.
Nice triple Ricochet there. It takes about half health off of Pretty Prime. No innate sustain in that kit either, so Prime just gonna have to hold that deficit on the health bar, though probably gonna be backing soon, yeah, right now, to finish off those boots. Maniac and Sibby still going at it on this right-hand side. Sibby can't quite interrupt the bludgeon in time. Maniac still taking a lot of damage from those archers and just gets up and over that Master's Will in time.
You can tell that Sibby wants to hang around, see if he can find the solo kill, but he's going to have to back off because of Captain Twig's showing his face. But man, that is just so unfortunate for Sibby to not pick up that solo kill. That would have been massive for Burrito.
That's what I was going to bring up just before that, is that even though there isn't a huge goal disparity, Ataraxia is in trouble on this left-hand side. Going to be able to get out of danger, though, with a nice well-timed dash. Emilzi's coming in, has that blink, double Cataclysm there. Caspadify uses the beads to get out of it, and now tries to turn it around. Death Panther's here as well. Throws the Mark of the Crow onto Emilzi, but a really good wild hunt. Make sure that there's no additional follow-up.
But Burrito haven't been keeping tabs of who's coming. They're trying to get out just now, but Captain Twig's already locked onto Fusify. Probably be taking him up into the air real soon.
There's the whoop there. Pretty Prime transforms into the Bellona, but immediately gets shredded down. Death Panther with his 3rd kill. Now Twig finds the ultimate, has one locked up there. It's Johnny. He's going to come down into a lot of damage from Ataraxia. He's going to put Obey on the board for the first time this game. Sibby is here, but a little bit too late to impact the fight.
But even still, that turnaround, and then in the secondary turnaround, both excellent responses by these teams.
Sibby disrupting the enemy backline. Emil's gonna have to shield himself, but Sibby's the one who has to run, just able to get up into that somersault cloud. Twig getting chased down. Knockup's good from Death Panther, but Maniac's there. No, Sibby's the one to come down crashing with that somersault cloud. 5 now for Burrito. Sibby puts himself on the board.
The aggression from Burrito has been absolutely insane this game, and it's really not aggression that I was looking towards. I figured they would maybe try and play a little bit more slow pace, but sometimes playing this aggressive is what you need to do against these teams and just catch them as off guard as possible.
I completely agree with you. I think that you want to turn this game into an organized, clown fiesta, basically. If you're a team like Burrito, you want to get Obey moving all over the place, make sure that they can't use their good synergy, their chemistry, their communication that they've been working on longer than Burrito has to their advantage. You want to make it basically a team deathmatch to bait them into playing your style of game.
I mean, even in that dual lane engagement where we saw 4 and 5 members trying to just all jump in for Burrito and Obey, I was kind of surprised that Maniac chose to not pursue 3 members that were a little bit lower, trying to just run back to the T1 tower lines, that he just fell back to the rest of Obey to secure Johnny. But typically we'll see Maniac being the one doing the over-aggressive playstyle, so it's really nice seeing Burrito take that up themselves, but like as a whole unit.
They've been doing a really good job so far. We're almost 9 minutes in. Burrito has a lead in kills pretty handily, up by 4, but again, look at that gold difference. Negligible. I mean, no XP difference at all. And about 200 gold, I mean, that's nothing.
And that's really just inexperience, I would say, on the side of Burrito. They don't know how to farm.
Oh, there's the Blink Cataclysm from Emilzy. Death Panther, I don't think he even had the beads. No, he did. Didn't get a chance to get them off. That's a clean pick for Obey. That actually puts them in the lead. That's a huge kill bounty that just went down with Death Panther falling.
That was a massive choice, and now Sibby could be getting a little caught off guard here. Captain Twig, though, just showing himself is enough to force that ultimate out of Sibby.
Earlier on, Sibby was getting the better end of this matchup, but if he continues to be a little bit late interrupting that bludgeon from Maniac, I don't think it's going to go his way much longer now that that bludgeon is starting to get some more points into it, or the Scourge, whatever Maniac is leveling. Doesn't really matter. It's going to be more damage that Sun Wukong can't heal up that Bologna can.
I think Burrito are also relying pretty heavily on Caspanify coming online. It takes a little bit of time for this Freya to really vamp up, and I mean, a lot of that's just waiting for the Fatalis and Bancrofts to come online.
Ataraxia is going to get ganked here, but no, Fusify going to let him go. No real kill potential there either way, I don't think, and so Caspanify and Fusify head their way back into the jungle. They're going to meet up with Twig and Pretty Prime. Silence onto Twig, no chance for him to use the sash or the ring bounce, but now it's Obey who want to push forward a little bit further. Emilzy doesn't have his ultimate quite yet, but the blink is going to be on cooldown another 45 seconds as the focus is onto these oracles. They get pulled back in Burrito's favor. They're going to both go Burrito's way. Fusify getting a little bit low, and Pretty Prime's going to transform into that Bologna, putting some pressure onto Fusify, but a good whoop from Caspanify keeps Twig off.
And that silence from Fusify as well onto Maniac to prevent the bludgeon damage. That was also excellently timed. Now Sibby's trying to get the engagement going, but Emilzy just pushed him into 3.
There's the knockup and the Cataclysm. Sibby can't get his ultimate off, didn't even have it in case he could have. Another kill goes Obey's way, and that time Sibby just goes a little bit too deep.
And now Fusify doesn't want to mess around. Maniac trying again to look for that aggression. Solid stun from Death Panther to prevent his support having to tank all that damage. But either way, I think Sibby's getting a little bit too excited when he sees these engagements happening. He thinks this is a solid corridor, let me knock everybody up, but doesn't really pay attention to the fact that there could be people on the backside.
And we talked about it earlier on, Obey was getting the better end of these neutral objectives, and that's why, despite, again, being down in kills, they're ahead in gold. And that's what you expect from a veteran team. They've been pushed and pulled around a little bit. Burrito's done a good job in terms of the brawls, but there's the separation between a team that is likely to make DreamHack Valencia and a team that still needs a lot of stuff to work on, and that of Burrito. Gold Fury started by the blue side, but Emilzy and Pretty Prime know what's going on. Emilzy has Blink, but no Cataclysm for the moment, but it's still enough to force Burrito off a bit.
They can't pressure this. I think that they really need that damage from Death Panther and the ultimate, but he doesn't even have that available right now. I can see Burrito looking to keep trying to play aggressive on this Gold Fury simply because it's so easy for them to secure it.
Ataraxia is sitting at level 13, a level up on Caspanify for the time being, and that's kind of what you expect with how much Caspanify has split. Look at the difference in net worth. Ataraxia, he's at the top, 6,700. Caspanify's all the way at the bottom, and that's a huge difference. I mean, the Oracles have kind of been split both ways. We've seen both teams get some, but with Fusify being in that lane so often, it's really hurt the farm from Freya.
Fusify's got his gold up because he's been hanging out in that dual lane for so long, but he needs to be splitting more waves with the mid lane, or even potentially just looking to roam the map better to secure the smaller objectives like the fire elementals stuff. Well, he can't anymore for the fire elementals, but early on, he needed to be making those rotations because putting Fusify behind against somebody like Ataraxia, who's already secured 2 kills on the side of Obey, that's a little bit concerning.
It really is. He's certainly got that lead in the duo lane, and Traveler Shoe's a big reason why Emilzy's so far ahead of Fusify. But I agree with you. I think with the lead that Death Panther got early on, some may make the argument that you want to leave him alone, then continue to give him the solo farm and build that lead, but I think there's an equal argument to be made that you want to make sure that he can spread that wealth a little bit and allow Caspanify to flourish because of it.
Plus, Ataraxia picked up the Boom Buzz, which means that he has been looking to solo clear his own buffs, and I'm sure that Obey have been more than happy to let him have away at that purple.
Maniac, Emilzy, and Twig in the neighborhood, so Burrito get off the Portal Demon. Just a little bit of a response time test there from them. Caspanify takes an aggressive path again, and then Johnny finds forward and finds the Wind Siphon onto Emilzy. No real follow-up on that, though. And just a little bit of poke traded back and forth with Ataraxia still hanging out on the left side jungle. Obey didn't really want to take an outnumbered fight.
Solid ring toss, though, by Captain Twig. I think Burrito didn't want to worry about that.
There's the blink engage onto Johnny, but a quick purification beam gets him out. Now Emilzi's the one in a lot of trouble, locked right on top of those Dharmic pillars, and Fusify does most of the work himself. Death Panther gets a double kill in that mid lane, finding Twig as well. Twig never found the time to use the ultimate, and Burrito finds 2 clean picks in the mid.
And again, Sibi trying to take out that aggressive pathing, looking to force out Ataraxia and Pretty Prime, just keep him in that mid lane. Meanwhile, the Gold Fury's happening. Obey know what's happening, but there's nothing they can do to respond to that.
No chance to stop it. That's Burrito's Gold Fury, and that's going to put them back in the lead for the time being. Obey has transitioned their focus to this right-hand side, and Maniac's ultimate will help secure that Portal Demon. So a little bit of gold goes back Obey's way, brings that gold lead back to right around even. But a really strong team fight from Burrito in mid. Was it Burrito's good team fight, or was it Obey finding the wrong engagement?
That was just the Dharmic Pillars placement. That was an excellent placement by Fusify. Trapped Captain Twig alongside of the wall, so he was taking a decent chunk of health from that. And then Emilzi was just CC locked for eternity.
It was a beautiful play by Fusify. I think that's one of the tech, if you will, from Ganesh that we haven't seen too much quite yet, being one of the newer gods. But if you can do that stun knock-up right on top of one of the Dharmic pillars, I mean, it's not the shake and bake, but it's close.
Plus, Johnny had an excellent pull onto Emilzi when he was trying to get his rollout in effect. So that was also really well executed by Johnny to just recognize that and immediately look to counter-engage.
3-man grouping from Obey in the mid lane. Johnny gonna be forced back. No real farm on the map for either team, just the purple buffs up. Not even any back camps, so this is going to be a period of just farming up the waves and waiting for your buffs to respawn. Burrito is basically tied through 16 minutes with Obey. Need to find some invades in order to start to get a gold lead going, but when a game is this close, it can be difficult to find those 5-on-5 engagements.
Plus, I think Obey are going to be playing it a little bit tighter now, considering that they've had a couple of engages. That wasn't the first time that an engage went completely south for them. That's like the second or third time this match already that Emilzi has looked for those blink cataclysms, and it just has gone awry.
Johnny gonna find the no pool on the Maniac on that right side. Takes a little bit more than he gave, courtesy of Maniac solo lane tier 1 tower. If you're Burrito right now, do you just want to try and force fights no matter what? Because Burrito's gotten the better end of almost every single team fight. It's just been that the neutral farm from Obey has been better.
Forcing fights is great for Burrito right now, just because I think it really is just so unexpected that Obey haven't always had the best responses to it. But Burrito also need to be careful that they're not just fighting all the time and completely neglecting farming.
Well, I think that you can make the argument that Burrito wants to fight all the time just so that Obey isn't farming, right? That's where Obey has been beating them overall. So if you just make them fight you, then they aren't farming better than you, and so you can stay where you are basically even. But I don't disagree that I think Obey is just going to try and prevent the team fights, because you're right, they probably recognize they haven't been winning them themselves.
And take a look at Death Panther's build. That is a lot of power already for the Huhi. Not only did he build the actual Transcendence, but he went with the bootleg one as well, having an additional 70 power with that Shifters.
That's a ton of power. Not a lot of attack speed, though. We talk about it all the time with Huhi having a low base attack speed. But I kind of like the idea to just go all in on the power route. No Ninja Tab High, going pure damage with the abilities and the auto attacks, but you got to make sure they're counting if you're not getting any additional ones with attack speed.
And that's pretty much what Death Panther is going to be looking for every single time in the mid lane, just abusing the, I guess, geometry of the map as much as possible, because if you can find the double or triple ricochet bounces onto any of the squishy targets like Prime, Twig, Ataraxia, even whenever the team fights are breaking out, that's a solid chunk of health they're going to be missing.
And Pretty Prime is pretty far behind in terms of just outright power output that he's going to be able to do in comparison to Death Panther. I mean, look at Prime's build. He's got boots and a Spear of Desolation, whereas those are one pretty expensive item in the Transcendence for Death Panther. Shifter Shield going to be getting more expensive pretty soon with the next patch, but that's not a lot of gold he had to invest for that 70 power. I
would like to see a Chins potentially on the side of Death Panther though, just to help out with chunking away whenever the Geb shields start coming into play.
Are you worried about his lack of attack speed though if he were to go that route?
Yes.
Ooh.
And the Aegis.
Both relics used by Death Panther there for no ultimates and no relics.
I'm kind of surprised he used the Aegis there.
I think he was trying to predict the instant ult from Captain Twig off of the jump to prevent the initial damage, but This allows Burrito to find that tier 1 tower on the left-hand side, at least likely. Johnny's there trying to find it. He eventually will, but Emilzi's showed up now, and it's going to be Obey's fight. Ataraxia finds Johnny to start it off. Caspanify uses his Aegis, but Twig waits it out for the moment. That should make Caspanify fall. Indeed, it will. 2 kills quickly the side of Obey. As the rest of Burrito are trying to get Fusify out, they will not succeed. Maniac's going to claim his first of the game, and now Obey nearly evens the kill total, 7-6.
They're getting collapsed on so heavily, and they're going to just sort of fall back on the side of Obey. There's really no need for them to keep pushing in unless Burrito keep trying to fight back into it. But with Maniac now present, there's no way they can choose to keep this engagement going.
One of the worst possible times to get picked for Burrito. Gold Fury just respawned, and they've only got 2 members. And just as Obey did whenever Burrito was doing the Gold Fury, Burrito's going to head towards that Portal Demon, knowing that that Gold Fury is all but gone. Big swing in Obey's favor right there.
Solid stop by Death Panther to prevent Maniac from aggressing onto him immediately, but they just could not secure that Portal Demon by themselves because of the fact that they knew Pretty Prime and Maniac were both present to prevent that from happening. And I think that that was just a little bit too greedy from Burrito, looking to all in that T1 tower.
Just took a little bit too much time, I think, and a lot of that is due to the fact that you've got a Freya in that lane. You're used to having a Hunter over there. You've got 3 members on the left side. Yeah, we can totally get that tower, but you don't have that tower push capability that you do from a standard Hunter. And you also have to give shoutouts to Obey. That was a great job of forcing Death Panther back. Death Panther is without a doubt the biggest threat to Obey right now. Now you can make the argument that Caspanify is right there with him after completing the Fatalis, but with Death Panther forced back and with no relics, Obey knew that that fight was going to be fairly easy to take.
And Burrito, they need to be tactical now about their engagements. Aggressive, yes, but also tactical. They need to try and force these narrow corridor fights in the jungle because they want as much DPS as possible from Caspanify and Death Panther, which fighting inside the jungle will allow them to do.
And this is pretty standard Obey. I mean, they've for a long time, even before during Season 3, when they had Frezzy in that support role and Variety in the solo lane, they had plenty of games where it was close. They were kind of losing a little bit, and all of a sudden 18 to 20 minutes hits and they turn it on. They hit the light switch, and it's exactly what they've done so far in this game. Right after the 20-minute mark, they're up about 3,000 gold, with Burrito really having won the majority of team fights before this.
And another concern that Burrito has is with Blinks being online for Emilzi and Captain Twig, they never really know who's going to be the engagement factor.
That's true. I mean, you have 2 Blink engagements and a lot of counter engage as well. Maniac can start an engagement with that Eagles rally. Plenty to do for Burrito, whereas their engagement is Johnny finding a Wind Siphon after a jet stream. That's kind of about it. Maybe a whoop from Caspanify.
And Death Panther, I think he was a little bit concerned about his attack speed as well, opting for the Odysseus bow as opposed to a Chinzrin Executioner.
I kind of like it. I mean, it's just 40% attack speed and spreads that big power number all across the team fight. Does make him lack a little bit right now, but a huge Blink Cataclysm from Emilzi, but Death Panther's ultimate zoned everyone else away, and now Emilzi's the one caught. Death Panther's gonna find him. Now a Maniac's in the fight, trying to turn it around. Sibby's getting control of the backside, but he's gonna be able to get his ultimate off, and Obey now trying to get on the run. Pretty Prime already used his ultimate. Caspanify trying to finish off Ataraxia, and will do so. Johnny's got a blink of his own, blinks forward. Not enough to find the kill quite yet, but wrapping around the back, looking for Pretty Prime. Forces out the Aegis, but a great response there from Burrito.
And that was just perfectly timed by Burrito. It looked like it was going to be a horrible engagement for them simply because Death Panther had dropped his ultimate to clear out that wave, but ended up working as a zoning factor as well.
Maniac is toast. Johnny gonna put double digits for Burrito, and they're gonna get the tier 2 tower here, Taco. Burrito looking very, very strong against Obey. As we mentioned coming into this game, Obey can't really afford, I mean, they aren't eliminated by any means if they don't find this 2-0, but it makes their chances at Valencia a lot harder. They've got to play Dignitas next week.
And Dignitas is not a team that you want to put all of your eggs into as far as baskets are concerned, but man, that was, it's crazy because it really just plays back into Burrito being that team, coming from relegations, not really having a whole lot of expectations as far as public perception or even pro perception is concerned. And you can just tell that the time that they've spent in the SPL this split has really helped them as far as shaping into a better team.
Really impressive stuff out of them, up 10-6 right there in terms of gold with Obey, but you can feel that Burrito has the momentum, at least for the time being. As we mentioned there, in that last engagement of the Tier 1 tower in mid, Death Panther drops the ult to clear the wave, but it ends up creating a perfect zone. Emilzy blinked forward, finds it a phenomenal Cataclysm, but no one was home. No one was there to follow up, and it was a great focus job by Burrito to just knock him down immediately.
I think that Obey were expecting to all look to dive that tower, not really too concerned. I don't think that Emilzy would have made that play had the call not been made from Obey to go in. They just expected they'd be able to follow up. It was the Dharmic Pillars that followed up immediately after, and then on top of that, the burst damage from Kispanify, because the Freya's hitting pretty hard right now. Once you get that Bancross Fatalis online, you start swinging away with your 2-1 combination. So when you add all of those factors together, I think that if Obey keep taking up fights like that, they're going to end up dropping this game.
I mean, Obey's got to find an answer to this zone control that Burrito has so far. As you mentioned, not only the Suns from Hu Yi, but the Dharmic Pillars have been huge as we get back right into game after a short pause between Burrito and Obey. And this one, I mean, Pretty Prime has not been able to make an impact so far in this game. He's below Emilzy in terms of player damage, sitting at 0, 1, and 3. Now's got that percent penetration online. Already had some flat pen with the Spear of Desolation, but you really need Pretty Prime to start making an impact with these Changeling ultimates.
And now Burrito looking to play the aggressive route yet again onto this T1 tower. I think they're going to be able to shred it, but Twig has other things in mind, forcing the ultimate already out of Kispanify.
But he used his own ultimate in response, so that's actually a win, I would say, for Burrito. That Tier 1 tower is going to fall. Kispanify really timed that ultimate well. Didn't use the beads in response to that sash.
And I think Fire Giant is what's really going to determine who comes out on top this game. Burrito have to be so careful about when they choose to engage onto that Fire Giant, because if they don't secure that, it's going to be a rip all around.
Burrito making their way towards the Gold Fury. Just going to pull the Oracles for the time being. Emilzy is rolling forward, has the Blink Cataclysm available. Stays out of combat for the time being. Both Maniac and Sibby still on that right-hand side. Maniac lays down a sentry ward on the Fire Giant to make sure that if Obey want to go for a cheeky little Fire Giant play, they could. Emilzy is all alone, gonna find that 3-man Cataclysm, and Maniac's right there to follow up. Pretty Prime gonna transform and do his own Maniac impression, getting ready to use his own Eagles Rally, but a great Typhoon out of Johnny knocks out the entirety of Obey and forces the reset.
That was a great knockup, but the shell timing from Emilzy was even better, making sure that all of the members in Obey were actually caught into that shell, so the damage that they took was just significantly reduced.
All 10 ultimates on cooldown, at least for the time being. Gold Fury started up pretty low already. Death Panther returns to the fight. Sibby in that backline, because Betafy still has the purification beads and uses them on Captain Twig's artillery sash. In the backline is Sibby, getting low, but his ultimate comes up at the right time. Captain Twig whiffs the Windfire wheels, and immediately Burrito wants to take the engagement because of it. Double whoop coming out of Kispanify. Big damage onto Captain Twig, and he's one shot. Johnny's going to be able to finish him off. Kispanify up into the ultimate, can't quite find anybody else, but Johnny can. Double kill for Burrito's jungler, and it's Burrito Esports taking it to Obey. Maniac trying to do it all by himself, finds one, can't quite find the no, he can. He's going to be able to get out. Ataraxia finds Fusify, and Kispanify doing his best to chase him down. The egg is going to buy him a moment, turning his damage on Ataraxia, and Burrito going to turn it back. A back and forth seesaw fight. Burrito could end up on top, but Sibby can't quite find Maniac.
Maniac having his ultimate come up just in time to save his life, but that was such an insane fight, and I think that Burrito can actually lock down this Gold Fury. Only Emilzy around to contest. He does have his Cataclysm available.
But Maniac,
this could be bad news.
Teleport back in, and immediately Burrito going to reset. Strong call there from the newcomers to the SPL. I thought you were right, though. I thought Burrito was going to be able to get that Gold Fury, and that would have been a big swing in their favor. If there was any doubt about, Obey just isn't able to take these guys, just wasn't taking these guys seriously, the early game was kind of a fluke, I don't think you can really say that right now, because Burrito just absolutely had a great team fight right there. I mean, that was an absolute nail biter. Both teams going back and forth in that last engagement, and usually when in games like this, we see it every once in a while where a bottom end team starts to do well against a top end team, but come 27-minute team fights, the good team is gonna win these team fights, right? That's what everyone expects, but Burrito looks like the good team here too.
Really Maniac just came up insanely clutch in that last team fight for Obey, because if Maniac hadn't helped clean up Johnny and Death Panther, that was 100% in Burrito's favor.
A quick Portal Demon goes down and it's going blue. Burrito secure it for themselves. That's a big one to get. Obey immediately trying to get that Gold Fury in response. Everyone on that right-hand side, and plenty of damage coming out of Ataraxia and Pretty Prime. This is going to go down, Taco. No one here from Burrito, and that's got to hurt for them. Now it's Obey with that slight gold lead, but 2,000 gold at 28 minutes. Who cares?
You're not really turning your head at that one. I think that the Portal Demon has a lot more value to it than that gold lead that Obey just acquired from the Gold Fury, because now Burrito don't have to worry about the Gold Fury, and on top of that, they've got the Portal Demon to fall back to. So it's going to be the Fire Giant dance, and I said it a little bit earlier, I really think it's going to come down to who gets the first Fire Giant and what happens in the fight after.
And look at how many towers Burrito have knocked off the map. Obey have not claimed a Burrito tower quite yet. Burrito starts up that Fire Giant, falls it below 2/3 HP. Fusify gets knocked back, but again, Emilzy focused down. Big Cataclysm from him, and this time the burst isn't quite there to finish him off. It's Obey pushing forward, pushing back Burrito. Caspanify falls to Maniac, and immediately Burrito realizes they cannot continue this fight. Sibby gonna bird form away, get himself to safety, and it's Obey's turn to look at the Fire Giant.
These shells have been absolutely insane from Emilzy. Just every single time dropping that shell to ensure that nobody around them is going to die. Sibby's trying to get in, look for the potential steal, but I think that this is all Obey's, and it is.
There it is, that first Fire Giant you were waiting for, Taco. It goes Obey's way, and I think that while that game plan of pulling in Emilzy when he's isolated and blowing him up before the rest of Obey could get in there worked phenomenally for the first 28.5 minutes of the game. But now that we're this late in, look at how many items Emilzy has completed. I mean, he's 5 items deep. Plenty of protection there for Obey's support. You just can't afford to invest that much into a Geb late game.
And the Spirit Robe as well. Like, that's just reducing so much crowd control on the side of Burrito. So Emilzy's kind of just walking away from that initial slow that was so devastating before from Death Panther's ultimate. On top of that, Caspanify kind of suicided. I think that he was not really anticipating Maniac's Thorns to pop back as much damage as it did, but that's one of those instances where you don't really want to try dropping as much damage as possible before you die.
Tier 1 tower is going to fall here without any contest from Burrito, but they feel like they can contest this Tier 2. Down about 4,000 gold, at least for the time being. Remember, Obey does have that Fire Giant. Fusify went for the preemptive silence to stop Emilzy's blink in. Caspanify is toast. Beautiful teamwork from Obey. Emilzy sets up Twig for the guaranteed ultimate. Johnny got to knock out Maniac, but it just can't cut through that tanky solo laner at this stage in the game. Pretty Prime going to transform into Caspanify. There's only one Frey on the map now, and it's for Obey. Can't quite find the damage he was looking for, though, and so that ultimate going to be a bit wasted. The rest of Obey is pushing down this mid-Phoenix while Johnny and Death Panther are trying to handle the frontliners on the left side.
And there's nothing they can do. Facing off against Maniac and Emilzy, they're just entirely too tanky. That's the unfortunate aspect about Bologna. She works great against this double hunter mentality.
Because of that disarm, preventing those auto attacks from coming through, and then the shield bash as well, returns some of that damage to those hunters, and the Freya, though she's basically a hunter, let's be real. Thorns upgraded, certainly did work in that Fire Giant engagement, as you pointed out last time. Obey get that mid-Phoenix, they get the right side Tier 1, and now they're looking at the right side Tier 2. I said it as a positive earlier on that Obey had taken very few towers so far this game, but could also kind of work against you as Burrito, where Obey is about to get a big chunk of gold to spend.
I mean, it's already a 10k gold lead for Obey. That is a massive disparity. Now, typically you're not really paying too much attention to gold 30 minutes plus into a game, but when you get that gold all at once, that's when it becomes an issue, because now they've got the relic upgrades coming online. They've got the red pots coming online. Just all of the physical power boost that they're about to acquire, as well as Pretty Prime just finishing off that heavier, potentially the Rod of Tahuti if he hasn't already acquired it.
Yeah, a lot of power spike items available for the side of Obey. It's going to be Polynomicon. Pretty Prime did have the Rod of Tahuti already, so still plenty of burst damage added in with that Poly. Guaranteed auto attack after the 3 aspects stun from the Morrigan, so certainly works with that build. Caspanify went for a slightly different route. Usually after the penetration item that comes after Fatalis, Freya's go for Rod of Tahuti right away. Instead, this Telkine's Ring, and I said it, yes, I believe it was Thursday on the cast. I think this is one of the more underrated items. Can really work well with Freya.
It can work exceptionally well with Freya. I mean, it was beforehand when both of the rings used to be a little bit different. You would build the demonic and the Telkines together. Although it wasn't the most common route, people would still try it out just to see what would happen. And when it comes to Freya, really, she's known for just needing 4 to 3 items, and she'll pretty much chunk away at anything. It's just Burrito having such a difficult time trying to maneuver around this Geb Bellona now that they're just so tanky. That's really giving Burrito too many issues.
And Telkines, of course, giving you extra magical power with each auto attack that you're hitting, so it adds up to something about over 100 power. It's a very, very high number. Synergizes well with Freya's kit. Burrito, they get the Portal Demon while Obey cleans up the final tower on the left side of the map and another Gold Fury. That's their third of the game. Basically everybody full build on Obey's side. Only Maniac waiting to finish off. Oh no, he's got it. He's all over it. He's got a full build. It's only Pretty Prime, I should say, who's still waiting to finish that 6th item.
Yeah, Pretty Prime with the more expensive build. I mean, that's just the mage life, though, when you think about it. But
it really is. We should get coupons. We need discounts.
Discount codes?
Yeah. I hit a triple Kraken. My rod off to Hootie's 300 gold off. Seems good to me.
That's almost nothing. You're cheap.
Yeah, 300 gold, I'd take that. When I have to spend as much gold and I get very little gold as a mid laner, don't even get me started. I'm gonna get, I should just stop now. I'm gonna start ranting about how mid laners get no farm, no gold, and we have the most expensive
Just build
items.
some travelers.
No, then I don't do any damage and my team yells at me because my damage numbers aren't there.
But you have gold.
Yeah, but who cares? There's the Atomic Pillars from Fusify, but no real engagement after that. Tajani gonna lose his Magi's Blessing. Twig misses the ultimate, but Milsey does not. Caspadify already on the run. This Freya has been the late game focus for Obey. Pretty Prime transforms into the Freya and puts some Valkyrie's Discretion shots into Burrito, who do a good job of disengaging until the whoop from Pretty Prime, who is playing as Freya, catches Sibby in the 72 transformations. Big plays there out of Obey's mid laner. Milsey rolling forward. Fusify likely to fall here. No piece sought by that Ohm there. And now it's Obey with 2 dead. They're gonna knock down this mid Phoenix just as it respawns. They've got a choice, could go for the Phoenixes, but instead gonna head back and pick up their second Fire Giant.
That is so incredibly rough for Burrito. What was once looking like such a promising game for them completely turned around from that initial Fire Giant fight of trying to just all in Emilzy but coming up short, and then Obey just counter-engaging so well. And that is just because of the veteran leadership on this team. Obey is such an experienced team. They really know how to fight into these uncertain scenarios and come out on top.
So did Burrito throw this game, or did Obey just make the right plays to get back into it?
A little bit of both, I would say. I wouldn't completely fault Burrito for saying that was entirely on them. Like, you never want to dump your kids solely into a Geb, because the mindset was a very strong one, and I do agree with it because it's been working for them. And so if it's been working and they've been able to find the picks, then great. It was just a really solid counter engage by Obey off of the shelf from Emilzy, just ensuring that everybody was tanked up, and then Maniac, of course, just kind of doing what Maniac's been doing all season.
Just doing solo laner stuff better than just about anybody, absolutely. He's top of the player damage on his team, 2nd overall in the game. Death Panther still claiming that #1 spot for the time being. Look at where Caspadify and Johnny's damage are. Very, very low on this chart, and a lot of that I think you can credit to Obey more so than take away from Caspadify. They have just been blinking into the back line consistently over and over again, and this Freya always the target.
I mean, this is kind of just what you want to see anytime somebody tries the risk route with the Freya. It's risk versus reward when you put that Hunter into the dual lane. Speaking of risk right now, it's going to be Obey risking it all, trying to go into this fight, and they're coming out on top so far.
Caspadify again, the focus, forced into the ultimate and forced back immediately. Death Panther drops the ult, and Twig's going to get out of it with an ultimate of his own. Maniac claims the first life. It's Death Panther the first to fall. Sibby trying his best to disrupt on the backside. Twig with a nice ring bounce, and it's going to be Obey securing that left side Phoenix. Ataraxia is going to get a double kill for Obey's Hunter, 16 in total. And now it's Johnny and Fusify trying to keep their hopes alive in this game, but they've only got a Phoenix left. They've only got 1 player as well. Obey weather the storm It was a spicy burrito, Taco, but Obey choked it down. They find the first game victory.
And that, like I said, it was incredibly well played by Burrito. Being able to watch as this team progresses throughout the split has been incredible. But
yeah.
I mean, it's Obey, and that's kind of that gameplay starting around the 18-minute mark and onwards. I think was just exceptionally clean from Obey. They really sharpened out those rough edges.
Realize what the problem was. Let's just kill Freya. No reason to let her kill Emilzy for them, and all of a sudden it was basically all Obey after that. This is a tough situation, especially for a new team where you looked like you were going to beat, the defending Spring Split champions, and then it all kind of fell apart. How difficult is it to kind of refocus in a scenario like this if you're Burrito?
If I'm Burrito, I'm kind of just taking on the chin. It's nothing to really feel too down about because they already know that there's no potential for them to qualify for Valencia. This is simply for pride right now. And so with nothing to lose, you might as well just keep going all in. They can just bounce back. I think that the team mentality overall should still be fairly intact.
Well, here we go. Picks and bans for game number 2. Can Burrito bounce back and take a game? It would be their first. I mean, keep in mind, Burrito hasn't won a game during this summer split, and they were this close to taking one off of Obey. So you're certainly a lot to be proud of with how they played in game number 1. Obey, they're in the first pick position this time. It was Burrito last time in game 1. And Obey going to ban away the Terra, which was not picked or banned, I believe, in the last one.
No, it wasn't. And I think that was also just because Emilzy, who's keen to favoring that Terra, just had a completely different game plan with that Geb. And it came through pretty clutch. I think that the Geb was a strong selection alongside of the Bologna. It really helped deal with that double Hunter strat that Burrito was trying to run. And if I'm Burrito, I kind of want to avoid the magical ADCs. I don't think that it's a little bit too difficult to handle because Caspanify is just going to get focused down like we saw, and you're missing that little bit of player damage. It started to shine through, and then the second that Freya was starting to show some prospect, Obey was like, none of this, and
shut it down.
Yeah, completely dead every time.
Yeah, no chance for Caspanify after that. Soul, the second ban from Obey. Burrito, they already banned away Fafnir. They've got one more waiting for them here before Obey is going to get their first pick selection. It's going to be Osiris. Can't blame him there. Keep that out of Maniac's hands. He was the first one to bring this god back into his existence.
Oh, no. Maniac absolutely loves Osiris. I think it's a very smart strategy by Burrito to just stay true to keeping it off the playing field. But I think that leaving Bologna open, we could potentially see Obey opting for this route. And it is going to be the Bologna right away. I mean, Maniac knows what he likes to play.
That's true, but Sibby did a really good job against him in lane in game number 1, especially in those early stages. Yes, Johnny came over and helped him get a kill on a Maniac early on in that game, but Sibby still did a pretty solid job. Fusify did a great job on that Ganesh as well, so he's going to pick it up for himself once more. Burrito, they've got another pick waiting for them. Could be the Hu Yi, did well last time, but it's going to be the Serket. This was banned by Burrito, I believe, in the last game. This time they're going to pick it up for Johnny.
I actually really like the Serket selection here. I think that Serket could be a little bit better at handling the Bologna as well as far as all-in potential is concerned. We saw Johnny hanging around that solo lane side early on, and because of that, he was able to find the first blood actually onto Maniac. So I think with a guy like Serket, he can do the same thing. But
interesting.
Sun Wukong as well.
So they've got 2 warriors, Bologna and Wukong. Who do you expect one of these is going jungle or support?
I could see this being some Wukong support just because it seems like something that Emilzy would do, and we've seen it before in EU from the likes of Trixtank, for example.
Of course, yeah.
So it wouldn't be too unexpected of a thing, but at the same time, it could also potentially be the Bologna in the jungle, some Wukong solo.
Gonna have to wait and see, Obey. They've got quite the tricky draft thus far. No surprise, though, to see the Morrigan instantly locked after Burrito took Serket. This is what Obey's been doing pretty consistently. You either give us Serket, and then we pick the Morrigan anyways, or you take Serket, and we take the Morrigan because we want Serket Ultimate on our own side. Burrito, they don't think that either of those warriors are going in support. They banned Geb and Kepri. Obey, despite having pretty good success in the late game against Caspanify's Freya, decided to ban it away, and Death Panther's Isis.
And it's going to be Sobek locked in for Burrito. So Sibby going to play a little bit more defensively just in case that Bologna is going to be headed into the solo lane. So I like that aspect because Sobek could still fare well whether it's Sun Wukong or the Bologna.
Rom, the pick for Ataraxia. You mentioned Hu Yi does pretty well up against Kurtanos. Rom right there with him. And then Ares, the final selection. Oh, this Ares pick is gross, Taco. Look at how many dashes Burrito have. They've got 3 characters without CC immune ultimates. This is nasty.
That's going to lock some people down.
Papa
If they're
bless.
not careful, that could most definitely
That hurts.
lock down the hands of Burrito, and they're going to still stay true to it and look for the raw, so a little bit of sustain as well as just that all-in burst potential. Circuit raw, a little bit more difficult of a combination to execute, but if Burrito make it work, I mean, they have a ton of damage on their side. It's just that Obey have a very strong counter engage.
They sure do. We're getting ready to go into game number 2. Obey definitely want to find this victory. Just give themselves 3 points and basically all but guarantee their spot at DreamHack Valencia. It is going to be Captain Twig on the Wukong jungle. Wukong jungle. It's been some time
It's kind
since
of a
I've been able to say
throwback.
that. Oh, yeah.
That is a massive throwback for Twig to be pulling out the Wukong, and I mean, it can work. It is a little bit of a risk factor just because Wukong doesn't necessarily have the greatest clear early on. Plus, it's a little bit janky.
It is, and it doesn't... I mean, his gank potential is good with the Tiger Stun, but pretty easy to juke that out or just put a minion between you and the Wukong. Frenzy popped here very quickly by Captain Twig to make sure there's just enough clear there for Obey to go into the enemy jungle.
Twig's going to play this as a support pretty much. That's all he's going to be looking for is just the support jungle factor. He might as well be support player number 2 alongside of Emilzu, who's probably going to be looking a little bit more like a jungler on this Ares, because if there's one thing that Emilzu loves to do, it's play aggressive.
Just go around and chain people. Don't even need the ultimate in a lot of these scenarios. Chains are going to do it for the most part. It's Burrito and Obey trade speed buffs. With the pressure that Obey got in that mid lane, a good decision for Burrito to just go in and get a speed buff of their own, but Maniac and Captain Twig secure those right side fire elementals as well, and immediately it's Sibby in trouble. Get a dash outside the safety of his tower. That's going to be first blood.
He was hoping for that pull-in, and that would have been an excellent pluck had it connected.
Had it connected.
Had it connected. That's the storyline here. But for a Sobek to fall so early on, that is incredibly unfortunate, especially when that first blood goes into the hands of Maniac.
Yeah, that's probably not the look you wanted for Burrito early on. That time's going to hit it. Put Maniac back into the tower. It's going to mean the Maniac falls to about half HP, but he's got plenty of pots remaining. Went for that health chalice in the soul lane, and of course those cleave auto attacks work so well with Death's Toll to heal up quickly. And oh yeah, Scourge heals him as well. He's got plenty.
Just a lot of fight back potential. Plus Sibby being such a low level, he just really didn't have anything following up onto that pluck.
Unfortunate there. I mean, I guess you gotta respect the wherewithal to just be like, yeah, if I miss this, I'm dead. But if I hit it, then I could get the first blood, and you just got to roll the dice, I suppose. Like you mentioned, this team doesn't really have a lot to lose.
It's really unfortunate when you think about it, too, just because he went directly in between those two gods. And that is something that really you don't anticipate to happen very often. I mean, you've got a Bologna and a Sun Wukong both right there. They just barely split in the center, and then immediately you're just in the worst position of all time.
Quick pause, and we're right back into it. Obey and Burrito, and right back in that solo lane that we've been talking so much about. Look at where Twig is on the map, though, on those back right harpies of Burrito. Waiting to use the 72 transformations until the CC comes out from Johnny. There it is. And now Twig's going to be able to just bird form away. That was a game of chicken between the two, and Obey, jungler Captain Twig, held a little longer.
A lot of patience on the side of Captain Twig. Sibby already out of mana, though. That was the other unfortunate part that we didn't even mention about him getting first blooded, is he lost his blue buff. And Sobek needs that blue buff. That mana regen is so crucial for his early game.
Especially pre-level 5. After level 5, Sobek can use Lurking in the Waters because you regen mana very, very quickly during that ultimate. And so you can kind of get away with one without a blue in the later stages, but you're absolutely right. In the early game, Sobek a little bit more mana hungry. Emilzy going for the Blink ultimate immediately in that dual lane. Fusify gets pulled back in, but Caspanify drops the Wild Hunt to try and turn it around. Now it's Emilzy on the run with Death Panther showing up. Madness gonna miss there, but the knockup is good. No ultimates needed. Not Johnny's or Death Panther's, Burrito going to put themselves on a board with a good rotation from the mid and jungle.
And that was a good thought process inside of Emilzy. He used his blink, opting for it immediately onto the area, so you could tell that he's not concerned about the engage factor from Burrito. But unfortunately for him, pulls the beads, just can't get anything else out of it.
Does fall, and just not enough damage on a Fusify quite yet. Rom in the early game, while excellent clearing, not in the best in terms of early kill potential. As Johnny's speed buff gets invaded, Twig and the rest of Obey do get it. Frenzy's popped, and now they want to turn the fight. Sibby doesn't have his ultimate. He used it to clear the wave, I think, on that right-hand side. Prime going to get plucked back in. He's in a bad spot, but Maniac's right there with him, ready to go and support that mid laner. Prime going to transform into the Circuit. Tell me if you've heard this one before. Fusify, he's going to fall. Poison spreads to Sibby as well. And now Emilzy's shown up. Chains, plenty of damage. Last breath. That's Johnny's last breath. Maniac finds another kill.
That is like worst case scenario for Burrito. Not only are you losing your jungle, but you're also losing 2 members that you really don't want dying this early on.
Fusify, the other one to fall there for Burrito. And the speed buff and the blue buff. And now it might be Death Panther. He's caught with no mana in that mid lane. Chains, auto attacks, flames, not quite gonna do it. So Burrito's mid laner escapes. Captain Twig being low on mana, a big reason why.
If he'd hit the 3rd chain, I think that was a guaranteed kill. It was just the slight miss of the 3rd chain that causes Emilzy to not commit to that one.
Wow, you're gonna call Emilzy out like that?
What? I mean, it happens.
His accuracy is 97%, Taco. Everyone knows that.
Well,
it was a 3% roll.
I mean, I guess it is called 2 chains for a reason. So.
No one has ever called Emilzy 2 chains. Literally ever.
Yeah, but the rapper's called 2 chains.
Is
so
Emilzy the rapper
rapper
2 chains?
Yes. Apparently.
Keep an eye out for Emilzy's fire mixtape, soon to drop. Obey and Burrito, 3-1 right now in Obey's favor. 5.5 minutes in, they've got a 2,000+ gold lead. And while it was Burrito in game 1 finding a lot of early kills and not finding any gold lead because of it, this is basically the exact opposite. Death Panther uses the ultimate to get out of Emilzy's, and quick play there. That's certainly favoring Burrito because that Searing Pain comes up a little bit sooner than Ares ult.
I like how he kept moving to the side as well, just knowing that Death Panther would be looking to land his ultimate on top of him, because had Emilzy taken the damage from that, I think Johnny might have potentially looked for the counter engage just to secure him, since he was so close to the T1 tower line already.
And didn't even need to use the purification bead in that scenario. I wonder if Johnny was right there with Death Panther and just able to escape that blink ultimate, because I think Emilzy knows that you don't want to blink forward and ult just raw. Even if he has purification beads down, the ult's up, that's a free escape every time.
Yeah, I think that he just barely managed to get slightly enough out of range to where he could avoid the ultimate from the Ares, but either way, they're just going to have to keep playing this so careful on the side of Burrito. Like, this Ares has been all over the place, and he's not exactly the most mobile support in the world, but he's seeming like it right now.
As he mentioned, Jungle 2, Emilzy's role in this game, and when you let Ares go through, when you've got this many dashes and this few CC immune ultimates, no surprise to see Emilzy want to be basically everywhere. Try and get everywhere that he can. Another speed buff invade started up by Obey. Pretty Prime a little bit isolated. Emilzy now showing up to the fight, so it is a 4-on-4 engagement. Quick chain onto Johnny. Second one gonna miss, but it's still the cripples enough to put Johnny very low and force his beads. Caspadify is here though and hits a big wild hunt. Can't say the same for Death Panther's ultimate. That one's gonna whiff. Emilzy on the run. One hit from Death and Sibby will find him, but a double stun from Maniac is good to put them in trouble, but a better silence coming out of Fusify. Locks down any follow-up. Pretty Prime gonna fall right as he transforms. Maniac's one hit from Death should fall here to Sibby. The charge prey will guarantee it. Caspadify is going to put himself on the board, and Burrito find 3 in that right side jungle, and now they start heading towards the Gold Fury.
And it's only Ataraxia here to defend against the entirety of Burrito. I'm not sure that this is a fight that he really wants to take up. He's looking for the steal most likely with his ultimate. Sibby taking a ton of damage though.
Twig gonna come up, show up with that frenzy. Ataraxia needs the 3rd snipe to connect. It will not. The last breath was on a Captain Twig that forced him back by Johnny. Now Gold Fury very, very low, and it will go Burrito's way, but Emilzy has a big ult in response. Pulls back 2. Ataraxia claims one. Ataraxia claims them both. Double kill for Obey's Hunter. Burrito get the Gold Fury, but it's Obey taking the fight afterwards.
Gold Fury at the expense of your jungler and your support. And I would normally say that that's worth if it wasn't for the fact that Burrito had their buffs up. So again, Obey coming out on top because not only do they get the map pressure, but they lost 2 members, and Gold Fury is just not worth it at that point.
And again, that's another one of those scenarios where you look and say this team still has a little bit to learn. I think some of the more veteran teams would have realized that even if they get gold in that scenario, they've got both their buffs up on the left-hand side, as you mentioned, and there's a wave coming on the left-hand side. There's plenty of farm that really equals out to being a little bit more in Obey's favor, I would say, especially after the 2 kills. Burrito still sticking with the Spring Split champions coming out of Europe, one of the top seeds. Still haven't guaranteed themselves Valencia quite yet. Dignitas the only team that can claim that so far in either region, but these certainly one of the top cards in the world right now is Obey.
I think in that Gold Fury scenario, that's one of the few times where I would have preferred to see a team just continue to commit instead of hesitate against the ROM ultimate, because really it was only Ataraxia who had the strong potential of stealing that. Sure, Captain Twig's there, but it's Sun Wukong. He doesn't necessarily have the same steal potential. When you have a Raw on your side, as long as Death Panther times his beam appropriately, it shouldn't ever really be that risky of a scenario. But waiting as long as they did to secure that just allowed Emilzy to rotate in, and well, Emilzy did what Emilzy's been doing all game.
He finds a big ultimate and sets up his Hunter. That's the dream scenario for most Ares players. Though some Ares players would like to claim those kills for themselves, but I don't really blame them. I mean,
pretty much every Ares player would like to claim those kills for themselves, and that's typically what they do. They usually just steal every single kill.
I mean, carries, man. He does it all by himself sometimes, and with this composition that Obey and Burrito have both drafted for themselves, there's certainly a scenario where Emilzy could play that carrier role out of support. He's done a pretty good job thus far, though has been focused pretty heavily by Burrito. Good taunt there on the Captain Twig, immediately into the Searing Pain as well. Even if Twig uses the ult, there's no healing there for him. Great grouping by Burrito, evens the kill total at 5.
He just knew he was dead.
Yeah.
The way that he started walking away after realizing that he walked into the wrong neighborhood, it's just one of those moments where you're just like, yeah, shucks.
Oh man, there's no, there was a ward there, but it was just not quite in time. Ataraxia has the pressure on this left-hand side. He's got a slight level lead over Caspanify. Credit a lot of that to that double kill that he got on that Gold Fury engagement. Both Hunters going for the Ick of All, neither rushing the Shifter Shield that has been pretty popular as of late. On the right-hand side, Burrito thought about doing the Portal Demon, but once Obey started to head over to that right-hand side, decided to let it go.
Ataraxia, though, has got to be careful. And speaking of careful, Emilzy, again, looking for the pull-in, but Johnny had his beads up.
But Death Panther had to use his as well. He's going to fall pretty prime, transforms into the Bellona and guarantees it with that Eagles rally. We talk about it all the time with Prime playing Morrigan. He just knows the right character to transform into in almost every situation. That time guaranteeing the kill on a Death Panther who didn't have his ultimate up in that scenario, so has to use his Purification Bead. So not only does he fall, but Emilzy got 2 sets of beads with that ultimate.
I'm just waiting for the double Ares ultimate to happen.
Oh my god, I hadn't even thought about that.
That's really all that I've been waiting for, is when these really hectic groupings start to happen on the objectives, and then the double Ares ultimate just flies through.
Oh no, that's just mean. That's not nice at all. Double Ares ult, I don't want to deal with that. No one wants to deal with Maniac either. He's going up and down, and Johnny's caught with the chains. He's going to fall here. The cripple coming up huge. Don't even need the ultimate. Not even one, let alone 2. Emilzy on the run. Decent damage coming out of Sibi, but not enough to make Emilzy think twice about playing up in the oppositional jungle. Another invade goes Obey's way. They get both buffs on the right-hand side for what feels like the 3rd time in a row.
Fully stacked Lono's Mask, reinforced Greaves, and a Gauntlet of Thebes. Emilzy has so much health, I don't think he's even concerned anymore.
And health is the best thing you can build against Serket because, you know, she's doing percent damage, or excuse me, true damage with that Last Breath ultimate. And then the percent damage as well. Protections do mitigate that, yes, but when you have more health, that means you have more health left over when she takes them away.
And you can tell that it's been working out incredibly well for Emilzy so far. Burrito need to start trying to stray away from looking to focus down this Ares after he commits his kit to the members of Burrito. It's just, who else do you go on in that circumstance? It's been really hard for Burrito to find the right target to focus down because you've got Prime who can transform into anybody he wants to. You've got Emilzy blinking in again to catch the beads.
Johnny's got no beads. He's got nowhere to go. The chains are going to last for a while, but a good silence almost gets Johnny out of danger. It will not. Emilzy claims his first kill there. Now Pretty Prime again transforms into the Bologna. Fusify's silence going to buy him a moment, but Eagles Rally was waiting for him. Ataraxia with his third.
And the Gold Fury is up. This is worst case scenario for Burrito. It has been very calculated sieges by Obey. They have been waiting for their opportunities to strike, and anytime that Emilzy blinks in, that means go. And Obey has just been capitalizing on every single engage.
More often than not, this is what you see in a set like this, where Burrito has a great game one, they almost take it, Obey barely survive, and then game two, the top end team usually says, all right, nice try, little one. Gives him a little pat on the head and then stomps him into the ground in game number two. Burrito has had some good engagements. They had that one fight that got them a Gold Fury and defending their buffs on the right-hand side during 2 respawns ago, but still just not enough to keep pace with Obey, at least for the time being. Twig shows up and pops the girdle for Ataraxia to continue to auto-attack Caspadify down. Aegis gonna save Caspadify a decent chunk of health, but not gonna save his life. Number 4 for Ataraxia. 4 out of 10 for the Hunter. Now, Pretty Prime is in trouble. He's going to fall here, Taco. Maybe not. The Aegis is pretty good. It's going to take one more tick. Well-timed Ataraxia, or excuse me, Pretty Prime is going to survive. Emilzy knocks down Death Panther. Johnny. Yeah, those laughs from Emilzy is basically the only call I need to give.
That has got to be one of the more depressing factors in life, is just... you think you got it, and then you circuit dash right around where you want to go.
The image that I have in my brain, stop me as I describe another meme for everyone, as I usually do. Johnny's mid-ambush, scratch sound, freeze frame, probably wondering how I got here. Dies right away.
Just hit him with the Mr. Krabs woe at the end of that?
Yeah, yes. I'm all about that life. Another speed buff invade, I believe, was successful by the guys on Obey. No, actually, it looks like Burrito did secure that one for themselves. Johnny's had a tough game, and it's kind of what you expect whenever you get Circuit into Ares.
I'm honestly surprised that Maniac just didn't turn around and ult onto Sibby, considering that Sibby missed his pluck there. He wasn't that far off his tower line.
Yeah, and with Fusify on that right-hand side and Johnny likely coming to pick up that speed buff, because we all know that's like a magnet for junglers, I think that's probably why we see Maniac decide to go for the safer route and just poke Sibby without use of his ultimate. But you're right, could have been a kill potential there. And I wanted to bring this up earlier. I mean, usually when you see a team draft a Warrior jungle, Warrior solo, and then a Guardian support, you're looking at a team that is usually lacking in damage. That's what the caveat always is. Yeah, they've got great frontline, but where's their damage going to come from? When you draft Ares as that support, though, I mean, there's your damage. You don't have to worry about that. Even if Twig isn't doing as much damage as he is, he's top of the player damage on his own team, then you're going to be in a good spot basically regardless, just because you know this Ares is going to be putting out massive numbers.
And Johnny kind of just waiting on the sidelines after that ultimate from Emilzy. Yet again, forcing out the beats from Johnny. So as soon as that ult is up, he's going right back in.
Emilzy blink ults and Johnny's just standing there like, here we go again. I'm going to die twice in the next 135 seconds, it feels like. Portal Demon started up and Frenzy used by Captain Twig. Been pretty liberal with this use, and I think that's the right way to play it. So often we see players pick up this Frenzy and not get a chance to really use it. Johnny needs to juke out that last shot, and he will. Ataraxia can't quite find it. Both Pretty Prime and Ataraxia using their ultimates to try and find Burrito's jungler.
Speed buff Circuit can kind of be a little bit more tricky for a round to lock down with those snipes, but really what I'm looking at on the side of Burrito is it's 17 minutes into a game, 17 and a half in climbing, and Johnny's still level 11.
Tough spot. And as I mentioned, I mean, that's just kind of what you expect whenever you get the Circuit into Ares matchup and your team can't punish the Ares early on. continued punishment onto Sibby as he's had a tough time since that early death, that early first blood in this lane. 2 ultimates gonna secure it. Twig with his second kill. The 2 warriors have really been dominating for Obey. Look at the player damage. It's Maniac, and then it's Captain Twig right underneath him.
That's kind of just fun with tankier members, especially considering that it's really just been this Ares pick for me. Every single moment that Burrito have really wanted to look for those counter engages, it's just been pretty much impossible because they've got the ultimate from the Ares, they've got the chains from the Ares, and then, oh, just in case you avoided all of that with your purification beads, we have an Eagles Rally. Pretty Prime could potentially be Eagles Rally man number 2, which he has chosen to do multiple times. So it's just so much front line, and really just Burrito not having the opportunity to farm up to where they can actually punish this tanky front line.
I really want to see Pretty Prime do the double Ares ult.
Oh, that'd be disgusting.
That's all I want.
I'm not looking
really
forward
want
to
him to
it.
do it.
I'm not sure if he's even going to opt for it
No,
because it
it's
really
gonna be
hasn't
fun.
been necessary.
It's going to be fun whenever it happens. I'm going to feel bad. It's like watching your friend get like, you know, fall and hurt themselves. You feel bad, but you still laugh anyways because it's funny. Johnny going to hit level 12 after killing Maniac. That's a big kill for him. He's got half of Burrito's kills, but also half of the deaths, almost. Fusify, he's going to be another statistic here. That's 4 for his death column.
You're just turning him into a statistic now.
Yeah, that's a classic Tiger call. Shouts to Tiger. Great. That's one of. She had so many good lines, man. Those were. She I think FDOT used one recently. The Band-Aid over the bullet hole. Classic.
That's just so unfortunate.
It's
though.
so southern. You know what I mean? Like
It
she
is
just had those
incredibly
southern
southern.
phrases. That southern charm that, you know, I don't have because I'm from the north. We're basically all from the north here. Atlanta's just full of transplants, basically.
I don't know. I grew up in North Carolina.
Yeah,
so
that's southern. That's true.
I've just never had the accent.
Johnny gonna use the ultimate on the Captain Twig and continue the push forward.
Oof.
Misses the madness. That could have been a kill there, but good recognition that that Twig had no cooldowns available. So Johnny used that opportunity to get aggressive, but can't quite find the kill.
That would have been a huge pickup for him, actually, considering that Captain Twig is also level 16. And like I said, he just turned level 13 not too long ago. It's been a really tough time for Johnny on the circuit, unable to really find his impact on this game. And it's really just been because he's been shut out of his jungle since so early on.
Shifter shield the pickup now, and that's going to really help him out, I think. Just give him that extra protection for whenever he gets chained and needs to buy, you know, an extra second for that cripple to wear off to get the Deathbane or ambush off. You can also see the Stone of Gaia here. Gives him the knock-up immunity against the Wukong jungle, as well as, I believe, prevents that pull coming in from the Ares ult. Can save him his beads in that sort of scenario. Could be pretty helpful as Fusify forced to use his Dharmic Pillars defensively this time around.
Ataraxio, that Chin's Ickful and Brawlers is just chunking away right now.
Damage. Just outright damage. Johnny gets
Oh.
chained through the wall by Emil. The second one gonna hit as well. The accuracy has been very, very solid. Now Johnny gonna be forced to use his purification beads as well, and Ataraxia is looking for the snipe, but
Out of
Johnny's
range.
created enough distance to get himself out of range.
I'm a little bit surprised that Ataraxia didn't try rolling forward a little bit more first, but Emilzy
Oh,
with the
man.
blinking, just gonna barely miss.
That's mean. Another beautiful chain off that. Pretty Prime beats his the sickening strike. But
NA beads.
Obey. Wow, you really, I'm not helping you there. I can't, I'm not going to protect you from the EU banter after that one. Death Panther's in trouble underneath that mid lane tower. Doesn't have any relics available. Captain Twig gonna stomp him down with that Somersault Cloud. Now it's Pretty Prime who was doing that Ataraxia ult. I was going to say, I don't think that was up in time. Tier 1 tower falls pretty quickly. And now it's the rest of Obey looking for the Tier 2. They want another 1,500 gold.
It's really just a siege wipe at this point for Obey. They can kind of just do whatever the hell they want because they're just so massively ahead. It's not even about the experience lead anymore. It's kind of just everything, all encompassing, really. It's
18,000 experience, 12,000 gold. It's everything, all right, I'll say. Another speed buff waited for by Obey. There's their auxiliary speed buff, if you will, as Pretty Prime pushes up another wave on the left-hand side. Looks like that red buff was secured by Obey. Ataraxia was able to snag that and get another successful invade.
Oh, they're nice, though. They left the purple buff alone because it just spawned as they're having a retreat.
Out of the kindness of their hearts. Tier 1 tower on the right side while Burrito chases down Pretty Prime and Ataraxia. Obey take that opportunity to get another 500 gold for themselves. Now only 2 towers still standing for Obey to take down, and one of them's half health on the left-hand side.
And Obey have really just been starving Burrito of farm. There's really nowhere left for this team to go. And the worst part is, too, is that they kind of have to stay grouped up, because if they're not grouped up, they're dead. But if they are grouped up, they're typically still dead. Trying to lock down this portal demon, that's a good look for Burrito, just keeping it away from Obey more than anything else.
Twig finds a stun onto Sibby, but lurking in the water is going to get him out of danger. Johnny almost caught lazy backing there. Death Panther drops a heal on him to make sure that he's healthy enough in case Obey continues the chase. But it's Burrito. They do get an objective. Sibby very low and without an ultimate, needs to be careful with this positioning. He gets stunned out along with Caspanify. A good ultimate out of Maniac, and Ataraxia shreds through Burrito solo laner. Fusify, he's next on the list. Twig's gonna claim his 5th of the game. Top of the player damage charts on the Sun Wukong jungle. Johnny got chained in the jungle. Johnny's got the beads, and he's gonna be able to jump away from that no escape. There was an escape for the jungler, but it cost him a pretty important relic. Ataraxia with number 6. It's just a one after another. Obey just finds the target and kills the target. Oh, another one. We can kill them too. Burrito just hasn't been able to find an advantage.
It's actually insane though. Just double Eagles rally is just as bad as double Ares ult.
It's scary, man. I mean, not only the damage and the stun, but the double protection aura that you get. I mean, it's just so difficult to handle. A lot of people talk about Bologna and how she's strong, yes, but Emilzy gonna get caught here. Actually, Johnny gets some reparations for all the hell that Emilzy has put him through in this one. 4 and 5 for Burrito's jungler, and puts down Emilzy for his 3rd death of the game.
I think another downside too for Burrito is that when you select this Raw, at the time that Death Panther did opt for the Raw, you kind of want to look for that sustained composition, so you just want to slow play the early game. They didn't get a chance to slow play the early game because it was completely gas pedal from the start from Obey.
And they've just controlled it from the get-go, as you mentioned. I mean, it was the early First Blood and that solo lane, and that was kind of the that little First Blood has turned out to be kind of a microcosm of the rest of this game for Burrito. Sibby has a chance, and then splits the uprights, doesn't get the pluck, and dies immediately for it. That's kind of been the way the rest of this game has gone for Burrito. They've had some chances, and then it all just goes wrong immediately.
And that's really just one of the unfortunate aspects of playing against a team like Obey. They are not looking to mess around. They don't want to take their chances against Dignitas. Johnny wants to take his chances, though, against Ataraxia, trying to turn onto the Hunter, forced into his Aegis after being ulted. But with 3 members surrounding him, I'm not sure he's going to get out here.
Doesn't have the ultimate, still waiting for it to come up cooldown. Caspadify is going to find the kill on Ataraxia. Now Johnny trying to distract Twig on the backside. Maniac misses the ultimate onto Sibby, but Emilzy does not. Rings him back in. Twig is going to find the double knockup as Maniac cleans up Sibby on the front side. Twig is just handling Caspanify and Death Panther as Emilzy finds that blink forward chain for what feels like the millionth time this game. He's going to get credit for that kill. Well earned there for Obey's support. Caspanify, he's going to fall as well. And Burrito, they get 1, but they lose 3 in the process.
Is it just me, or does it feel like Emilzy's blink has a severely lower cooldown than what Blink's actual cooldown is?
He doesn't have it upgraded. No ritual dagger. It just seems to be all over it.
It just feels like it's so low.
And he's gone for a divine ruin. He's just said, yeah, I'm doing this. I'm doing as much damage as I can. Look at how much player damage everyone on Obey has done. I mean, Emilzy is on top of Pretty Prime right now, but that's not a knock at Pretty Prime's damage. It's just Emilzy's done a lot.
He's been everywhere. He has been everywhere on this Ares and consistent with landing his abilities.
Twig's gonna be forced into that 72 transformation after Obey get another Phoenix. They got the left side and the middle one. Burrito did take that time to get the tier 1 tower in middle, 500 gold, and gives them an easier path towards the enemy Titan if they were to find a late game team wipe, but Obey looking like they're in control right now.
And it's looking like they're going to just take this gold for you, because why not? Maybe bait out the fight from Burrito, just looking for kills more than anything else.
Twig is pretty poked out. Gonna get plucked back in, but no real follow-up after that. Sibby getting shredded in his ultimate. Ataraxia up into the sky. The snipes are gonna guarantee it. That's Ataraxia's 7th on the game. Death Panther on the run. Pretty Prime not going to let him escape. It's another kill for Obey, 23 in total. Pretty Prime going to get a double as he was in that ROM ultimate. Now he's going for the triple kill, and he's going to find it. Pretty Prime using the Morrigan to her fullest as per usual. Obey finds 4. Johnny the only one left, and he's somewhere, not near the Titan.
That was dirty. That was actually dirty by Prime, because with Morrigan, sure, you got to transform into every god, but you also have to utilize it properly. Johnny just trying to run away now, looking to survive, and luckily it will be the Titan going down before he falls yet again.
Obey find the 2-0 victory over Burrito. Wasn't as easy as I think a lot of people would have said overall. I mean, even with that game looking pretty one-sided, Burrito did have a sign of life there in that early mid-game stage, but Obey had to struggle through game 1. They end up finding the 2-0 though.
I think a lot of people were really expecting this to be a 2-0 in favor of Obey, but I agree. I think it was more anticipated as a 40-minute set total, and instead it ended up being Burrito kind of fighting back for their positioning, showing that they are still an SPL level team. And I think that overall, it was very solid gameplay from the rookie team.
Without a doubt, I mean, Burrito definitely showing that they do belong here in the SPL and have taken some of those beatings in the early stages of the summer split and learned how to turn those around and look productive when doing so. We got an interview on the line though, and it's Obey's Hunter Ataraxia. Nate, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, guys. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty well. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. Talk me through you guys' mindset in game 1, because Burrito really came out swinging.
Yeah, game 1 was, you know, when you play against teams that you kind of feel like you're a bit better than, it's never a case that you think you'll lose.
Sure.
Which is you know, it's not arrogance, it's your experience. And I think that looking back, it was their game to lose, and if they had a bit more experience, you know, like another split in the SPL, they would have completely stomped us that game, you know. That they were really good early, and they just need more experience as a team to put it through to the mid and late game.
Well, now that you guys have locked in this set win over Burrito, how are you guys feeling as far as facing off against Dignitas next week?
I'm really looking forward to it. I don't think we've been on top of our game right now, so it's going to be a really, you know, it's probably skewed in their favor, if I was to be completely honest, but it is my favorite team to play against. You know, we've got that rivalry from the finals in the last LAN, so I'm quite excited for it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys are almost basically guaranteed for Valencia. You would need some crazy scenarios and a 2-0 loss against Dignitas to miss. How important was it for you guys to lock this up right here against Burrito and really start to focus on your game plan moving forward for that LAN?
For me personally, it was pretty important. I feel like the games that we've lost so far in this split have been lost very early, and you know, we've been very inconsistent, and it's silly early mistakes that snowball out of control right now. So having this locked in really means we can start working on what we want to practice for DreamHack, and you know, bring out all the big guns.
Well, congratulations, Ataraxia. You and Obey looking strong, still continuing that momentum that you gained during the spring split. And right now, how have you transitioned that spring split victory into the summer split? Do you think that, did you get that momentum early on, or did you kind of need to refine yourself and reset after that LAN victory?
If I was being completely honest, I think we kind of screwed up the transition. I think we had the hubris, you know, you win a LAN and then you get too cocky. I think
Sure.
a few of the guys on the team had that, so I think it's good that we've done not as well as we probably should have this split, because it's, you know, it's an ego check. We're not the best team in the world anymore, and you know, it's one LAN, one day we're the best team, and now we've got to redo it and prepare for Valencia.
Ooh, not the best team in the world, huh? Who
Not
do you think the best team is right now, Nate? You set yourself up for that one.
We'll find out in Spain, won't we?
Ah, well played. Backs himself into a corner and then gets himself out of it. You got any shout-outs before we let you go?
Yeah, just to the fans who watch the SPL and esports in general, the usual, we couldn't do this without you guys. Like, you know, this is the dream job. Thank you very much, and shout out to Obey for being a great sponsor.
Thank you very much. Ataraxia joining us on the line. That's going to do it for set number 1 between Burrito and Obey. Obey find the 2-0 victory and a very important 3 points to basically secure their spot at DreamHack. We're going to throw to a quick break, but we'll be right back with more European SPL.
Welcome back to the SPL. It's time to continue Europe. I'm going to start things off in the second set of today with a very interesting one, Rival versus Dignitas.
It's going to be a very epic set. If we look at the European standings, we're going to see that Dignitas at the top of the European standings already pretty much clinched their spot to Valencia. The question is, are they going to finish that first place or not?
And the big thing is, we just saw Obey manage to get an important 3 points for themselves to give them that second place spot, especially with Rival and Energy still to play today. They need 2-0s as well to try and keep even keel and potentially put Enix out of the running. But Rival's going to take on Dig.
Rival are not too far behind Dignitas or Obey Alliance, sitting at 9 points. And Dignitas, they don't have as much to play for compared to Rival that still need to clench their spot into Valencia. But Dignitas definitely still wants to get that #1 seed, get an easier time once the LAN begins.
Precisely, because obviously the seeding is still important for these teams. 4 teams from EU, 3 teams from NA will make it. And so the top 4 in EU is very, very close still, with Enix still hot on the heels. And even the teams like Elevate still not completely out of the running. Or are they after that set?
After 4 points, I think that they have a large hill to climb. I don't think that it's mathematically possible for them.
Tricky couple of weeks for the teams. Obviously, there's the last weekend before one more weekend left. Let's go into picks and bans, though, and see how this one breaks down between Dignitas and Rival. And at the start of this one, it will be Dignitas with the first pick.
I wouldn't be surprised here to see some aggressive starts out of either of these two teams. Dignitas has been known between their jungler Cuvo, Fred here, and Zeros to really control the pacing of the game in that mid laning phase. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some like Susanos, Sarkets, Najas, like anything aggressive.
Surprised to see Rival banning out Fafnir themselves, especially when they do have Callus there. We saw NNG leave it up against Dignitas earlier on this week, and Fafnir was taken, so not a surprise to maybe see that banned, I guess.
Well, the thing is, Callus and Trixtank have such similar play styles that Fafnir is basically a plug and play for both of them. And the fact that Team Rival is that second pick, Team Dignitas would more than likely first pick it.
Well, Sol locked in straight away for Dignitas, not a real surprise there. Zeros loves it in the mid lane. They're not too scared to flex it to the Hunter role, but I don't think that's something they're going to do with Arkil. Arkil really likes his physicals.
He really likes to be physical also in that dual lane just to find those 1v1 boxing potentials, and Rival is going to lock in that ROM for vote, recognizing that more than likely this Sol will be in that mid-mage position, so there's still a physical Hunter out there for Dignitas.
Well, Rival do get to lock in their first physical Hunter of choice themselves and take the Bellona alongside it. Dignitas will pick up the Kamazots, which is semi-flexible to the solo lane. We don't see too much of it, though.
We saw Variety played a numerous amount of times at the lands, whether it was Worlds, whether it was the Spring Split land also, but with Cuvo Fred playing it recently, especially with Osiris being locked in, that pretty much dictates where that Kamazot's going.
And Geb will immediately be locked in by Rival as well. We've seen quite a bit of Geb out of Rival so far. They have been using it flexingly towards the solo lane, at least Deathwalker already once, and leaving it up as an option is available to them, especially if Bellona does go into the jungle.
And knowing how aggressive Ice Baby is out of the jungle, it makes perfect sense to go for such a defensive support. But I am a little surprised that they didn't lock in the Khepri for themselves, but they do ban it away from Trixtank.
Well, one more ban for Dignitas before Rival get their next pick, and more than likely I'm expecting here their mid laner will get locked in. They'll try and leave the jungle a little bit more flexible, I guess, unless they're worried about that.
The fact that Susanoo was banned at the second stage is really surprising to me. A lot of flexibility for both of these junglers. Normally you see Cuvo Fred locking in the Hunbats and people target banning him, but this time Ice Ice Baby has made his name known and now he's getting respect banned.
A Sobek for Trixtank, it's not something we see too often. I mean, obviously Trixtank likes his aggressive gods, but Sobek's never really been one that's always stood out for him in terms of his aggression.
I can't remember the last time Trixtank actually played Sobek in that dual lane. I can actually withdraw where he played Sun Wukong more than he played Sobek, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of surprised to see it locked in, because it's not something that you normally go to. Isis is the final pick for the mid lane. Wolfie on Team Rival here, so they've got a nice clear potential, I guess, with the Isis Hunbats combo up against Kamazot Sol. Kind of even, actually.
It should be relatively even, but Dignitas has slightly more range for their poke compared to Kamazots and Hunbats. Hunbats can throw that Furious Monkey, but more than likely you're going to be maxing out that overhand smash anyway, which is not the furthest distance ability in the game.
That's true. A little bit of survivability lacking, I want to say, on the side of Dignitas in one way. I mean, not to say survivability, but I guess hard CC is what I'm looking for here. They've got a lot of slows, totally, but hard CC is a little bit limited.
It's going to be very important for Variety to find the right targets with his slows and keep the right members tethered gathered and try to mitigate some of that damage. But like you mentioned before, with all these slows coming out of Dignitas, I wouldn't be surprised if Rifle eventually go for a sprint at level 12.
Well, Ockel and Trix are trying to get lane advantage early on, knowing they're against a Geb here in the laning phase, trying to clear it out before Rival can do their jungle. Instead, Rival going to sit in the dual lane and box them out and have to farm the wave too. It does stop Dignitas going aggressive into the enemy jungle, and Trix, in a lot more poke than he'd like to there, has to use his Brace of Undoing, which I was just about to touch on.
And that's just something that we've seen a lot more often from not only supports, but some junglers as well. If they don't have to worry about any sort of crowd control, if you have a CC immune ultimate such as Sobek, you can afford to go for these less defensive relics such as the Purification Beast and just opt for this Brace of Undoing to not only get the health back, but also those important 3-second cooldown reductions.
Trix cheekily getting in there and managing to strip away one of the babies from that red buff, but Rival doing an okay job in this dual lane for the time being at trying to stay equal. As soon as Trix hits 2 though, he flips Callus in. Callus has the blink available to himself to basically engage these fights. No bracer, but he's not taken that much damage so far.
Leads me to believe that he's going to be looking for that level 5 play during the mid lane, not wanting to really opt for it in the early laning phase. There's not many opportunities to take advantage of a blink pre-level 5 as Geb. You're really relying on that Cataclysm to engage.
And as we mentioned, Dignitas' composition lacking a little bit of hard CC here. Rival, though, completely different story, especially when you see that Geb having blink as well for another frontline option.
It's just so easy, I feel like, for Rival to engage.
Yeah.
Not only that, we can potentially see Ice Ice maybe going for the blink, but he did go for the Bracer of Undoing. So if he goes for the blink on top of this, he doesn't have any sort of defensive relics, whether it's the Aegis or the Purification Beads. But because there's not too much crowd control inside of Dignitas, where they lack in one thing, they get in another. They have a crazy amount of burst damage, so Aegises will be very important.
Now Zeros has started off with Aegis in the mid lane for Dignitas too, and against this Geb and the hard CC composition, as long as he can get his Aegis off in time before the hard CC comes through, he should be okay to hit the Disapparate into the Aegis. But if it's mistimed, the knock-up control that they can have coming out from the Geb and the silences can cause him a lot of problems.
He could also maybe go for some crowd control reduction. He could opt for the Ethereal Staff potentially just to mitigate some of that crowd control from the engage of the Cataclysm. And then if he can get off that Disapparate in time, then the Aegis should buy him enough time to go into that corporeal form and then just walk away in a little ball.
Well, the European side of things has been a little bit slower, at least lengthy, I should say, in terms of game time so far as the season has progressed. NA, a little bit, probably around 29, 30 minutes, where EU started to creep up a little bit past that now. We've seen longer games, 40, 50s even, so far in the summer split. This one, with the start of this so far, looks like it could be on that same sort of pace.
Teams are just recognizing when they can or can't get away with certain objectives, and once they figure that out, the games become way more even at this pacing. So far, Dignitas with Rival in this first game of the set, relatively even. Neither team even opting to go for an early invade.
And the last time we saw Rival, it was on Thursday up against Obey Alliance, where they lost in 10 minutes. And a quick surrender came out from them, but bounced back in game 2, granted, against Obey as well, to take us into a very, very good game. So it's good signs for Rival in one aspect. They've got him through the early game and not got to be surrendering at 10 right now, it seems.
But then you got to keep in mind, they also split against the Poppies earlier on in this split, whereas Dignitas, they only lost against Energy thus far. And their next opponent after Rival week number 5 is going to be Obey Alliance.
Yeah, rough end for Dignitas at the end of the season, but they've already qualified. That's the main thing for them. Standing in position for the LAN, very important for themselves. Kivo will get his speed buff with help from Zeros and head over to the right-hand side. Deathwalker has it warded, however, so he's just here for farm more than anything else. Still, no kills, but the experience and gold difference is marginally, but still even, slightly in favor of Dig.
Very uncommon to see such an early place ward, especially in the solo lane at around the 4-minute mark. Very disciplined play out of Rival, recognizing that Cuvo Fred will always be going for that speed buff and then potentially poking his head around that solo lane.
Rival, with the composition they've got, though, can get good Gold Fury control with a Fear No Evil and the Circle of Protection. Always a threat to see Rival looking for an early Gold Fury. And Dignitas, some of the members of Dig for sure, have been known in the past to struggle with losing early Gold Fury objectives. Rival may be looking to exploit that with this composition they've drafted.
Looking at both of their compositions, I'm only expecting Rival to be going for early Gold Furies with that Circle of Protection, whereas Dignitas, they would have to rely on lurking in the water, which takes quite a long time to really charge up, whereas Circle of Protection takes a lot quicker of a period of time, so it's very easy for Rival, I would say, compared to Dignitas, to sneak that one away.
Trigger's just going to head back to base here, finish off his boots and get a couple of wards for himself too. Those Lonos tasks are nearly completed on the two supports right now. Callus having a bit of an easier time of getting those stacks, and we'll get that bonus gold and the extra health from that item as time goes on.
We'll also have to keep in mind if these supports will opt to sell it after the 75 stacks once they get that boost of gold and try to go for a very greedy option here. At 75 stacks, it's not going to take too long here. You're looking at about 12 to 13 waves here, so you're looking at about 6 to 7 minutes to really get those stacks.
Eagles rally from Deathwalker as Variety gets aggressive. Deathwalker felt like he could potentially commit or just slow down Variety's pacing a little bit. No follow-up from either team though, but Variety holds on to his ultimate.
Very important discipline play out of Variety. So now he'll have that slight edge here, whereas the ultimate of the Eagles rally will be about on cooldown for another 60 seconds or so, and that could be enough time to squeeze in this extra wave here. This teleport for Deathwalker is still down for 50 seconds, so as he's coming back to this wave and Variety's clearing the wave with Trick's tank, this wave, some of the melee minions will fall under the tower before Deathwalker even gets back there.
And it's not a huge loss, Tolly, but it adds up, right? If that continues to happen, it can put you a little bit further behind in golden experience, which means completing those items takes a little bit longer.
If you can manage to do that in multiple waves, that 50 gold becomes 100 gold, becomes 200 gold, and then eventually you'll be able to out-sustain your opposition here. Both of these solo laners going for the health chalice here, and the Mark of the Vanguard after their starter items, but surprisingly enough here, just now hitting level 9 is Deathwalker.
Yeah, so they're still relatively even between the two. Left-hand Elementals. Oracles, Harpies, I was looking for them. Like, no, it's Elementals. Going the way of Dignitas, but meanwhile, Rival, 4-man committing to gold. They have Circle of Protection and Fear No Evil, and the Cataclysm from Geb if required, but they get the teleport out of Variety, so immediately disengage, but Variety's going in!
He's going in, Fear No Evil defensively under the tier 1 tower. Great play from Rival because of the vision that they had under the Fire Giant, recognizing that Dignitas were on the right-hand side, but they couldn't sneak away this gold here on the left. They didn't really hard commit with the Circle of Protection, which I really like, not fully committing there, but at the same time, they now gonna lose their speed buff.
Good work from Deathwalker, sorry, from Tricksank, I should say, to cancel out the bludgeon from Deathwalker. Deathwalker has his ultimate back available, and basically Dignitas made that teleport worthwhile by at least getting the speed buff.
That's true. They did get the speed buff, but not having the ultimate from Variety and the teleport should signal Rival to start focusing that solo lane for at least the next minute.
Or maybe see Deathwalker use his teleport to come to the goal Fury, the next possible
That's true.
opportunity.
That could be another option, just to have a little boxing exchange, force Osiris to be at less than 50% health below in the back, so then easily Deathwalker can swing that team fight on the left in a 5v4.
Still an even game. Tricksank rotating mid around the back onto two members, and there's a Blink Cataclysm from Callus straight away. Knock up on Trix 2, keeps him in trouble. Circle of Protection didn't really do too much damage though, so Trix will be able to walk away, and I think most of that was down to the brace of her undoing.
Dignitas winning a team fight in a 2v3. Rival need to really be able to coordinate slightly more efficiently if they're going to win this. You can't be losing in a 3v2.
I mean, they didn't lose anything, but what they didn't do is get kills out of the investment that they put into Tricksank. All they did was get the brace of undoing.
They were getting pushed back under their own tier 1 tower. That's never a good sign when you're the one engaging the 3-on-2 and then you're the ones having to retreat.
Deathwalker on the right hand side, a little bit out of position here, dropping wards down, and Osiris going to put a bit of a beat down. I mean, because Trix is on his way too. Deathwalker has the Eagles rally available, may need it soon, but he's going back towards Ice Ice Baby, and Ice Ice will jump in place onto Trix. Bludgeon hits Trix too, and they're going to try and force him to commit. In the end, they get the Circle of Protection and walk away.
They got the lurking in the water out of Tricksank because he didn't have the pluck available to him. You know, it's another objective controller similar to Circle. We were just talking about the Gold Fury. Don't worry about it.
I'm having a special day. Variety, though, going to try and make sure he has an even better day. Lord of the Afterlife onto Ice Ice Baby gets to Fear No Evil.
Two different targets completely out of Dignitas. Variety wanted to go on one, Tricksank on the other. Deathwalker using that Eagles rally defensively, but I'm not sure if Dignitas were going to hard commit there or not.
I think it was risky, totally, because honestly, with Variety coming in and Kivo Fred, they've got slows there that could have pinned them down or just picked one of them. So actually using that ultimate from Deathwalker gets his team just away in case Trix also had the pluck available.
You know, Kivo Fred did have his ultimate, so he could have potentially looked to dive that tier 1 tower on the right, but without the Osiris ultimate, makes it a little bit trickier on how to really engage if you want to be able to leash the tower aggro every now and then, and without having that passive from the Osiris with that ultimate, he's going to be less resilient to tank those tower shots.
I will say, Tony, I feel Digger doing a better job so far this game, just because the early game I felt went Rival's way with the composition they've got. They could snowball it quite heavily. Instead, they've actually stalemated, if not taken a bit of a lead just on superior farming.
That's what it seems to be. It's all about the soul lane, honestly. Zeros, though, in a little little bit of poke, but with that Disapparate will retreat. It's Ice Baby in a lot of trouble.
And Ice is one hit from death, and Cuvo will claim his life. Finally, first blood. It was Rival that initiated and looked for the play. The Blink Cataclysm coming out from Callus. But Zero's timed the Disapparate nicely, expecting the pressure potential to come out onto him, and it worked out nicely for Dig.
Zero's masterfully baiting that play into his team's advantage, and now in secondary speed buff invade from Dignitas, they're still not confident to go for this Gold Fury with Wolfie's ultimate potentially stealing it away, so they're going to go for the safer route in the speed buff.
Yeah, bleed buff is just spawning, and I don't think Dignitas recognize that. If they did, they could have taken that on the right-hand side too. So Dig get 1 kill, and the speed buff invade again, just keeping Ice behind. And I do feel totally, as we've watched Ice Baby through the years for Rival, at least through the season so far, I think whenever he doesn't get his speed, he kind of just falls off.
A lot of junglers do that. Honestly, if you're heavily relying on the mobility of a speed buff and then you can't make the adaptations without it, it's going to be really tricky. You're going to have to rely on your teammates more often, lean on them to initiate the plays while you're kind of staggered in the backline. But what I'm really surprised about is the drafting on Arrival, because they purposely let the Susanoo go. They picked Geb before the secondary ban phase just to have Susanoo banned away from them, but Ice Baby, he's known to make so many plays with that god.
Gold Fury started up but quickly reset as Zeros was rotating around, and good play from Ice Baby to keep the pressure on here. Still only level 9, Callus going to roll in time for a knock-up, but beautifully timed from Zeros to just walk away from that until Vote ends his life.
The Ram working out beautifully there. Wolfie with the ultimate, Ice Baby receiving the shield from Callus on the right-hand side. Deathwalker's coming around. Nice little pluck, but it's actually going to be Arca with a wild hunt.
And Deathwalker's Eagles Rally will not manage to keep Callus alive in time. So in the end, it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Variety is teleported in from the solo lane and taking away the red buff right now in favor of Team Dignitas from Rivals Jungle. Gold Fury is still available if one team feels confident enough, and it looks like Dig might.
Dignitas doesn't even need to go for Gold Furies if they keep winning these small little skirmishes and keep getting these invades. It's Deathwalker in a lot of trouble. He doesn't have his ultimate and nowhere to go.
Gets picked off straight away. Nice little puck at our Tricks tank, and now Ice and Wolfie are back. No ultimates available for either of them. Kamizots and Sobek on zone duty as Variety and Arc will try and bring this down as quick as they can. Ice looking to come in for the steal and take it away, but can't do that. Now he's under pressure. His somersault is down. Nice juke back using the monkey toss, but Variety will still pick him up as Cuvo 1v1 in Wolfie is going to force Callus to keep his teammate alive.
Great play out of Dignitas. They picked off Deathwalker before. They forced out the circular protection in that earlier team fight, so there was not real steal potential coming out of Rival, and this is the safe and calculating play that we're expecting from the top European team.
Worked out well for them. And one thing, like I was talking about Ice Baby losing his speed, look at the level difference between him and Cubo Fred in the jungle. 4 levels is monstrous. Not only that, he's behind or equal to the supports right now.
And the thing is, normally when you have 2 deaths, you're not normally behind only 4 levels. Normally you're behind maybe 1 or 2. You're not behind, but it just seems to me that Cubo Fred's been all over the place, doing a great job sharing. And the timing of these deaths from Ice Baby, not only has he lost his speed buff twice this game thus far, but every single time he's getting bullied away. So he gets poked out by the long range from Cubo and Zeros, and as a result, every single time he backs to base, that's technically like half a kill anyway that he's not farming.
It's funny because normally at a time like this, I'd be like, guys, you don't have a jungler. You do not have a jungler. Don't count on him to do anything for you. But it is Hunbats.
True.
And that ultimate is always going to be relevant whether you are level 5 still in the game or you're level 20. That ultimate can change the game completely, at least for some beats.
That's very true. You're looking to really catch somebody against the wall to really maximize the duration of that Fear No Evil and try to get them running in a straight line, and that could really help out Wolfie line up some of his shots here. He's been relatively quiet as well, but as a mid laner, you're really relying on your jungler to set you up.
Good work so far from Deathwalker. Has his Mystical Mail finished. A little bit quicker than that of Variety, who's probably going for the same sort of build here. Picked up the Cursed Ankh here as well. Sorry, is it Cursed? No, it's not Cursed Ankh, is it? It's Horrific Amber.
Deathwalker,
that's
the Cursed. Yeah, he's trying to really get off some of that.
Damn these relics, totally, that just keep changing name every split.
I know, but either way, there's going to be Thorns on Variety as well, really trying to dive that backline. Mystical Mail finished on him. Now working on that magical defense here. We're going to see if he opts to go for that Pestilence or not.
But that Cursed Ankh that we see on Bologna, I mean, realistically, it's only for anti-heal that you want to pick up that item. You look at the enemy squad of Dignitas, it's only really sustain coming out from a Camazotz. And I guess
Self-sustain.
Sobek self-sustain, that's it.
It's all self-sustained coming out of Dignitas, but it's going to be a lot of trouble as Ice Ice Baby. He did get a speed buff, so he's going to be able to walk away under that tier 1 tower finally into safety, but yet again, he's poked out so much that he's going to have to really be careful about when he engages.
Yeah, Dignitas is starting to turn up the heat, no pun intended with them having the soul. As they're starting to poke down the portal to half health, Trixtank buying a lot of time for his team, but he's just bit off a bit more than he could chew. Rival will pick up a kill here, making it a 1-for-0, and force Dignitas to reset the portal.
Great Cataclysm out of Callus into the knockup, and this is the thing that supports really have to watch out for, is just a chain CC from this Geb. Even having some crowd control reduction from that Reinforced Greaves is not really enough at this stage of the game until maybe some more defensive items have been finished.
Deathwalker actually not being in this lane right now. Actually, he is in lane. I'm sorry, he's hidden underneath Variety. I was like, Variety's pushed up very far here. Could be about a free tower pressure available for Dignitas to chip down to that tier 1. That is slowly falling down. Deathwalker is losing this tower slowly but surely.
You're not going to stop a Soul Laner at level 15 to get your tower. At this point, with Variety having Mystical Mail, Mark of the Vanguard, he could easily just tank that tower and get it eventually.
And now the fight just continuing between the two. Both of them have ultimates available. And sometimes with these ultimates, it becomes a battle of wits of who's going to use theirs first, because they both give a little bit of a timing window where you can respond with your own.
And I like what Variety did there, using the Thorns for the Bludgeon just to force out Bologna back into base. The teleport is not available for Deathwalker, but Variety's is, so he's going to be making an impact here, either in this tier 1 on the right-hand side or potentially the Portal Demon.
Keep an eye on Wolfie's build coming out here. Is this Ethereal stuff we see on him next, or is that going to be Gem of Isolation?
More than likely, it will be the Ethereal Staff. You really want to be able to get that crowd control reduction. It's one of the most underappreciated stats in all of SMITE, because we saw what just happened to Trixtank. He died before he can even get off his Bracer of Undoing, and he still had 20% crowd control reduction.
Very true, and keep an eye on the supports because their second relics are on the way. A little bit further ahead than Ice Ice Baby still as it stands, who's only level 10. But those second relics for the support is very important to see what kind of direction both teams are going to go and what kind of style of support you're going to see in the game.
Just now hitting level 12 is Callus. Ice Ice Baby still struggling at level 11. Really needs to get that second relic online. It has to be a defensive option. I can't imagine a world in Rival's mind where they could get away with double blink on Callus and Ice Ice Baby.
And Kivo Fred just freely able to farm around the jungle. Doesn't even have to share every single camp with his team anymore, getting the speed on his own. Now level 15, still a 4-level lead over Ice Ice Baby.
And this is what you really want to see out of your Camazotz in the jungle, because Camazotz from behind is not something you really want to see. He has to be making the plays in the early game, and Kivo Fred getting MVP status from the last week's worth of European action, he shows yet again why he's considered the best of the best.
Well, Brawler's Beat Stick also picked up by Kivo Fred on that Camazotz. That'll help him out against some of the sustain coming out from the opposition. Brace of Undoings as well, which we haven't really touched on too much, but anti-heal does affect those. That could be one of the reasons I think we did see that Cursed Arm coming out from Bologna.
Even Divine Ruin coming out of Zeros, respecting the Bracer coming out of Ice Ice Baby. Also, keep in mind, Circle Protection gives you that big boost of healing, not only the damage reduction and the protections.
Seems like we're going towards sneaky healing now, Toli, as Ice Ice Baby going to meet Kivo Fred and Trix. But yeah, sneaky healing is what's going to be poked time and time again. I think this is one of the reasons we can see Brace of Undoing maybe start to fall out of competitive play again.
More subtle healing than anything else. It's not very obvious, such as a raw heal or a health sustain, Changa, all that stuff. It's more about being
Camazotz,
greedy.
Sobek.
Yeah, just go for a sustain composition that's single sustain, not necessarily AoE sustain.
Look after yourself, because you can't trust your teammates. That's what it's all about. But if you don't trust your teammates, if you do trust their teammates, then you make sure you get some anti-heal to do with it. And that's what both teams seem to have done here.
It just seems that Dignitas is embracing the rank mentality lifestyle, and it's working out for them.
Embracing with braces. Did you mean that one or not? 'Cause
No,
it was good.
but that was good.
It was good.
That was good.
We'll take it to the bank. 19 minutes in and only one Gold Fury down so far for Dignitas. Still a 5k gold lead their way, though. A lot of that comes down to the kills and the better secure of the enemy jungle.
It's just Ice Ice Baby getting shut down every single time, getting poked out. He can't really engage the way he wants to. That one engagement in a 3-on-2 in mid, I think, was a telltale sign of how Rivals really approached this game, or rather how Dignitas has been able to dictate it, just not giving any opportunity for Rival.
Do you like the aspect of the frenzy picked up by Trixtank here as well? Because if he can find that block, he can immediately pop the frenzy and allow his team to go to town and bring down a target. So even if he gets somebody like Callus, like the Bologna, the burst potential increases.
And not only that, he is relying on getting turned on after the puck, so which is why he went for that bracer at level 1, really trying to min-max and turn things around. Gold Fury is started and completed. Dignitas, just no answer from Rival.
Yeah, nice little pickup, but don't talk about Tricks getting turned on. That causes a lot of issues, you know. Callus is in trouble as he gets plugs in. There's the Frenzy too, and into the sky goes Cuvo Fred, picks up the kill, and Callus obviously late to the party. We're Rival, and as soon as they do turn up, they get kicked out the door again.
Just nothing Rival can do. They're getting pressured in the mid lane as well, so it's just two different approaches from Dignitas, approaching towards the mid and the Gold Fury, and without any sort of response or answer, now they're going to have to defend the Portal Demon in a 5-on-4.
And without Callus having that initiation, they're going to have to rely on Ice Baby, who is still behind in this game, and he's only level 13 compared to a lot of his compatriots who are 4 to 5 levels above him right now. Portal Demon is not taking long as Tricks on zone duty and doing a great job of it too, keeping Ice at bay and securing Dig the Portal Demon.
Beautiful pluck from Trickstank, recognizing that he needed to stay in the backline just to zone away Rival. The only potential steal was either Wolfie or Ice Baby, and those two options was plucked away, and also Tail with no potential walking angle from Rival.
Just methodical from Dignitas this game. That's what he kind of comes across as. He's not really made any mistakes so far in this game. They've not had to, though, because Rival have just kind of given them a window for free, which is let them farm up, don't be overly aggressive, and when we have been, it's been answered back by Dig every time.
And normally, whenever you pick up a Nisus this early in the draft, you want to be able to find a way to really make it work. It's such a great early game goddess, but it hasn't seemed that Rivals found the attacking angles that the Dignitas has left open at all.
4 members strong, our Rival in mid lane as Teleport comes out there, sorry, not Teleport, Portal Demon used, I should say, by Variety on the right-hand side. Bologna is actually over there too, and they're going to try and find the Spirit Ball onto him. Different story though. Cuvo takes a lot more damage from those Wingos than he would like to, and you saw the actual anti-heal coming out from Deathwalker there to slow that down. Arkle round the back, he's looking to commit and cause more pressure.
Circle protection being popped, chonking away Arkle's health pool. Variety having to retreat as well, but Trickstank leading the charge, plucking Deathwalker into the thick of things. Variety is going in, zeros as well.
And Variety commits to the back line now, and it's Wolfie who's on the front line. He was the one that you don't want there. First to fall down in this engagement, and Team Dignitas still pushing on. Frenzy pop to try and chip down the tower using the minions, and they will get what they wanted. The tier 1 tower falls. Rival just have to fall back.
Slow and steady. They saw Deathwalker having to back. They respect the fact that he might have teleport available to defend this tier 2 tower, and with Variety really low, he teleports back in at full health and 5-on-4 advantage as Wolfie's dead for another 20 seconds. Dignitas are going to slow it down by stripping away the red buff. This level 19 kernels for Arkle. Very quiet Hunter matchup here between Vode and Arkle this whole game, but now they're both really online.
And I will say Arkle's performance this season has been fantastic. He is the most deadly Hunter in Europe right now in terms of the stats. A lot of kills, very few deaths, ridiculous amount of assists to his name too. Really making an impact in the Pro League, and he was the member of the team that everyone was probably like, how does he fit into this? Because we've seen all the other guys before.
Exactly. Arkle came from Sanguine in Season 3, the team that surprised us all by just even making the Super Regionals, and he was kind of like that all-star player within that team. Similar story with Cherio whenever he was playing the Naja or Kabrakan, but Arkle has a bigger god pool than that, and he's able to really flex in this Hunter role for Dignitas quite efficiently.
Well, 23 minutes in. Gold Fury spawns at about a minute and a half's time. Zero's trying to pick up these Harpies on the left-hand side, but a rotation comes in from Rival to cause him a lot of problems. Disapparate and Aegis is down. Snipes are primed, and Vote will pick up the kill. Turns his attention towards Arkle as Cuvo Fred was looking to pick up Callus. Rival can fall back with that one pick for free.
A lot of damage there also being dealt onto Dignitas. So Callus taking a lot of poke. Arkle having to sustain quite a bit here off of those back Harpies. He's able to get back into the thick of things. His Varieties is going to slapbox Deathwalker on the right, and yet again, Rival, they find a pick, but what are they going to get after the fact? They're just grouping up. Can they get it?
Totally, I think that pick's good just because Gold Fury's up soon, so we will see Zeros won't have that Aegis available. There's a Frenzy pop. Rival trying to commit to the tier 1 tower without minions just yet, but Variety and Cubo were just waiting around the corner. Fear No Evil and Eagles Rally both used on Variety, who's still alive, and Lord of the Afterlife's away from the enemy team. Under the tier 1 tower, still manages to fall down. Wolfie will fall to our kill though on the backside, as Rival are in a fight that they don't really like.
Cubo Fred is going to chase down Ice Baby, needs to connect on one in here, and it's good. 2 for 1 thus far as Variety sacrifices life. Deathwalker trying to do what he can, but it's Cubo Fred that's going to be able to chase everyone down.
Yeah, the back causing a lot of problems as Arkle is looking towards Callus, who will roll away to safety. 3 members pretty healthy from Dignitas here. Gold Fury about to spawn, and with Zeros on the way, it's an obvious call.
That's the difference of the timing of the deaths here. They did pick off Zeros, but the Gold Fury wasn't responding for about another minute, so it allowed Zeros to get back in here. And whether or not Rival get that tier 1 mid tower, Dignitas would still probably be in a great position to be able to push out Rival to steal away this gold.
I get the call totally from Rival to try and get the tier 1 tower, especially with Zeros being dead. Sol, one of the best clearers of the wave that Dignitas have on their team here. So take him away, try and get a tier 1 tower, but popping the frenzy early, the minions weren't even at the tower line just yet, and it just allowed Dignitas to be like, oh, you're trying to commit for the tower? Well, in that case, we'll engage on you.
It just seems that Rival overestimated their damage potential to be able to really melt that tower. Now, if it was Sol on Wolfie instead of Zeros and they were pushing down that tier 1 mid, then sure. The combination of Rama and Sol would make sense to try to go for it without the minions, but it was just not enough for this level 20 Rama to get it by himself.
Well, at the moment, Paul Demon has just spawned, but ward control is in Dignitas' favor too, so Rival were looking for a cheeky attempt if they could. Bad news is, everybody knows on Dignitas that Rival are hanging around in the area, and I don't think Dignitas would be scared to take another fight.
No, not at all, with Trickstank leading the charge along with Variety, as we see Arcos flirting with the idea of the Portal Demon, gonna dissuade it by that Spirit Ball out of Wolfie from the distance, and that's something that Wolfie needs to connect more of. These Spirit Balls need to impact Rival's team fights.
Portal Demon keeps getting reset, but chipped away at by Dignitas. Variety swinging around the corner, looking for potential picks. Isis Baby 5 levels down to that Cuvo Fred now, and still only equal with most of the supports. That's a big impact in this engagement, but the crit is starting to come online for Arkil. Now you can see some of those starting to swing in as time goes on. They're looking for a pick on Ice. They won't find it, but they will get his somersault off.
Oh, as Callus taking a lot of damage, he's forced to use that Cataclysm very early, shielding himself. The Supernova from Zeros is just going to zone away 2 members on the right while everyone retreats north.
And the north engagement, Deathwalker will Eagle's right to try and keep him alive, but Cuva's already taken Wolfie's life. Deathwalker's still boxing away, his tricks will pluck him into danger. Ice Baby trying to live as long as he can, but Zeros with the in-hands will bring him down, as Arkill's in-hands will bring down Deathwalker. 3-for-0 engagement, and Dig can turn their attention to the Portal Demon.
Not only that, but it's going to be the Fire Giant immediately after. They're going to even start it both at the same time. Normally teams will go for the Portal Demon, go back and be healthy, then do the Fire Giant, but with this kind of a lead, 5-on-2, and without the ultimates from Vote and Callus, no potential steal from Rival. Clean engagement from Dignitas, clean objectives after the fact.
It just feels Rival did not execute their composition at all this game. They kind of played to Dignitas' game, if anything else. They didn't play like Rival. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't come across that way in this first game. They just allowed Dignitas to do what they wanted to in the early mid-game, and then this lead has just developed over time because they've done that.
It just seems that this Soul pick has been really working out for Dignitas.
That's true.
So much so that they're first picking it here. So I wouldn't be surprised if Rival are looking at this game and like, obviously there's a lot of factors that went wrong for Rival, but at the end of the day, if you take a comfort pick away from Dignitas, that might swing things slowly in Rival's favor, and I would start by looking at Zeros.
It's funny when you say that, Tony, because when you look at Sol right now, damage, 3rd from bottom. Deaths, most on the team, but that is just causing enough of a distraction here for Dignitas to win the engagement. Rival are really worried about Sol being an impact in this game, so they're focusing Zeros down, making sure he's not doing much in the team fights, but it's not stopping the rest of Dig because of it.
I mean, you say that they're focusing him down, but honestly, Zero's putting himself out of position almost on purpose because he has that to separate. He has these defensive relics to buy some time, and also having a lot of trust in his teammates to be able to capitalize on all these abilities from Rival.
Well, no messing around right now from Dig, but engage from Callus and Deathwalker straight away, but Callus is nearly enough already dead. Scratched on his Ice Baby first to fall. Variety closing the gap onto the Geb, and the Geb will fall down soon after. Zeros is to separate, going to close the gap to get him in range and avoid the Spirit Ball damage too, but the Supernova is just so solid. It does nice little work for Cuvo to pick up the kill. Finally, last but not least, it's Vote MBK who will take to the sky and look to clean up Cuvo, but with the leaps and the sustain, it's only a matter of time before it's a deicide and Dignitas win a team fight convincingly.
They have Fire Giants still around their waist for 2 more minutes. Plenty of time to go get this middle Phoenix. If they really want to play it safe, they could go for all 3, but honestly, at level 20 on Arkil, you have Zeros to level 20 as well. These two hunters will get the Titan.
Yeah, they've got enough tanky targets or sustainable targets to keep themselves alive to end game 1 and give Dignitas an important another point to continue in the standings and put Rival in a hard position now after losing that first game.
Dignitas are showing us why they're considered the strongest European team, at least in the summer split. Finishing second in the spring split, making a real big impact there, and a really good necessary adjustments with their new team. You know, you look at all the players within Dignitas, and there was a similar story to Team Eager in North America in the beginning of Season 3. It's like, can these players work together? But honestly, looking at that game, yeah, everything's clicking.
Well, we mentioned Arkill for the amount of kills he gets in games, and Arkill yet again had a pretty good performance for himself. The Wild Hunt comes to the rescue to help out his teammates there, and it just put more pressure on them as time went on.
It just seemed to me that he made these rotations at the perfect moment. He didn't have that much of a lead over vote either way. They were just quietly farming away whenever they needed to. They let the action just come to them. Whenever there was a team fight on the right, both hunters rotated towards mid, trying to maximize their farm, and the team fight was like, all right, I guess I'll join in here.
You mentioned adjustments a little bit earlier on, Tully. Rival, what did they need to change here? Because they went for early game draft, it felt like they never used early game at all.
Well, if you have Susanoo open and you have Ice Ice Baby as your jungler, you might want to give him the Susanoo. He kind of performs pretty well with that guy.
Well, let's see if they'll go for that in game 2. Picks and bans are on their way, and we'll see if Susanoo is picked up by them, or is it going to be a different story this time around? Dignitas with the first pick option.
It just doesn't seem that necessarily he's comfortable with the Hunbats, or Dignitas have been doing such a great job of really diminishing the usefulness out of the Hunbats from Ice Ice Baby.
So kept Fafnir banned out so far. Rival sticking to the same sort of strategy so far that we saw in game 1.
It seems to me, and it's worked, like Rivals needs to take away the Fafnir from Dignitas. They're still first pick, and yes, there's the soul band that they really need to take away from Zeros. He's talked about it before publicly about just how good this goddess is in the mid lane, but having another interesting magical god is going to be the Morrigan.
I think Zeros' god pull in mid lane is like Sol, Morrigan, Chronos, Freya.
I haven't seen him play Freya
He's
yet,
talked a lot about it, I'll tell you that much.
I'm
Camazotz will be stripped away this time, however, from Dignitas. Rival going to take that for themselves. More than likely for the jungle for Ice Ice.
It could be. I wouldn't be surprised if Deathwalker runs it. If Rival really wanted to try to pull a fast one on Dignitas, I would rather see Susanoo still on Rival. They have this next pick before the secondary ban phase. Dignitas, they're going to get Osiris yet again for variety, and it's working out for him quite well. And this Robin, this is a deadly frontline bruiser combination for Dignitas.
Poor variety, man. Like, all the games this week, he's just like, Osiris.
I guess I'll play Osiris.
Osiris, every game. But it's working out well for him. You can see the team performance on that god so far. 8 times picked, 7 wins. It's not a bad stat line to stick to it. But talking about stat lines, Morrigan, 5 games played, 5 games won for Dignitas.
It's a very tricky god to really deal with, and the way Dignitas has been playing this entire split is nothing but solid and trickiness together. Luckily, though, for Rival, Dignitas hasn't banned away the Susanoo, so this time they might be able to get some plays going on for Ice Ice Baby.
Khepri this time around for Callus, went for the Geb option last game. Decides to switch it up a little bit more here, and that kind of works with a Camazotz and a Bellona on the team.
Yeah, that definitely works. As I was saying about the Susanoo, I realized that the Camazotz was already locked in, so that will be for Ice Ice Baby, as the Bellona will be for Deathwalker. Great tanky frontline for Rival. They have the sustain from Camazotz. Bellona's going to be able to provide protections with that Eagles Rally, and you can't forget about the defensive options out of Khepri as well.
Terra and Jingwei for the dual lane. A dangerous dual lane back when it was first released, those two gods, because they came onto the scene and caused a lot of problems. Now, though, not so much. Jingwei kind of faded into non-existence, but she's back again.
Well, when Jingwei was first released, it was about the Athena-Jingwei combination. Taunt into the knockup, but Terra can also set that up very well, and not to mention that global presence with a blessing is just going to provide so much mobility, cooldown reduction, clear casting, everything you would really want for a team fight.
And those no mobility coming out from Terra as well going to be very helpful for Robin and Osiris to be able to run down the backline if required. Maybe save their ultimates a little bit longer to be able to disengage or even commit further.
And what I really liked for the Jingwei pick for Arco was how the first game played out. There was just no action in the dual lane anyway between Vote and Arco, so you might as well be picking one of the most efficient farming gods in the game. And the way Jingwei's passive works is once you leave the fountain, you're basically at your tier 2 for free.
Yeah. free as a day as long as well, because you can actually just farm back harpies on cooldown too, which is a nice thing. Just to knife your jungle a little bit, but putting your hunter ahead is never a bad thing.
It also allows your jungler to start focusing on the soul lane more anyway, since they know that those left side back harpies will be on cooldown.
Well, bad news bears. Deathwalker looking for the spicy start from the solo laner in the mid lane, but he was stepped in on a ward the entire time. Dignitas knew exactly what was going on with that, so he just allowed them to just keep themselves positioned nicely and forced Deathwalker to actually just get out pushed in lane at the start of the game in favor for Variety to get a bit of an advantage.
Dignitas are not letting Rival invade the speed buff, and as a result, they're going to have to back on out. Variety getting smacked by Deathwalker at level 1 currently, needing to see a little bit more out of him. But
so surprised he didn't clear the whole minions there, Totally, either, because he was in lane a few seconds earlier than that of Deathwalker, but I think he tanked a few of them up early on.
Yeah, I think what Variety was trying to do was use some of his abilities before the minions hit him halfway, and as a result, probably tanked a little more than he really wanted to. And Deathwalker has more health potions here than Variety. He started off with more health potions. Both of them went for those chalices. And Variety, he's not going to be able to stay in lane as long as Deathwalker, especially with that Scourge on Bellona.
Well, you do see the duo lanes both have their red buffs available to themselves. Purple buff still available for Dignitas to take. Instead of going for their purple, the investing going towards the oracles. Nothing really happened in the duo lane whatsoever at the start, Tolly, because they both started in the jungle and just like trading off equally. One goes in the jungle as one farms, and then one farms as one goes in the jungle.
It just seems that they're more contempt about really waiting for that mid-game portion, respecting that early game is not worth taking such a big risk to be offensive unless you have a guaranteed play that you've been practicing in scrims and behind the scenes that you can execute. Both of these teams might have something in the pocket that they would want to show for Valencia, but not at week 4, where Dignitas is already clinched and Rival are almost there.
Well, they're almost there, but they need to find points, and right now they don't have any so far in this set. Vote going to get hit by the crushing walls.
Wow.
Beautiful damage combination coming up from Dignitas. Narkill going to commit a little bit further. Callus with a nice abduct will stop that idea. But you were talking about the start of this game, and I'm looking at builds here, Tolly. Book of Top Tier 2 worked on already by Wolfie. Didn't go with a starter item on the Vulcan here. It's risky, but it's rewarded if you can get away with it.
The way the passive of Vulcan works, as long as you connect your abilities on an enemy god, you get mobility and MP5. So as long as you're accurate, you get 2 star items technically. You're getting boots and you're also getting kind of some
Ice Ice engaged there, looking for a bit of a plan to zeros, but he got juked out. In the end, Ice Ice was forced to ult. He was a little bit worried about further engagement coming out from Dignitas there, which wasn't really on its way.
No ultimates even being expended from Dignitas. And keep in mind, Zeros can transform to any one of these gods here. He can easily transform into even Trix Tank on the Terra just to find some more stuns. And with the slows from Cubo Fred, that's enough damage to really lock anyone down.
And generally, you don't always look as a Morrigan towards the survivable gods or the sustaining gods or the CC gods. You look for the damage dealers. And Wolfie's playing that Vulcan. Zeros has a good Vulcan in his god pool. He was one of the only junglers to really ever pull it out when he used to play jungle in the jungle.
I mean, he used to, pull out Isis every now and then, Xbalanque.
Yeah, but to be fair, it was Tyr Vulcan with the real 2 that he used to always do when he jungled himself.
And then when he went mid, he brought out Thanatos mid.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what, I'm going to play a different role, but I'm going to play that god instead.
Just kind of felt how junky he was. That's all it felt like with Zeros. But he started to stabilize his god pool a little bit. Granted, he's the one that's been bringing back some of these magical hunters back towards the mid lane and started this epidemic yet again of seeing them in competitive play.
I mean, who needs Celestial Legion helmet back in Season 3 when you can still do plenty of damage? All of those magical hunters still has usefulness in certain teamfights. The question is, can you survive the early game with your teammates to be useful in the mid stage? And the way Zeros and Dignitas plays, they revolve around making sure that Zeros doesn't get necessarily outpushed too much.
When Arkell gets outplayed by his own Gust. That feels bad, man. All he wanted to do is pick up his buff, and he couldn't. Cuvo and Trix Tank falling back to their half of the map as Ice Ice Baby, Wolfie, and Callus are on the hunt for a potential bit of poke damage. Speed buff isn't available right now as Cuvo already has it, but it is available for Ice Ice Baby on the right-hand side to go and get for himself.
And that's why Cuvo Fred is rotating towards the left. It just seems that he's one step above Ice Ice Baby every single time, and now getting these left side mid harpies while Ice Ice Baby is trying to make something happen in mid.
Trix gonna get you that backfire as Ice Ice Baby pokes down Zeros a little bit. Not a bad result there for Rival and the grand engagement of skirmishes go. Oracles are available right now and Rival rotating towards them, but Arkell trying to strip them away quickly enough before Rival can turn up.
Oh, needs to find that one last hit to confirm the vision, but it's going to be split 1 for 1. The patience from Arkell, I really like the fact that he let that one go. It's not really worth combating a 3-member squad here for just a minute worth of vision.
Game completely even as it stands right now. Variety's just a little bit behind in terms of experience right now, but hit level 7. As you can see, as you look at the sharing of experience and gold flow goes, we are at an even stage of 5 minutes in, which is a good thing for both teams, I feel, this one time.
Definitely better for Rival, because at this pace of the game, it wasn't until the 10-minute mark of the last game where we saw the first blood from Dignitas onto Ice Ice Baby. So at least Ice Ice Baby isn't behind this time around. He's sitting the same exact level as Cubo Fred, whereas last game he was about 2 levels at this stage.
Deathwalker completely out of mana here, but has the blue buff ticking away on him. We'll get a nice bludgeon off, but minion advantage is in favor of Dignitas here, and they're going to commit heavily to Deathwalker because of that. Double follow-up from double ultimates from Dignitas, and that's what happens. Variety's still alive, though, until Ice Ice Baby should be able to clean this up.
Oh, he missed.
He's going to hit the second one, though.
No, he missed the second one,
The
too.
third
The
one.
third one's the charm, but it's Cubo Fred cleaning it up. Terra's Blessing was so important for that tower dive. If that doesn't come out in effect, then easily Variety will die even before leaving the tower, and Cubo Fred wouldn't even find the trade kill.
Tell you what, though, Toli, Callus was so close to getting his ultimate off, and I think he thought there was a chance that we would have seen the survival actually coming out from Ice Ice Baby, so he didn't want to use the ultimate, I guess, looking for the root instead. Makes it a 1-for-1 on that right-hand side, so gold is still in favor of Dig, just based off the fact we saw a kill.
Yeah, they definitely got that first blood, and they got the trade kill after the fact, so they're going to start getting a little bit of momentum as we approach the 7-minute mark, but Rival have still done a great job of not allowing any speed buff invade, so as long as they keep Dignitas at bay behind the neutral midline, then they could still look for ways to get back into this one.
Elementals on the right going to go the way of Dignitas with 3 members group, but Rival are grouping up nicely on the left-hand side in response. Gold Fury has been started here with a Vulcan. This is a nice opportunity, and remember, no ultimate available for Zeros this time to stop this. Gold Fury goes the way of Rival, but Ice Ice was so low, but Arkil got baited by the Bracer.
They're trying to go in. Wolfie taking a lot of damage. Trix Tank is body blocking everybody with the stun. Here comes Cubo jumping over the top. The ultimate from Cal is keeping Wolfie alive, but Arco's going to get him instead.
Oh, I don't know if Wolfie can get away from this. The backfire will buy him a window to get the speed boost away. Ice Ice gets hit by the persistent gust, but Trix is trying to swing round.
Not able to really find it, but he's just buying time as the rest of his teammates dive Wolfie under that tier 1 tower. So despite the goal fear from Rival, they lose 2 members in the process.
And they're still potentially hunting Ice Ice Baby here. Doesn't have too much escapability other than that leap that gets him away from the root. But Dignitas find the red buff.
You know, it's a very short jump coming out of Chemosauce, but it disjoints everything, giving you some CC immunity after the first initial action. And that's what's so important about mechanics here in SMITE, as long as you time it away from certain abilities. Because he was in range of that root, guaranteed,
Definitely.
but surviving with that disjoint.
And that's a benefit of having some of these leaps. And a couple of leaps on this squad with, obviously, Jing Wei here. Now level 11. Has the Igfell online, does Arkil here. And obviously, we generally see crit builds coming out for the Jingwei as time goes on, generally in the later stages. Deathwalker, though, under pressure, forced to ult defensively.
Trix Tank now wanting to use that Terra's Blessing to dive that, along with Variety, who does have his ultimate. Not too much mana to really dive that. Really afraid of the counter rotations at a Rival. Considering Gold Fury's down here on the left-hand side, there would be a lot of focus on the Soul lane.
And that's a big key here. With Gold Fury being down, Rival did a very good job of evening this game up again. Could have started to get a little bit out of control, especially when you look at the kill difference between the two teams. But that Gold Fury has just answered back the lead that Dignitas once had.
Being able to just keep the game relatively even. Ice Ice Baby looking to be aggressive here against Trix Tank on the right side jungle, but it's actually Ice Ice Baby forcing to retreat in that bat. It's Terra's Blessing being popped by Trix Tank. Variety's going to be able to try to tether out too, but it looks like they're going to be safe.
But meanwhile, Zeros will solo down Wolfie in mid, turning into his teammate Cubo Fred, the Raven, to pick up the kill there. Now with that pressure in the mid lane, he can rotate round to the right where the blue buff has been taken by Variety, and they're looking to pick up Deathwalker, who does not have his ultimate available.
Callus does. He's looking for the right opportunity. He's trying to get stunned out. Trix Tank stuns out Callus, but it's not before the ultimate. But everyone from Dignitas shifting their attention towards the north, and now not able to get Deathwalker because of the mobility that Scarab's Blessing provides you.
They got baited by the Scarab's Blessing too much. skirmish. They were trying to time the pop into the Scarab's Blessing into hitting Callus and the revival of Deathwalker coming through. And in the end, they dropped kills because of it.
They also even tried to stun out Callus right before he popped that Scarab's Blessing. A nice attempt from Team Dignitas, but still an overall win there. They get off a lot of defensive ultimates. They were able to chase down so many members away from this Tier 1 tower that it's going to get chipped away, and Variety is going to be able to squeeze in this wave while Deathwalker lost quite a bit of gold under that tower.
And now at 10 minutes in, the Pole Demon will spawn as the Elementals fall to the wayside. This is an opportunity now for a little bit more gold and experience in this, right? Or as well, control, totally.
And it's all about the experience here from Dignitas. Over 4,000 in the lead. Gold, not so much, less than 2,000. So you're really looking at these levels here. And if we look at the scoreboard just to see where all these players stand, it's a 1-level lead here for Zeros. And yet again, when this mid-game happens, Cuba Fred just seems to always be ahead of Ice Ice Baby. This 3-level differential just out of nowhere.
So still farming up his Arc on this left-hand side. Looks like he's working towards Executioner. Oh, Executioner next, I'm expecting. We'll see as that one goes on. Right-hand side, still some pressure from Dignitas now as rivals start to turn their attention to warding up around the fire and the Portal Demon.
They really want to try to catch somebody slipping. It's Variety trying to retreat alongside Trix, and Callus leading the charge underneath. The stun is going to buy time, but the root is good. Here comes Eagle Traveling.
And in comes the Vulcan ult too. Trix will survive for now, but under the tower, they will dive with the bat out of hell from Ice Ice Baby, picking them up 1 kill. Cost them a lot for 4 men to rotate to pick up just a support there. Can they get anything else off this? Portal Demon potentially up, speed buff just spawning, but I don't think Rival recognized that.
No, not quite yet, but Variety was poked out a little bit. It's actually Dignitas Cubo Fred invading during that whole little skirmish.
And now he's going to box out Ice Ice Baby, who takes a lot more damage than he expected to. Has to use his Brace of Undying early on there to try and resustain back up, but still Ice Ice on the run as Deathwalker rotates around the back. No Eagles Rally available for him to escape this. The airstrike comes through. Callus has used the ultimate again onto Deathwalker, who's only 1 hit, and the punch from Zeros will not be good enough to pick up Deathwalker, who skips away again.
Variety trying to catch Deathwalker over the Tier 2 tower, not able to find it. Zeros is going to be able to retreat while Arco is flirting with that Portal Demon. Nice little teleport from Deathwalker is going to buy himself some time, but it's Variety on the backhand side onto Wolfie.
And Wolfie's 1 hit from death again. Lord of the Afterlife didn't really hit. Zero's looking to clean up Wolfie though. 1 more hit will do it. Meanwhile, Callus is very low on mana and Zero still chasing Wolfie, finds the kill, but Vote will now find the Morrigan. Ice Ice Baby leaps around the left-hand side to get away, but Cubo's there to pick up the pieces. Deathwalker can only watch as his brethren falls down. Deathwalker has the Eagles Rally available, may need to use it defensively and will do so.
Trying to dive the backline. Variety taking a little bit of poke as well. It's a 2-for-0 thus far from Dignitas, doing wonders here, being able to pull Rival one way, push them the other. Variety from the back, Trix Tank from the front, making this pincer maneuver. Nowhere to go for Rival. Wolfie just getting between a rock and a hard place.
This just doesn't feel like Rival today for me, totally. They just seem a little bit off the entire time. Not exactly sure what it is, because normally they're very good at collapsing, picking up kills very quickly, and then looking to either snowball that into objectives or disengage. At the moment, it's not working out so well for them. Either they're hanging around too long or Dignitas just have their number.
It's just Dignitas being in a league of their own. It's Arco trying to hold the goal here against 2. Will do so successfully. This level 14 Jing Wei with just a persistent gust is really enough to stop the Gold Fury attempt, because if you can manage to push somebody away from the circle, Gold Fury will find the reset.
Credit where it's due to Cubo Fred's play in this set too. We spoke about him last year potentially being one of the best junglers in the world up against that of adapting, but failing to do very well and make it to the World Championships put Cubo on the back burner. This set we saw his Camazot's game in game 1, and looking at game 2, he once again has a 4-level lead over Ice Ice Baby in the jungle. 4 kills to his name. He's done very good work in this jungle position.
It just seems that Rival are more focused about the Camazot's taken away from Cubo Fred. Like, what has Ice Ice Baby really done with his Camazot's instead of diving that Tier 1 tower to kill Trix Tank that one time? Other than that, not too many plays, and yet again, I'm still looking back at the draft and be like, why didn't they get the Susanoo?
Well, red buff going to go the way of Dignitas, stolen away again, and Dignitas just trying to keep this pressure up as long as they can. They know speed buff should be spawned on the right-hand side soon, as Callus going to get hit by those walls and rooted straight after. In comes Zeros looking for the follow-up, but gets hit by the meatballs, so that'll slow down that little skirmish.
Dignitas really know how to trade effectively. They're poking taking out Callus to about 50% of their health, barely taking any poke in return. Cuba Fred
Good body
yet
block.
again trying to steal away the speed buff. Won't get it this time, but Ice Ice Baby is in a lot of trouble.
He committed heavily here for the ultimate. His ultimate's already on cooldown. He leapt in, which means he's got no real escape right now. This means a full collapse from Dignitas to pick up the bat. They're still doing a good job of juking out with the speed, but he's still going to fall down.
And he's running away from his support. Callus was trying to get in position to use that ultimate, but Ice Ice Baby kept going south and really not trusting his teammates to survive him.
Credit where it's due, though, to Trickstank keeping Callus away as much as possible too, which benefits Dignitas even more. With a 3k gold lead, they can now turn their attention to gold.
Second gold fear being started here, but it's the first one secured for Dignitas. Still a lot of action. The mid lane getting caught between a rock and a hard place is Callus.
Callus is already dead. Airstrike picks him up from R-Kill. Vote takes out Trickstank, no, but Deathwalker and Boat still very, very low up against 4 men of Dignitas, looking extremely healthy. Cubo gets himself the 6th kill of the game as Deathwalker can only watch.
Sacrificing himself for the greater good. Trickstank getting Callus and Vote in response. Tier 1 tower might be looked at here from Dignitas unless they want to start looking their way towards this portal demon.
The problem we've got now is that Rival keep taking fights against Dignitas where Dignitas keep winning. I think they need to slow down on the engagements now, Toller, because it's not working for them at all. Every single engage is 1 for potentially 3 or 4 against them.
I mean, this is just getting to be a slippery slope for a Rival. Whenever a jungler is level 15 and both soul laners are level 13, just now hitting 14 is Variety, you're looking at a very efficient farmer here out of Cubo Fred, just a league of his own.
Yeah, it's caused a lot of problems here for Rival, and particularly Ice Ice Baby, who's having tricky times trying to get any sort of farm in this game, consistently being CC'd out and kept away. Some of that probably is down to the Brace of Undoing that he picked up. Didn't go for the Aegis, didn't go for the actual beads. He went for the option of the regen, which you don't necessarily need as a Camazotz.
That's true. Like, you're relying on your passive for sustain. You're also relying on your second ability to get some of those options available, but it's Rival trying to keep their tier 1 tower alive. Wolfie missing the meatball off the mark. Very gonna take off some poke from Deathwalker, but at the end of the day, Dignitas still very comfortable.
The danger man, though, is Cubo Fred. He is 2 levels above his solo laner right now. That's how good of a game this Raven's having. And with Trickstank just setting him up for this potential situation time and time again, he can rotate and cause problems like this.
And not only that, Arco has been quietly farming as well. He's sitting at level 17, 1 level ahead of Cubo Fred.
And once again, Ice Ice Baby in the sky using the Battle of Hell, trying to resustain. Too little, too late. Cubo gets another kill. Bellona engages in onto 3 targets, trying to keep the bat alive, and instead he gets body blocked to high heaven. And in the end, the Mystical Male, or should I say Cubo Freddy, who is basically Mystical Male in this game, gets another kill and forces Callus to reset again. Cubo's just going off.
Just great discipline as well from Cubo. Like, all right, here comes Vote. I'm not really going to take this 1v2 under the tier 2 tower while the rest of my team are splitting between mid tier 1, solo tier 1. Dignitas are just all over the place.
And looking at how this game's gone, I'm not sure if it's just Ice Ice Baby specifically who's had a bad set, or it's just Dignitas' playstyle has run into Rival and they've kept the jungler at bay the entire set.
It just seems that Dignitas... Wow.
Not too surprised in one aspect of this to see a surrender vote coming out. It did look doom and gloom for them.
Yeah.
It would have been 40-50 minutes at best to potentially get back into that, but even then when you look towards the late game, it kind of evened out because of the Morrigan.
Normally, whenever a team surrenders, you're thinking about like the first game of the set, and then they're trying to clear their head for the second game. But to surrender a second game when there's no more games to go on for the set, that's a little questionable to me personally as a former player. But it makes sense. Like, okay, we're sitting at 9 points right now. As long as Enix doesn't win their set against Elevate, they're still feeling very comfortable here. They just want to get in the best mentality heading into next week.
The problem is, though, is they don't get any points, which means they're in 3rd place as it stands, with other teams still to play this week, which means next week could be even more telling for the boys of Rival. Happy days for Dig, though. They get the 2-0, which gives them 3 points and keeps them nice and clear at the top.
That's true. It's just Dignitas and Obey Alliance really battling for that first place position. And what is it? There's a 4-point separation right now between Dignitas and Obey Alliance, and they play next week, so Dignitas clinch first seed.
Yeah, they should be able to clinch first seed with that. We'll double check that, though. That's why we're always so hesitant about giving away those sort of things. For now, though, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back for the 3rd set of Europe Today. welcome back to the stand once again for another set. We call it a stand because there's no desk. Me and Tolly will be bringing you set 3 of today, which is Energy versus Pappies. Let's have a look at the standings first of all, Tolly, and see exactly how these teams look before the set.
So Energy are currently with 9 points tied with Rival, and that's going to be very important considering their head-to-head record is 1-1. Obey Alliance winning that last set, putting 4 points above Obey Alliance means that they will clinch that first seed spot.
And Energy here, they can find the 2-0 against the Pappies, which is likely for a lot of people as expectations here. That will climb them nicely up to be on par with Obey Alliance. It also makes things very tricky for Rival and Enix too, especially with Enix still having 1 game to play. Rival could slip all the way down to 5th today.
That's very true. If Enix does win, they'll be at 10 points, and then that last important set for week number 5 is going to dictate who's going to be that 4th spot out of Europe for Valencia.
So then obviously we've got Energy versus Pappies here. Energy, interesting split so far. I say interesting year, I guess. Won the World Championships, but since then haven't looked themselves. It looks though with how this season's going in the summer, they're starting to get back to the best.
I mean, are you surprised though, really coming out of Energy? They usually have that slow start, but then ramp things up towards the mid stages of the split. It's not looking to slow down currently here as Energy have been able to get off some very impressive victories thus far. And against the Pappies here, a team that came from the Challenger Circuit team, it should be not too difficult of a challenge for these two-time world defending champions.
We'll see what the Pappies can do in picks and bans, because Pappies have not had the worst terrible situations for themselves. Their early game has been pretty solid, up against some big name teams too. It's generally after the early game is when they start to struggle.
Yeah, we see both of these two challenger teams between the Pappies as well here, between the other one, just not able to really convert their early game advantages with the kills into these objectives. And Pappies, they're going to need to find a way to really start controlling the jungle if they want to win this one.
Really not too surprised to see Ganesha and Fafnir banned against the Pappies by Energy. They're really respecting Draco Marino, and rightly so. That kid has had a good year so far.
It makes sense. There's just too much obnoxiousness between those two guys. The Dharmic Pillars, you're going to have to like maneuver around them in a way that you might not necessarily want to. Then Fafnir's also one of those gods where if you don't want to play it, you might as well ban it because it's just annoying to deal with.
Bellona instantly locked in for Dimmy, more than likely in the solo lane, and straight away Pappies will go for Nemesis and the Soul pick. We've said Sol's been slowly rising. You can see her SPL performances so far. 42 picks, 24 wins, so she's not doing too bad.
Not too bad at all compared to a goddess that really didn't have the best publicity in the world compared to a lot of these other hunters. But now with a nice addition to a lot of these magical damaging items, Sol has been taken off.
Well, Energy going to lock in Geb for themselves once again. And Geb's not too bad against Nemesis to help out with their shields, but individually, Geb isn't the greatest against the Nemesis for himself.
That's true. You might want to see potentially a Bracer of Undoing just to survive that initial burst coming out of the Nemesis. This has been spoken about very highly from a lot of support, specifically also out of a Milzy that really likes that relic just to survive against such aggressive junglers.
Well, Pappies have done their homework here because they recognize Energy have flexed that Kernanos towards the mid lane before and ran a couple of mages in the duo lane, specifically the Freya with Sol banned out. It does still leave Kronos open for Energy if they so choose to go that way.
I wouldn't be surprised also because Emilito really likes this god. He's made such an important impact for his team with his flexibility in that role to be able to go from the Kronos. But it's actually Pappies liking both the Kronos and the Sol themselves.
Stripping that away is interesting. It's going to be a lot of magical damage from those two on the side of Pappies. Squishy though, overall is what I'm going to say. They've only really got Sun Wulong, who can tank on the front lines, but after that, there's not so much they've got.
There's a ticking time bomb when you look at Sun Wukong not able to really get off the same impact. Once the 30-minute mark hits, Sun Wukong starts to diminish quite heavily in some of these team fights where a lot of these mages will start to get slightly more resilient based off of their base stats as well as maybe any sort of defensive items they pick up.
So Amaterasu and Sun Wukong, both flexible to the solo lane, but one of them is going to be up against Bellona. I'm expecting Amaterasu support.
Yeah, I'm expecting that as well because Amaterasu against Bellona in the solo lane doesn't have the prettiest of moments. Even if you do stop out her bludgeon with that silence, she will still outclear Amaterasu up until Amaterasu hits like about level 6 or 7. And there's a lot of poke potential that you can exploit onto Amaterasu before she gets her auras leveled up.
Do we see Kronos in the mid lane here, Sol in the duo lane? Because I feel whichever composition, if we actually see Poppies put the Kronos into the duo lane, I thought they would lose push power is the reason I was mentioning it. So I'm not surprised to see Washi playing the Sol instead.
But the stun also from the time stop from Oho Boom is going to be able to control the wave, so it's not too bad. And considering Yamit is playing this Vulcan, you can also line up the time stop to hit the turret at the same time and maybe look to take that one out.
Draco Marino starting Hand of the Gods this game in the support role on that Amaterasu. Seen him do this a couple of times before. It's Poppies looking to secure early pressure on their own buffs to be able to get to the laning phase with a bit of experience lead.
I mean, that's one way to control objectives. A lot of these challenger teams needs to find their footing inside the league and find their identity. And this is one way that Draco Marino and Poppies can look to start ramping up the early game.
Very respectful mid-game engagement there between the two of the Poppies and Energy. Both teams not really finding an advantage, but Energy will get to the elementals first, which means Poppies will just go for their own speed buff, both hitting level 2 relatively soon. And there you go, Adapting now going to swing over to the right-hand side for this wave, as is Dalo.
And I love what Adapting and Energy are doing to neglect their own speed and blue for a little bit. The whole point of this is to not only squeeze in this wave beforehand and forcing out Poppies to deal with it, but this creates a little bit of a time gap between the two speed buffs. So now Energy can look to pick up their own speed and blue and then still have these buffs available while they look to invade Poppies in about 2.5 minutes or 2 minutes worth of time.
And without actually going into Poppies jungle to find out the timing of the speed buff, they can keep an eye on their blue buff timer now and know it's about a minute ahead, so a minute behind that of the speed buff for the Poppies. Yamin soaking the experience with the speed there as we tune in the dual lane. Rafa and Emelito playing that Kernanos. We'll see how this goes on in that dual lane, because it's a definitely interesting endeavor.
It's been a pretty quiet pacing from the dual lane between a lot of sets thus far, and I wouldn't be surprised, considering that Rafa is playing this gap, to see more of a slow start as well coming out of Energy, looking to poke out Warchi, though already less than half health.
Good work onto Warchi, but he does have a couple of health potions available and some nice sustain in his kit too. Not only that, Amaterasu in tow will help out a little bit on top of that.
And that's the problem with putting any hunter with Amaterasu. You're looking to play super hyper aggressive to benefit you in the trading of the in-hands. Obviously, Amaterasu will deal more in-hand damage than a Geb, but Sol can't really look to box this early on. A magical hunter needs items to really deal with a physical one.
And that's the difference, I guess, with these sort of magical hunters to an extent. They need those items to really start performing to the best of their ability. Yamin back in the mid lane, though, continuing to work towards what more than likely could be a Doom Orb here. Rush starting off from him. His Adapting will gank the solo lane early on, and Creed, not level 5 yet, just gets punished for being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Beautiful pull out of Adapting there. Probably should have seen Creed go into the Ox form to prevent that initial pull to stop him from getting away, but either way, that Typhoon would have probably more than likely secured the kill at the end of the day. Great rotation out of Adapting, hit a level 5, and taking advantage of a Sun Wukong that hasn't have that somersault cult available.
Well, we didn't look towards the itemization coming out from the duo lane so far this game, but both the supports and hunters in the duo lane started off with Bumba's Mask here. It shows the state of the duo lane now as Warchi is going to get hit by that Wild Hunt. Body blocks from Draco Marino will keep him alive. But these Bumba's Mask, totally, this is all about getting the early clear without losing any sort of health and starting in the jungle.
Smite's meta has developed to a point where a lot of teams are looking to get to the lane quickly, as whether you're looking at season 4, 3, 2, whatever the case is. A lot of teams will go for a hog back in the day, and they're trying to clear the red, clear the purple, or clear the boars back in the day, trying to get to that lane and get that first wave. And by getting Bumba's Mask here for both your supports and Hunter, you're looking to really dictate that early jungle pacing.
Yamin's going to get the back harpies here as he continues to farm up. You saw quickly that Adapting return to base, get his full warrior tabby online for himself after getting that first kill over to Dimmy in that solo lane. It does give Dimmy a nice little advantage there, but I do like what Creed did in response on the Sun Wukong. He dies early. Instead of investing into leveling up his boots further, he goes for the Vanguard, expecting to potentially see more pressure in this solo lane.
The difference was that he didn't have enough gold to finish off the boots, but he did have enough to probably to get off this Mark of the Vanguard, and he decided, like, okay, do I go for Mark of the Vanguard, I think defensively, or do I go for a tier 2 boots, which is literally going to do next to nothing anyway for me in terms of surviving or clearing the wave. I'm only getting 10 additional physical power for those tier 2 boots, and that barely helps with the scaling at this stage.
Well, the Pappy's only 1,000 gold as it stands down at the moment. Most of that comes from the First Blood and the surrounding artifacts that got taken against them. Experience is still relatively even, which is an important thing for the Pappies to stay even keel at this stage.
Speed buffs have been taken by both of these teams. Neither of them really electing to go for an invade here. I was really surprised and expecting Energy to go for such an aggressive option, but they've been very surgical about their approach, about how they want to take some of these engagements, just making more of the guaranteed plays happen on their side of the field.
Draco and Rafa both going to exchange ultimates, but Draco gets away with it better. However, Adapting's follow-up was beautiful. That's a world-class jungler right there. Commits back, knocks up 3 members and picks up a kill, and his Pappy's on the run.
Great shield to also prevent the stun. It's Dalo taking a lot of damage from Emilito's Wild Hunt. The speed buff, though, from this Nemesis should keep him alive, but you can't outrun a Susanoo that has a speed buff.
And even if he did, Rafa was closing the gap on the escape route as well, just in case with the rollout. He would be able to knock up and slow him down a little bit more. Energy, 3 kills.
And the problem also was that only tier 2 boots at the time for Dalo, now picking up boots 3 after his death and adapting all over the place. This is the lead that you give the world-class jungler that he will just run away with. Already a 2-level lead, looking to invade these back Harpies. Has respawned, he was backing, cancels his back to steal those ones away.
Might as well, but Pappy's looking to commit to Gold Fury here, recognizing there's maybe a small window for them to do this. Yamin's ultimate is on cooldown, and they do have a Hand of the Gods from Draco Marino, but Draco has to get in range to do
So
it,
much
but he's gonna
damage.
die before he can get the hog off. Now Gold Fury goes towards Pappy's. It was stripped away. I'm not sure who got that. I believe it may have been Ojo Boom just at the end, as Energy looked to secure it for themselves.
They still got it at the end of the day, but losing 2 members gives enough of a farming timing window for Energy to really start pushing these waves under the towers, so it's going to deny a lot of important gold and experience here, as Emilito is going to deny these 2 archers, and that doesn't seem like much here, but at the end of the day, that does add up.
Well, look at the worth between the 2 junglers right now. 4,600 gold plus 4 adapting in the jungle, whereas Dalo on the Nemesis, he's sat at 3.8k. 800 gold is nothing to scoff at the moment. You can see the itemization by the 2 will be differing because of this.
It's looking like it as well, going for what looks to be a shifter shield here, coming out of adapting, really wanting to get that physical power here, and for good reason. Susanoo scales really well with his abilities, especially that Storm Kata.
Rafa in the mid lane just farming up with Yamin. His Creed going to take on Dimmy in the solo lane, and it could be a little bit of pressure onto Dimmy here with now Dalo rotating in, but Dimmy's not really panicking. He's still boxing out, wants to hold on to that Eagles rally, and does so well enough. Does he get quite a bit of poke, however?
Yamin and adapting were around the corner, which is why Dimmy was so confident in taking that 1v2 skirmish. Dropping a ward there is Creed right beneath his blue buff, but adapting and Yamin are full health,
Adapting
and
doesn't
Dalo
care.
isn't.
Adapting doesn't care about anything right now, Tolly, with the players playing. You can see that turret from Yamin just going to keep Creed at bay long enough for Energy to strip away the blue buff. Emilito on the left won't be able to steal away Warchi's purple, but he will go hugging in the jungle for a little bit more, as Rafa in mid is being engaged on yet again, but the Cataclysm time was beautiful this time round. Now with Emilito rotating around the back, Dalo may have seen him, but the balls are out. The ultimate from Yamin is good. Adapting picks up the kill as Dalo is forced out.
Dalo takes a lot of damage from that ultimate out of Yamin, and yet again, Energy just 5-man collapsing in mid, recognizing when the pressure is happening from Poppies. Energy, not only are they offensively able to really force things on their battlefield, but they can read the opposition from a mile away and then just make that counter rotation work every time.
This is clean totally from Energy, and that's not something we've been able to say for quite a while in the SPL. And obviously the aura against the Pappies though, so they're expected to come into this and win. But Energy looking very solid in this game so far.
And even having a Bracer of Undoing, Rafa recognizes that he will be the primary focus fire every now and then, because Geb, without these defensive items here, only having this Mark of the Vanguard for now, going for Traveler Shoes, is a pretty easy target.
Ojo Boom may go boom in a second, but he won't get away from the ultimate. He'll rewind all the way back towards Yamin and have to continue running as the Eagles rally from Dimmy was oh so close. If only Yamin had hit that meatball.
Just close, but no cigar for Dimmy, but the option was there, and I like the fact that he even attempted it. The fact that Cronus didn't have his ultimate, Beads was even used to prevent the Eagles rally stun in the first place, so a great use of those defensive relics. Poppies, they're struggling a little bit. They're down 0-6, they're down down about 1,800 gold here, but that Gold Fury has kept them still in the game.
And I think the one thing they've done here is what you saw from Energy and Picks and Bans was focus Draco Marino in that support role, banning his Ganesh, banning the chance for him to get Fafnir. But not only that, they banned Terra too, which put him towards his Amaterasu pick, where he's currently 0-3. He's still trying to make the things that he does do well for his team in terms of engagement, set up potential, but he's just not working out the same way.
I don't mind the Amaterasu pick, but I do mind that it's paired up with the Soul. I would like to see a more aggressive early game hunter to really make this Amaterasu pick more valuable, really utilize that ultimate offensively to be able to get off some of these easy picks.
What kind of support would you like to see then, especially with Terra, Fafnir, and Ganesh banned?
Maybe you could even go on her. No, I mean, like, I like the Amaterasu support.
Oh, you just don't like the Soul with
I don't
it.
like the Soul with the
Could you
Amaterasu.
switch to support instead? Hang on a second. Dalo will get his own speed buff, adapting. I'm happy about that for sure. He's going to place a very deep ward at the back harpies. Look at the amount of vision and how deep these wards are from Energy. This is a sort of evolution of Energy, this split, where they're starting to actually show where their ward placements will be and how much of the map they're trying to control early on.
Radford trying to zone out. Oh, boom, right around the corner. Vulcan ultimate is going to not connect because the Cataclysm was off the mark as well.
Adapting just missed that pull by half a second. If it was a little bit earlier, I think we would have seen Ojo Boom fall down, but Dimmy's taking a lot more damage than he wants to. He has to disengage. Dalo trying to swing around the back, but good work there from Adapting, and now Emilito joins the fray.
Trying to get off the Wild Hunt and will do so. Oh, boom goes boom indeed, and Adapting, pulling out Draco Marino, but it's actually not enough to really confirm the kill, forcing Dalo out of the action here, but no rotation from Warshi, and he's going to be able to really get this tier 1 tower on the left-hand side.
Knowing there's no rotation, Energy looking to commit to the tier 1 tower in mid lane. 4 members strong, and with Draco Marino not having his ultimate available, there's not a whole lot he can do. Creed just wants his blue, and Dimmy will not be able to strip it away this time. Luckily enough, there was just enough mana to get away.
But he's able to poke out Creed long enough to force him back into base and use that teleport. And with a small difference of teleport window between probably 30 seconds here, that could be enough for Energy to really start rotating on left. If Dimmy wanted to, he could ignore this next wave if Creed teleports towards right.
I think the next evolution now for Pappies is to keep an eye on the hunters that they're up against, because I do see them out rotate Warchi a little bit longer. I understand Warchi seems to be one of these that likes to farm in the early mid game, then make his rotations and make an impact in the team fights, but you've got to keep an eye on your opposition hunter, because if you don't, it becomes a 4v5 very, very quickly.
I mean, there's just a lot of vision here from both teams. Look at Energy's vision all across the map. Not only do they have like 6 wards inside the jungle at Poppies, but even one inside the middle of the lane as well as Poppies just all over the place.
These cursed anks starting to come through even more and more now, maybe to try and answer back some of the braces or natural sustaining kits. And you can see Creed has actually picked that up for his team here. We'll see how this works out for them though, with Energy starting to set up around the goal view for the second time. First one they could have taken for themselves, but if it wasn't for Oh Boom, who caused so many problems, and stole it away.
Adapting, doing a decent job here, poking out Dalo. Eats a little bit in return out of Oh Boom, but this is not comparatively enough at the same level. Reinforced Greaves and Gauntlet of Thieves really not enough to keep this support at a healthy level.
Not gonna lie though, Toli, Pappy's only been 2,000 gold down is not bad considering they've lost 7 lives so far in this game.
Absolutely. You would expect Poppies to be even further behind, but the Gold Fury did go the way of the Poppies after they started it and then sacrificing Draco Marino. But the second one is going to really dictate which team is going to start swinging things in their favor.
Biggest lead in the game right now is Adapting up against Dalo. It's been a battle of the junglers so far today. Adapting currently with a 2-level lead, looking to potentially capitalize further on that up against Dalo, who he's waiting for to start up this speed, and he knows exactly where he is. Meanwhile, Pappy's doing the gold.
Oh, he's really waiting for that slice and dice. The Stormkata will be confirming that speed buff. Great patience out of Adapting, and Emilito forced to go into both defensive relics.
And a nice ultimate out of Yamin will hit Warchi and Draco Marino. Adapting now swinging around the back, and before he even gets there, Oh Boom is dead before he got to use the rewind. Warchi wishes he had a rewind right now out of that fight, but instead he gets a trip back to the fountain, and Energy can look for the Gold Fury.
Energy are just all over the place. Adapting had enough time to invade the speed buff and still got back into the Gold Fury fight.
And meanwhile, Dalo couldn't do much about it. Without the speed, he couldn't get over there in time. They're looking to push a tier 1 tower here, though. Our Pappy's trying to answer something back with their man advantage over here. And Dimmy's just hung around longer than he wanted to. Double dash will be enough for Dalo to catch up and catch that Eagles rally. Pappy's will not get the tier 1 tower, however, as the minions run out.
The sprint pot from Dimmy was just a little too early. Should should have used it after all the slows to cleanse it, because you could still get slowed after the fact. Great use of recognition from Poppies just to exploit Energy's weak side of the Soul Link because of how heavily they overcommitted on the left.
Typical Dimmy, man, always feeding.
I mean, he likes to feed.
Always feeding. It was a clean game up until then from Energy. And then Dimmy gets 4v1. I'm not surprised, that always happens.
There's always a sacrificial lamb if you look at every single team. And Dimmy even puts himself in a position where he'll sacrifice a matchup in the Soul Lane to make sure his team has winning ones elsewhere, especially to make those important impacts in the mid-game team fights.
Paul Demon startup yet again is adapting on zone duty, happy to fight anybody who walks up to him. Teleporting from Dimmy to the backside after his death will put some pressure onto Creed, and that'll keep everybody and Poppies at bay for Energy just to take a Pole Demon for free.
Surprising to see Dimmy with this hardware amulet, something that we really haven't seen in a while, but it makes it easier for Rafford to not have to invest into all 3 ore items for himself, to go for more of a selfish build. So that's what you want to coordinate as a team between your Soul Laner and your supporters. Like, hey, are you going to get this ore item? No? I guess I will.
Do you reckon we see more of that coming out from solo lanes now, where they'll start to pick up some of these auras? Because the aura themselves, in the latest patch coming through too, you'll see Sovereignty and Thebes take a bit of a hit to the aura, but for the wearer, it's not all doom and gloom. Could we see some solo lanes go for like set of supports now?
We've also seen a lot of it started from Cyclone Spin, where he's taking it kind of in a selfish approach because it still gives you MP5 to be able to spam away in that Soul Lane. So whether or not you get the blue buff, if you have this item, you're able to really just stay there as long as you want if you have that self-sustain, such as Bologna does.
Yeah, at least with the magical protection, I guess you're right there, Tolly, because sometimes you won't necessarily need a Pestilence up against some teams. Nice pull onto Warchi there, uses it to separate nicely. Draco Marino gets a good stun off, but Rafa counters it out straight away again with a Cataclysm. Dalo still trying to commit for a second, but I think the call from Poppies is disengaged.
But it's engaging for adapting. He finds 3 on the knockup, even Warchi on the back end of it. Rafa gonna find the blink and the knockup. Supernova, not enough to save Ohu Boom.
No, not at all. 10-1 now as Adapting gets another kill for himself. Rafa is now James Bond for the time being, but it could change relatively soon as Draco Marino's caught between a rock and a hard place, and the hard place is his own tier 1 tower.
The Wild Hunt is not going to connect, and it's Emilito tanking the tower, but it doesn't really matter because that Geb Shield will save his Hunter's life. Draco Marino's going to fall, and so will this tier 1 tower on the left once the minions enter the radius.
Totally, it's getting out of hand now. It's only 5k, but it's a decent 5k from Energy. This lead had just been pulled from pillar to post to Poppies, and they can't really respond. Have Energy overstayed their welcome?
It looks like it. It's going to be the shield coming out of Dalo and the shield coming out of Rafford, keeping his Hunter alive yet again. That meatball just chunking Warchi.
And that's because he's got a full stack Doom Orb and the damage from the penetration coming out too, which is causing him so many problems.
It's just such a nice build coming out of Yaman with how much space safety he has, considering Adapting's always going in. Dimmy's going to sacrifice himself, no problem, anytime that he needs to, and then Raffer's shields will easily keep Yaman alive as necessary. And with all this protection on this Vulcan being left unchecked, he doesn't have that much player damage if you're looking at the scoreboard, but as the game progresses, I wouldn't be surprised if he starts getting closer and closer to Adapting.
It's funny we can call this classic Adapting, because we've seen Adapting so many times, and this is probably his most solid performance of the year so far, I'd say, since the World Championships. Currently 4 levels now over his opposition, and look at the damage charts. That's the key here. 13,000 against basically 8,000 from Creed. He is 5k clear of the closest opposition easy.
I mean, remember how much I was harping about Cisno last set for Ice Baby?
Yeah.
Look at what Adapting's been able to do with this god in just 18 minutes worth of play.
I hate Susano.
I
always say I don't normally criticize gods or anything like that, but I just hate this.
It's not even like he's an obnoxious god. It's just in the right hands, it's really difficult to do anything against.
Eagles rally from Dimmy, and that's going to set up the piggy time for Dalo. Creed will get to the sky in time, though, to avoid it, as Dalo still being committed on by Adapting. The knock-up hit Creed, though, as he landed, and that makes a Cataclysm go off too. The juggle of damage is good from Alito to pick up Creed, who was oh so close from away. Baby, you're a firework, and it's only going to hit Draco Marino.
Nice job from Moho Boom retreating, but it's Dimmy going to teleport on the left-hand side, trying to stop the split push from Warchi. He's going to be able to clear out the wave, but it's not enough. Tier 2 on the left does fall.
And now Dimmy versus Warchi.
No,
Disarm
Dimmy,
this
no.
Warchi right now. Dimmy does not have his ultimate available, has to avoid the ult out of Warchi, and does that rightfully so. Minion's going to slow down Warchi for a second, but all the time, Dimmy's just buying an opportunity for Energy to do the fire, where Draco Marino is lurking, and he has a hand of the gods.
And he has his ultimate available as well, taking a lot of damage. damage though in return. He's forced to go in the ultimate to survive against
Trying to commit his Draco. If he can get to this Fire Giant, it could give a chance for Pappy to get back in. But he's body blocked by Rafa, and Adapting will claim the kill. Pappy's now only get 1 and lose the Fire Giant 2.
Great job from Energy, just managing to balance out the DPS on the Fire Giant versus stopping Draco Marino from stealing it away from them. And Energy are looking like they are still the world-class team that everyone knows them to be.
But they look world-class against Pappies, and that's not giving any discredit towards the Pappies here, Tolly. They're a new team in the Pro League trying to find their feet. Is this good enough from Energy to see them potentially go on towards the LAN and have better performances than we saw recently?
This could be a confidence booster that Energy need to, if they win this set cleanly 2-0, and then going into the next week 5 here, then they should be able to easily clinch their spot into Valencia. Not only that, the momentum that they will have from that performance to the LAN phase, we know Energies to be these LANimals every now and then. Now, they did have a slip-up in the last spring split LAN, but that might be what they needed to be able to get back into it as we're approaching Valencia and the fall split.
Well, Energy will get their Portal Demon for themselves as Pappy's answer back with a tier 1 tower on the right-hand side to keep that lane nice and even. And on the left-hand side, you can see Emilito's trying to undo all the hard work Warty has been putting into this lane by evening up the towers over here. He should definitely get this tier 1 and can start pressuring the tier 2 if he so chooses.
Emilito is not going to be leaving this lane anytime soon. Castus curses.
See, that's always be safe because you never know. And I think he might commit for it if he doesn't realize the rotation coming, but he has an idea that maybe.
I thought Energy were going to commit heavily on towards mid or the soul lane, which would allow Emilito to look for the 1v1 against Warchi. Not really wanting to push his luck, but will try to get away with his red buff.
So if Pappies do win a team fight here, if they get a decent team fight, Tolly, how many team fights do they need to get back into this now? Because this lead is starting to grow further and further at 21 minutes, and the experience difference, it's more than one team fight,
Definitely
right?
more than one. I would say at least 3 from Poppies to be able to slowly build their lead. But it also depends on what they get from one team fight. Because if they win one team fight and they get all the towers from Energy, then maybe they would only need 2 team fights after that point to be able to really start bringing the game back.
Well, Energy is starting to group up down this left-hand side, recognizing the Fire Giant is around their waist for another minute and a half easy time. Tier 2 tower does fall, and with the rollout from Rafa being charged, it looks like they may look for this Phoenix. Meanwhile, 4 members of Pappies are on the right-hand side of the map right now. I'm not exactly sure quite why, as Energy are going to be able to start chipping away at the Phoenix for free.
Already at half health, and the poke onto Warchi yet again from 1 meatball. Draco Marino eating plenty of damage as well from the backfire, and Yaman, like I said,
like a bat out of hell in terms of speed at least. Not actually playing the cameras that's just yet, but the wards down from Pappies will slow him for a second. 5 members still grouped, no Cataclysm this time around for Rafa, but everyone else is all on. Energies available, and that's what you see used right there.
Warchi trying to retreat away from Demi. Draco Marino stunning out a few, forced to retreat underneath, but it's going to be Sun Wukong diving the backline. Warchi is going to be the first victim, and yet again, the Phoenix still standing.
And Adapting, nobody keeping check on him whatsoever. He is the danger man in this game at 9 kills for himself so far. He's still investing more. The Aegis used by Ojo Boom there, I believe, to avoid the damage coming out from the Vulcan ultimate, but Demi's tanking the Phoenix way too long and has to fall back. In the end, Pappies put up a sterling performance on defense here that keeps him in this game for now.
They survive with the left side Phoenix, but Warchi can't say the same about himself, and still relying on some of the lifesteal here. Emilito going into that spring season to be able to get that lifesteal and relying on that Fire Giant sustain. Finally, Energy will heavily commit towards this Phoenix, taking full benefit of their Fire Giant as it's about to fizzle away.
Yeah, the Fire Giant will fall off, but I think Energy can get a tier 2 in mid. Rafa going to tank it up for his team, who took the scenic route to get towards here, but Rafa with the shields and at level 15 will be fine for the time being. Pappies are back to defend, however, with no minions, Energy have to give up the goose.
They're respecting the potential rotation here. Not only that, hey, Adapting, he saw a speed buff.
Of course he did. He's a jungler. It's like they've got a sixth sense about speed buffs.
Speed buff,
I mean,
tier 2 tower.
Tony, you're a solo lane for the most part, right? You have a sixth sense about when a blue buff's available, right?
Sure.
I smell a blue buff spawn.
Sure.
And you go off and do it, right?
After like about the 10-minute mark, that just like goes away though.
What if you started taking the speed buffs? If you've noticed, I've got a thing this year where I want people to start taking jungler speed buffs. Regularly.
That is an important thing. Like, if you can ever strip away speed or the red towards the later stages of the game, whether or not it's going to benefit yourself, but you're taking away from your opposition, that's how you can start getting that slight edge in a team
totally.
fight.
I'm talking about taking your own jungler speed. Give it to the solo laner. Give it to the support. Give it to the hunter. Anyone but jungler. We should just tilt junglers now.
How about Season
That's my
5,
call.
we just take away speed
Oh,
buff?
he had 5 speed buffs. Ojo Boom needs 5 speed buffs to get away from that gank. As Rapid just turned up and got the kill for himself thanks to Dimmy and Adapting's work. And now the Monkey could be the next one on the list for
Oh,
a bit of a
no.
tale of a terrible time.
Creed.
Forced to use the ult early on.
Creed in an awkward position. They're forced to go into that cloud very early on. No Fire Giant on the side of Energy. They're still wanting to get off more pressure. And they're doing a good job. They're killing Ojo Boom. They're able to get out that defensive ultimate out of Creed. And now this is going to be so much easier for them to secure this late game objective.
Pappies are just existing as it stands in this game now. I don't see them having another way back into this one. Energy are not making any real mistakes to allow them to, and when Pappies have had an opportunity, they've been too far behind or just not in the right position to do so.
Oh no, Draco Marino, he saw this one before, forced to go into the ultimate, but it's adapting with speed buff,
But it's
with
Amaterasu.
Susanoo. That's true.
But it's Amaterasu.
That is true. That movement speed from the Aura is quite a bit to be able to get away.
Final Tituta on the right-hand side is about to be dropped down. There's one remaining in mid lane that Raph is just hanging around at. But he's got no minions, so he can't do it alone. The rest of Energy were thinking about the Phoenix for a second, but I think the call from Energy has been, let's just siege up mid, and that's what they're going to do.
So patient is Energy. They can honestly just go down any lane that they really want to without any minions. Finally, this is what they will do once everybody gets the buffs that they really want to, but still playing it really safe, because guess what? Guess what's on the minimap?
Speed buff?
Speed buffs up.
Which one would Adapting go to first? Pole Demon or Speed buff?
He's going to get the Pearl Demon low a little bit, let Yaman finish it off while he goes for speed buff.
Okay, let's find out.
Okay, no. I thought he was going to really try to min-max.
See, this is teaches you casting curse. It really exists. Now he's going to go for his speed. Eventually. Left-hand side, Gold Fury also goes the way of Energy Esports, and this one for me is done totally because Pappies just haven't done anything.
That reminds me like of a National Geographic Channel commentator where he's like, look as the gazelle sips from
you
the
wanna do that?
fountain.
See the adapting world-class jungler. 21,000 player damage, fire giant belt and speed buff wrapped around his waist. The opportunity for his prey, the Spanish Pappies, is in his size. You like it?
I can't.
I could cast a whole game like that.
We actually need to do that for like an April Fool's or something like that.
Speed buff once again taken by the evil adapting.
No, it's actually
Yaman,
on
however,
Yaman
will
instead.
steal it away, giving it
Take-
over to
take
his
that.
sister mid laner.
Take that, adapting.
All right, your little English accent's not too bad, actually. Do it again, that's pretty good. Can you do it again?
Energy now approaching towards the right side lane.
No, you sound like someone from South Park.
What?
I swear you sound like someone
Okay,
from
I
South
need to
Park
work
there.
on that a little bit more.
17 to 1, approaching 27 minutes now, and keep an eye on Rafa. He's got Blinking Cataclysm. He won't be scared of engaging. Neither would Dimmy with the Eagles Rally if a couple of members Pappy's group up together.
Oh.
And there's a big Cataclysm right now.
Yeah, Damien's gonna go in the backline as well with that Eagles rally over the
Uh-oh.
top. Yeah, man!
Boom!
Finding Oho Boom!
Creed goes down 2. Next on the list is War Chief, followed quickly by Draco Marino. And last but certainly not least, it's Dalo.
And that's going to be the first game for Energy. 21 to 1. Great performance out of these two-time world defending champions.
And that's what they need to do to find these points for themselves, to get themselves towards DreamHack right now. They've not had the greatest season so far, but game 1 looks solid. Game 2, do we expect to see Adapting do what he did in that game?
If he can get Susanoo again, then yes, I'm expecting Adapting to do the same exact thing here. Just what a great performance. Whenever you can put such a mobile god on Adapting to make the plays, he'll be there every single time.
And it works out so well for them. You can see there's only one kill that Pappy's ended up getting this entire set. Energy just held control of this game from minute 1 all the way to the end at 27 minutes.
It's just everything clicked for Energy. They had such an aggressive jungler with such a defensive support. They were able to really make those two mesh out, and there was just no response from Poppies. They were able to get that gold here at the beginning of the game, but they just lost 2 members, and they barely secured it themselves. Oho Boom lost his life while it was still leashed.
Well, we did see Pappy's draft a solid in game 1. I wonder if they're going to go for it in game 2 now as we go into picks and bans. I want to see if there's any sort of change-ups here, because you mentioned it yourself. The Amaterasu Soul combination, not as strong as you'd like.
It also seemed a little awkward because there was not only Soul, but there was Kronos with the Soul. And if you're going to put Amaterasu there, you're looking for these aggressive hunters to be able to make the plays and dominate that laning phase. Maybe look for a jungle invade, because Amaterasu, comparatively to any level 1 Guardian, will just out DPS them with enhance.
Well, Camazot's taken away. You don't want to give that adapting, but to be fair, there's most gods you don't want to give adapting. Energy, however, will ban the same 2 bans they did last time round in Fafnir and Ganesh.
I mean, this is just not a different story for Energy that's needed if they were able to play the way they did. Poppy's will is change things around as they ban away the Geb, really respecting that the way Raffer was able to engage and blink on in was too much for them to handle.
So with Bologna being locked in here, you could potentially leave a Cyrus up for yourselves for 3rd pick and take maybe mid and support. I do like they've gone for support early here, because that's what we saw was the issue last time. Draco Marina had to go very deep in his God pool to find someone available.
That's true. The Amaterasu with the Soul combination just didn't work out for Poppies, but this time around, switching things up, going for a more traditional physical hunter here with a defensive support. Allow Emilito or Yamit to play the Soul, that's fine. Just get off a composition that works for you, because it seems to me that Poppies was trying to make Energy's draft work for themselves.
Yeah, and at least try and strip away certain aspects of it, of not giving them Sol and Kernanos.
Yeah.
That's what they seem to have done this game too, is taking Kernanos for themselves, doesn't give Energy that combo. Athena back in the fray though. Rafa's experience on Athena hasn't been the strongest throughout the years. As you can see, he's only picked it once and lost so far this split. But he's not his strongest god, although he's starting to grow into this as time's gone on.
Still a great goddess at the end of the day.
Sure.
She does her job effectively. All you have to do is just be a dash taunt bot, and that's all that Rafa needs to be to set up Yamit, set up Emilito, allow them to farm in the early game, and then they're going to be carrying the later.
Isis banned out by Energy again, respecting the Pappies mid lane here. A little bit concerned about the amount of control that can bring in the early game alongside an Isis.
Nemesis, though, being locked in for Poppies as well, so they really want to be able to dive the backline. And considering there's a Kernos here, normally you see something that can execute somebody after all the initial burst damage from Nemesis, so I'm surprised Poppies didn't go for a ROM necessarily.
Do you expect a Cyrus for the Pappies Creed in the solo lane here up against this Bologna with it being left up?
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for Osiris, but I definitely would like to see more control coming out of Poppies.
Sure.
Maybe go for a Guardian, go for Sobek, Shin-Chan, Ymir, whatever the case is, to win some of these team fights.
Scylla in the mid lane this time round. We'll see what the Pappies can do with that. Energy have 2 picks remaining. They're needing a hunter potentially here if Sol's not going to be just that. And adapting taking Thor can dictate Bologna and Athena in support and solo respectively.
First time Thor for this split, for adapting. He's been doing a good job just always being so diverse in his god pool, just hiding the Thor, because we know how powerful he is with this Thor. He's been always all over the place.
Hoyi mid or Hoyi hunter?
I want to say it's going to be Hoyi Hunter because of the way Energy has started doing back harpies into the red buff. We've seen Raffer get off the Hog and /or Bumba's Mask to be able to get off the back harpies red buff into lane very quickly.
Makes a lot of sense. I would love to see Yamin's Hoyi. We don't get to see that too often with his hunters in mid lane, especially with Emilito on the team. Emilito is probably the one that wants to be known as the more aggressive of the two.
And we saw what he was able to do at one of those lands against Rival there. I'm not sure if it was the Gauntlet or the Spring Split land, but that one, the first game against Rival, Emilito just hit off that sick ricochet bounce around the top of the Gold Fury. That's what won him the game.
Well, we'll see if we can do it again in this one. Obviously, this is set 3 of today. And game 2 of this set, where Energy took game 1, it's back to the start again. Keep an eye on what Emilito gets up to at the start, which is run all the way in to basic attack range to try and actually pick up some hits on Dalo and have his beads forced.
I mean, that was a great counter rotation from Warchi. A lot of these teams have been adapting to putting all 5 members around the mid lane to make sure that there's no crazy shenanigans from the enemy soul laner, for good reason. By doing so, now that one defensive relic taken away from Emilito means that he has to be mindful about his positioning in the duel lane.
Yeah, I would actually like to see the dual lane of Pappies go a little bit more aggressive now, just because they know those beads are down. But instead, Draco started in the mid lane as Warchi started his red buff. Rafa and Emilito, with the ricochet in the hand, will be able to clear up that red relatively quickly and move on towards the purple too. Surprising, totally. Let's look at this at the starts now. We're seeing back to Season 3, where jungle gets stripped at the start, and at least on the left-hand side, and the minion wave is just left to kill itself, not being farmed and pushed into tower, which we've seen multiple times before.
And then we also saw proxying to start off the season for its Oho Boom. Doesn't have Sentinel to be able to escape this. Adapting could chase this down. Nice slow from Dimmy with a shield charge. Adapting just needs to hit one more shot.
Really nice play coming out there from Energies. They
they're not done!
And they will get Dalo too. But notice what they did with the speed buff, Toli. They killed the little babies at the speed buff, which gave Dimmy level 2, which allowed him to find that shield bash for the slow, knowing that Oho Boom was still level 1.
Oh no.
Emilito has no beads, remember?
He doesn't have beads, but he has Rafa right around the corner. He just needs needs to buy a little bit of time. Nice body blocking. The dash from Warchi needs to just body block some more shots, but the glaives is all that's needed.
I actually think if Emelito would have pathed towards Gold Fury and round towards Yaman, it might have worked out a little bit better there. Rafa obviously had his dash, didn't have his taunt available. If he would have gone taunt there, we could have potentially seen Energy's Emelito survive there, but in the end, Pappies get themselves on the board early, so let's go!
And that's why it's so important to really prioritize certain abilities for between levels 2 or 3 if you need to play more defensive or more offensively. Obviously, Rafa getting his shield wall to be able to clear the red and purple quicker, but at level 2, with Emelito not having bees, he probably should have opted to go for the taunt in case Emelito got in a sticky situation.
Rafa's eating a lot more damage than he'd like to in that lane there, but it's Brace of Undoing used by Draco early on, and Emelito now at level 2. Been punished heavily for what he did at the start of the game by trying to get aggressive in the mid lane.
It's not surprising to see teams switch things up because sometimes the solo laners will not only gank solo lane, but they'll gank dual lane at level 1, then teleport back to their lane. So the fact that a hunter ganks mid lane, it's just another element of surprise.
It's not unusual, but it cost him his beads. That's the big key.
Sure, it cost him his beads. Maybe he didn't even need to use beads there realistically there at level 1. As long as you're not taking a tower shot, you're able to rely on your teammates to really deflect some of the damage that stealth.
But look at how good Energy are doing in the mid and jungle right now. Adapters level 5, ganking Creed again, and he did this last game up against the Sun Wukong. He looked for the early pressure gank before he hit level 5, and he's doing just that again. No hesitation with his abilities there. He knew Dimmy was going to come in with a follow-up Son of Eagles rally, so didn't drop his wall. He just span.
He wanted to really try to... He didn't want to get the hammer off right away in case that he needed to use it defensively, but then he was kind of hesitant at the end there, finally using his hammer towards the end, getting away with one more tower shot remaining, and this is the telltale sign of a world-class jungler and solo laner recognizing what they can and can't get away with.
Well, 3-1 now is the lead because of that, and the gold is just over 1,000 already at 3 minutes in. Very, very similar to how the start of last game began. Pappy's on the back foot, but their late game is very strong here, Tolly, so as long as they don't get ridiculously far behind, they still are in this game.
That's very true. Scylla being played by Oho Boom is going to do quite a lot of work towards the late game Warchi on this current nose. It's going to be pretty much evenly matched with Emelito playing the Hou-Yi, but it's all about the setup here onto Oho Boom. Draco Marino is going to need to find those perfect routes or pulls.
And Dalo, late game is fantastic. Playing a Nemesis. You can always be happy with having a Nemesis in your team in the later stages just because of the amount of protections and health it will take away with just the ultimate alone.
Which will amplify a lot of the damage onto Oho Boom, trying to find the reset on the Amba Monster. Adapting might be looking for some more aggression, but with Draco Marino here, it's not really worth aggressing with that Scarab's Blessing available.
And this seems to be the adaptation at Pappy's now, is to send Draco over towards the solo mid side to support the pressure in the jungle and onto the solo laner too. Adapting still trying to steal away the speed buff and will get it thanks to Rafa dunking in. Adapting has to jump to his hammer back away, and Energy want to just disengage. They're leaving Dimmy on his own, but Dimmy's got the Eagles rally if he needs to get away, and in the end Pappy's just have to walk away back to doing their own jungle, recognizing they won't pick up Dimmy just yet.
Watch as Adapting walks away with speed buff, leaving Dimmy behind.
Watch as Adapting is in the air looking for his prey once more, aiming for the monkey, and the monkey did not see it coming. The wall came down, as did the Hammer of Doom. But the crustacean will save the monkey from the endeavor. But for how long?
Rafa trying to throw out the spear, but it's just not enough as Dimmy approaches the tier 1 tower, getting off the rally of the Eagles and walking away.
Well, not walking away clearly. Luckily enough, Rafa will tank up the tier 1 tower for the time being and get it away from the danger zone. Nice little work from the support player there. Poor old Draco Marino can only stand and watch. Harpies on the left-hand side will go the way of Pappies. Gold Fury is available, but neither team really looking towards it just yet.
Not really worth going for Gold Fury when you're so successful on the right-hand side. Just get off the vision that you need on the left to make sure that it's Poppy's not able to sneak it away, and just rely on Emelito or Yaman to stop the efforts, because the damage from both of those ultimates, you're looking at the Suns or Supernova, it's good enough to really disrupt the flow out of Poppy's.
So Thor for Adapting. We've not seen it for a while, Tolly. Is Thor back all of a sudden, or is it just like he's viable?
He's always viable. There will never be
People
a time.
People saying he needed buffs.
There will never be a time.
Why are you giggling when I said buffs?
I
Do you think Thor needs buffs?
Whoever says that Thor needs a buff needs to reevaluate certain things in their life.
Really? Is that why? I mean, is everyone just sick of Thor? Is that what it is?
Maybe they're sick of Thor, honestly. Like, we've seen so many Thor plays back in, season 0 and the first year of Worlds where both teams were just always battling over the Thor pick.
Funny enough, though, I mean, we've seen this out of some gods before, where they get played so much that everybody remembers how to play against them. But not everyone remembers how to play them at the competitive level. Scylla is a prime example of that, played by Oh Boom this game, where Scylla was top pick, top ban for such a long period of time and eventually been banned out so much, she dropped from competitive play. And when she got picked up, once again, Scylla wasn't the same as she used to be because everyone remembered how to play against her, not to execute her as well as they once did.
It's all about the setup that you can find, but finding the setup onto Creed yet again is adapting, just shows his face, and that's all he really needs to do with this amount of poke damage.
Piggy, 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 that's what Emilito is right now. Fantastic abduct, which will get the beats and the ultimate out of Rafa too, but with Nemesis swinging in here too, we see Adapting once again looking for Creed, and I swear, I feel so sorry for that solo laner.
Just can't
Poor
do
Creed,
anything. At this point,
this is every game.
At this point for Creed, he needs some crowd control reduction and health. Maybe even go for Winged Blade despite not having too many slows from between Adapting and Dimmy. Just surviving from that initial Anvil of Dawn and the health boost might be enough.
I don't think Creed is a terrible solo laner. I just think that he's meeting a lot of opposition here who are consistently camping him and are more experienced in the Pro League of play. The poor kid is basically going to that lane every single set of every single game and pretty much not having a fun time against her.
Same exact thing could be said about the last set when I think Deathwalker was playing the Sun Wukong and he got ganked at level 4 before he can get off into the cloud. There was just nothing he could do.
And is that one of the things with Sun Wukong is that if you can gank him before pre-5, it's really beneficial?
I mean, if you can gank any god before they get a crowd control immune ultimate that gives them health, then yeah, you're going to be looking at a good old-fashioned time. And even not finding this kill onto Creed is good enough to deny him that 25 gold and make him question the fact that, do I even leave my tower anymore?
But look at Warchi. Warchi was leading the charge on the left-hand side here. He's like, listen, Creed is against 2 consistently. We need to make something happen here. So they're going to pull the gold. Keep an eye on Yamin on that Sol, who can get a lot of damage off onto this Gold Fury, as can Oh Boom on this Scylla. Oh Boom walks into an awkward spot, and now he's a walk as Adapting rotated round. The burst from Yamin is good, and Emilito's sons are causing issues too for the Pappies, who Pappies now have to fall back. Draco Marino ults himself as Adapting takes to the sky once more.
Finding the root. Dalo is going to be aggressive on both Dimmy and Adapting, missing the root, but chasing down Warchi. Dimmy goes on one, Adapting finding the other. Yamin goes on Draco. Energy are all over the place.
And when you keep putting Creed down like we have been doing, it means he can't rotate to these engagements, making Energy have a man advantage. Do like what we see Creed do, though. He farmed up mid lane, put pressure on there, and looks to strip away the speed buff, but I don't think he'll get it in time.
Watch as Creed tries to steal away Adapting's speed buff.
He did it!
He got it, but can he get away? He goes into the Eagle 4.
I tell you what, if Adapting was there, Toli, I think that would be a different story for Creed. Because I think Creed, because Adapting would have just rage mode then. He stole my speed.
So Adapting would be able to get up from his computer, buy a plane ticket, go over to Creed's house, and have some words.
And still the game wouldn't have ended.
Exactly.
More than likely. Well, speed buff is down. Creed ends up dying 3 times, but seeing Adapting speed, so it's even for him in the solo lane, in my opinion. Just trying to tilt solo lanes. But the bad news is, poor old Dalo hasn't seen a speed buff for quite some time on this Nemesis, and you can see that in the experience difference between the 2 junglers.
I mean, we saw in the last set here between Cubo Fred and Ice Ice Baby how impactful it is to really shut down a jungler here, and Adapting is doing the same exact thing against Dalo, 3 levels ahead here, playing this Thor. I really like the idea to be able to switch things up. Playing the Thor for the first time this split, Adapting is really showing us that it doesn't matter if a god is quote-unquote in the meta or not. He'll make anything work.
Taunt from Rafa cancelled out by the abducts, a good crush damage, but meanwhile Warchi was just hanging around, get some great pressure onto Yamin. Gonna force out the Disapparate and the Aegis from Yamin back to the safety, and that forces a reset from Energy Esports there. Pappy's defended that pretty well. For me, it was all Warchi.
It just seemed that way. It just did not want to get off the pressure that they really could. Was Energy stopping Pappies right in their tracks, but at the same time, they were getting thwarted a little bit. This little lead that they have is not enough to just run wild with.
Yeah, and the Pappies composition here, we said it's good in the mid to late game specifically with the amount of damage dealers to do, but Energy are doing a good job of choking out the early game, so much so, it's going to delay Pappies being viable in the mid-late game until much later on than we would have expected.
Great taunt from Raffer to be able to stop Creed from finding the cudgel to steal away the speed buff that Adapting is trying to go for.
Level 11 for Yaman in the mid lane now. Getting closer towards that second relic, which he will need relatively soon. But Energy have seen a window on this right-hand side. Pappies have consistently abandoned the right-hand side of the map, and so Energy like, well, let's at least get the Portal Demon. But Pappies, they're around the Gold Fury
and
right now.
Emilito doesn't have mana or an ultimate to be able to stop away this one. Here comes Oho-Boom right around the corner. They need to really get off this crush, and I'm a monster.
And they're going for that right now. I'm a monster will connect, and Gold Fury goes the way of Pappies, but Rafa gets a 3-man taunt off. But Rafa's engaged on us. Yaman swings around the corner now, looking to close the gap. Rafa has to disengage as Adapting takes to the sky. Dimmy on the way too. This could be trouble for the Pappies.
They're landing onto the backline. Warshi taking a lot of damage. Not going to have his Aegis available to him to survive that one. Trying to dive that tier 2 is Dimmy thinking about it, but it's Draco Marino forced ultimate himself.
And he's just going to stand in place now as the group of Energy will pick his life up as well. That's 2 kills. The duo lane fall down from the Pappies in favor of the Gold Fury their way. I guess that's even considering the fact that the Pappies are so far behind right now, Tony.
Well, considering Energy also got the Portal Demon, this is actually putting them further and further ahead. Energy are taking the guaranteed, calculated risk of going for Portal Demon, recognizing that whether or not Pappies gets the Gold Fury in response to this Portal Demon, they know that they can still get the better end of them in the team fight. Oho-Boom had to use the Crush and I'm a Monster just to confirm that. And without those 2 abilities, Energy doesn't have to worry about much damage.
Yaman is just so confident in the mid lane, knowing that Adapting will always be there when required. Double tap did connect, as does the spin.
Oh my
Only one
God.
more hit is enough. The Bluestone Pendant is not going to be enough, but Dimmy.
He's trying to find him around the right-hand side, forcing Dalo to go towards the left. The ultimate from Adapting was not up to chase that kill down, but forcing out Nemesis not only stops her from farming, but allows Energy to go for this tier 1.
And the tier 1 will fall down. Warchi this time can't punish them back as he's just trying to farm up in the lane on the left-hand side. Looking at Emilito's build here, interesting Swiftwing choice.
Emilito going for the Swiftwing. Out of a Hugh Yi player, maybe he wanted to get back to the lane quick enough to also maybe stop a Gold Fury attempt, but this 5% movement speed will still be useful in some encounters.
I actually think it's because he saw Zapman's tweet the other day. Did you see Zapman's tweet about the fact that EU Hunters are so far ahead in terms of item builds right now? Maybe Emilito's trying to throw NA off by building Swiftwing.
And then obviously during the land, he's going to do the real build.
Yeah. There you go. And then NA's meanwhile building Swiftwing. Barry's building Swiftwing up against him and he's like, baited and outsmarted as per usual, North America.
Just baited. Adapting leading the charge yet again. Speed buff going to respawn here for Pappies. Poor Dalo, man, just taking so much damage. Can't even get his speed buff either.
And now the speed is about to spawn as Yamin will collapse him from the left with Ratha. Dimmy on the forefront as Adapting goes to the sky. May look for Dalo, who was trying to lazy back. Luckily enough, it wasn't super lazy. It gets away just in time. The speed will fall anyway, which we expected to happen in due course.
That's all they needed. Adapting will trade his ultimate to guarantee the steal of the speed buff. Now might be in a little trouble, but nice stellar burst from Yaman, zoning away Oho-Boom on the left.
It just feels Pappies are just trying to react all the time to what Energy are doing, and Energy are just like 2 steps ahead every single time, Tolly.
It just seems that way. Dalo just got back from this fountain, already less than 20, about 25% health here, but Adapting is just baiting for Yaman. Meanwhile, Dalo's baiting for Oho-Boom.
Surprised though, Oho-Boom was waiting in the wings there. I think they could have baited Adapting a little bit longer there. Hammer was on cooldown for a few seconds. He maybe was a little bit worried about the in-hand damage coming out, but talking about in-hand damage, Dimmy's doing just that now to Draco Marino after the Eagles rally. Rafa happy to tank up the tower. They don't have enough damage just yet though to take down those 2 tanks under the tier 1.
And as the team fights start happening on the right-hand side, look at the rotation from Emilito. He's always looking to maximize the farm for himself and his teammates, which allows Energy to continue pressuring the right.
Creed just trying to farm up best he can, but now there's 4 members of Energy here. And the Crustacean will get away from the tier 1 in time. Adapting still giving chase onto Creed though. Berserker Barrage is doing nice work. Double tap, if it double hit, it would have caused a lot of problems for Creed. He will survive for now. His tier 1 tower, probably a different story. Warchi could be in some trouble too.
Not going to be able to chase this one down despite Rafa right around the corner. Dalo has made the rotation on the left, securing the purple buff, so he should be fine. But without those defensive relics coming out of Warchi, it gives a slight edge for Emilito.
Yeah, a little bit of a back and forth. They're surprised to see Emilito not engaged there, knowing Rafa was coming up and having both relics available too. In the end, I think Warchi got away with a bit of murder there.
It's also the difference of the itemization here. Looking at Warchi, he has a red buff and he also has this Odysseus bow complete with Shifter Shield, where whereas Emilito does have equal power with the Transcendence, but not in the same scale of the attack speed, so wanting to play it super safe, even though he had Defender of Olympus on him.
Well, speed buff once again available for Adapting. He's basically had that yellow buff around his waist for the entire series, it feels like so far. And this looks like Adapting is heading back to where's what we used to see him.
5,000 gold in the lead is Energy, approaching the 16-minute mark. Golfier is about to respawn in 10 seconds due time. Not too much vision from either team on that left-hand side. I'm really expecting Energy to just be able to probably put a ward on the left, go for Portal Demon, rinse and repeat if Poppies go for this Gold Fury.
Okay, Tolly. It's one of 3 options, right? Where is Emilito's build going next? What is this item going to be? It's one of 3. So which is it?
It's got to be the Beat Stick.
You reckon? This is Emilito.
If it's the Crusher, I'm done.
Why? What's wrong with Crusher?
It just feels kind of awkward.
I can get that. I mean, it could be Jotuns.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised actually to see it.
It's Emilito. It could be anything.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Jotun's Wrath. Cooldown reduction still works really well for how you just spam away those ricochets.
Oh, this is a dirty trap. Look at the angles Energy are closing in from Adapting from the left, Dimmy from the right. Rapid just keeping them all busy, tied up as Adapting takes the red. And Creed's already forced to ult defensively. Dimmy will Eagles rally the backline to keep Warchi busy and get a nice bludgeon off on him too. Meanwhile, it's Dalo that was left against 4 members of Energy, and he won't take long to fall down. Dimmy, meanwhile, zoned away the other 4 members.
It's all a positional battle out of Energy. They knew they had the advantage there because Adapting was like, you know, I could pincer from behind here, or I could go for this red buff.
And the red buff is what you want to get. Overall, it gives you the experience. It continues now for him in the jungle to have a 4-level lead over Dalo, who's currently only level 11.
Just no issues at all for Energy. Having 2 deaths compared to the last game, but only having 1, still doing a good job as they secure themselves that first Gold Fury. Warchi in a little bit of trouble, but he has that ultimate from Draco Marino.
Adapting, though, is going to clean him up. I can see this coming before it even happens. The Aegis bought him a moment, but the spin to win still too good. Emilito Swift Wing coming in handy there to close the gap with the mobility to find the enhance.
5% is nothing to scoff at here, man. That 800 golden investment for Emilito is the MVP item right there.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. It's the only way Energy are winning this game. Jokes aside, though, Toli, looking at Pappy's performance this year and in this split, this has been their first split. This is their final game before the last game of the week for themselves. How have they been? How would you rate them compared to some of the other teams we've seen come up through the Challenger circuit?
Well, they're definitely no Justice or Myrmidons. But
in a good way or a bad way?
In a good way. They're not...
Good. They're better than those.
They're better than those two
I was trying to make sure you
teams.
clean yourself up there and say the wrong way around.
They definitely showed a lot of good improvements from week to week, but now against Energy that's online after having a slow start now at this phase, it's not surprising to me to see such a disparity between a Challenger team and the world defending champions.
I do feel we may need to see Dalo start to rotate to solo lane more in next season, just to help out Creed a little bit more, or change Creed's god pool a little bit. You mentioned the Sobek and the Ymir.
Potentially.
Dimmy, meanwhile, though, under pressure from Dalo, but with Athena coming in, he'll be fine and dandy. Pappies hold the tier 2 in the right.
It's
they
all
don't
a distraction.
Hold it mid.
It's all a distraction. It's all a positional team fight for Energy. They're like, all right, we're going to just buy enough time for Yamin in the mid lane, playing the Soul, having this Obsidian Shard complete, giving so much penetration in the later stages of the game to melt objectives.
And now they can all swing around to the right-hand side. Still not Fire Giant taken by Energy, but I don't think they really need it if they don't want it. They're just winning every fight as it stands. Raph are going to go in and taunt onto 2.5. Sun's rain down onto Draco as Warchi has to stay away from the Suns. He will use his piggies to help him stay alive. Draco's ult is relatively early for Warchi here, and Warchi's still trying to box away, but now he's in trouble.
Adapting in the sky, he's trying to figure out a spot to land. I'm going to land onto Draco Marino. Oh, boom, finds the execute onto 2. He needs to find one more, but it's Dimmy now making an impact.
Bludgeon misses, still Ojo Boom holding the ultimate until it's too late. Sentinel's over the wall, but Adapting was waiting there. Instead, Dimmy gonna use the thorns, and he jumps back towards Adapting, who smashes him in the face with the
double
hammer.
Eagles rally, though, and here comes Adapting. He
What is
finds
this
one.
game?
It's Creed trying to escape, needs to find the 72 transformations, but the ultimate will buy him some time to be able to escape. Adapting is baiting this out. He's going to chase it.
Adapting, see, this is what you need. As a world champion team, you need a little bit of luck now and again. Adapting was just trying to fall back after ganking, and he sees a Sentinel appear next to him. He's like, well, I might as well just stand here and see what happens. And in the end, he's resulted with a nice free in-hand auto-attack kill to give him his 8th of the game.
He was also also zoning out Draco Marino as he dove the backline of that tier 2 tower. Great plays out of Oho Boom. This is the win condition from Poppies. If Oho Boom can get off the damage like he did that last team fight, find the executes of the Alma Monster, and then connect on the second one and the third, that is what Poppies is relying on.
But the problem is Oho Boom is still a long way from level 20 right now, at only level 14. And once you hit level 20 as Scylla, the Armor Monster does increase in the amount of damage. And when you look at his build, it's very defensive oriented. There's not a whole lot of power in this just yet.
Yeah, but if you get double tap like that from adapting, like, you're not even going to get off any Armor Monsters, honestly. Just all over the place. And gonna look for more things on the left-hand side as we're seeing Emilito trying to potentially go for this tier 1 tower. Goldfear's not responding for another minute, but look where adapting is.
Yeah, it looks like you can see Poppies are starting to protect the Fire Giant, or they're committing to the Fire Giant. I'm not sure. There's 3 members there right now trying to do it. Yamin is on his way over, though, to defend the Fire Giant as we watch Emilito take a tier 1 tower. Yamin now going to come in with Athena in tow. Damage is actually hurting Poppies relatively heavily as Dimmy's going to Eagles rally onto Oho Boom.
Everyone from Poppies is just so low. Creed is still on the Fire Giant. Oh, boom. They're trying to find it from the backhand side. What a desperation move.
Can Poppies find it in time? Fire Giant goes their way. Oh, Boom will be a casualty. Warchi gets credit for it. They will pick up Yamin. And Creed and Warchi are on the run, but they're going the wrong way.
Everybody's just split in different directions. Adapting is going to be able to catch Dalo on the right. Left-hand side, Draco Marino's trying to stop the split push out of Emilito. And it's Creed that's trying to survive and keep Warchi alive.
Warchi walks straight towards Adapting, has to use the Aegis to avoid the double tap. Meanwhile, Creed will fall. Finally, Adapting finds one. And meanwhile, there's a Lobster trying to defend against Ho Yi with Crusher.
But it's a Fire Giant Lobster.
It is. It's a basing Lobster, though, as well, as the tier 2 tower does fall. Only one tier 2 tower now remains for Energy. Bad news is they can't get the Fire Giant for themselves because Poppies did. To be fair, it worked out to deny the Fire Giant from them, but it's not putting them back in the game just yet.
This is how Energy plays. They don't really care about getting these late game objectives themselves if it's not 100% guaranteed, all clean out of them. And this is why they're now going for the Gold Fury, making sure that they still extend their lead even further. They don't really care about trying to go for this tier 2 on the right until they get the more important things in the checklist.
And if you actually just check the graphs right now, you'll see the goal difference is monumental, as is the experience, 17,000. And that 17,000 really is important because most players in this game are still not even level 20. It shows how much of a big difference between these two rosters are now.
And the more important thing is going to be the difference of these junglers here. 5-level lead here between Adapting and Dalo, and a Nemesis that's behind at this stage in the game just feels almost no impact in team fights.
That's what I was saying about the Poppies for next split. I feel I'd love to see seeing Dalo start off in the solo lane a little bit more if the meta dictates that play style. Leave Oho Boom in the mid lane on his own. He can hold his own there. I think Creed needs some help in the early game more often than not. This could cause a lot less issues for the Poppies on this right-hand side of the map, which has been consistently happening to them game after game.
Just look what QO Fred and Adapting did in their games respectively. They constantly put pressure onto the enemy jungler and the speed buff, and this is what got them ahead. And then it was just a slow trickle-down effect to be able to build the lead that they need to. Now, granted, they also managed to capitalize on the enemy teams trying to go for a desperate Gold Fury objective, but that is how you have to start off the game.
And now the Poppies are on the left-hand side of the map just trying to farm up, which means Energy will take a free tier 2 tower for themselves. Got to aggress a little bit onto Dalo for a second, who double dashes away, but Poppies have done a good job of pushing out mid and left-hand side, so if Energy want to commit to the right, they're doing it without any pressure elsewhere.
Creed is going to try to stop out some backs onto Raffer, at least in the moment. Creed, though, could have been more than he wanted.
Did commit, forces ult early on. Poppies looking to potentially engage for a second, it felt like, but they're going to have to fall back to safety. And with Creed's ult now on cooldown, Energy could go again.
Adapting, looking for the stun, connects onto Dalo, chucking about 25% of his health pool already. That's not going to dictate the Phoenix quite yet, as you mentioned before. Poppies did a great job pushing out left and mid, and Energy are going to have to wait for those minions to start melting this Phoenix.
So they're going to pressure mid lane again. Adapting just hanging off to the left-hand side, Emilito on the right. And that's the big key with these teams on engagements. Splitting up your carries. You don't want to group too close, because if you do, you get hit by multiple things like 3-man taunts.
Raffer finding 2 on the taunt. The Crush doing a little bit of damage as well. Amamatsu connects onto 2, but it's not enough damage to find the Execute. Adapting in the sky, trying to land onto Draco. Marino finds the stun, but the revive is good.
And then he's going to use the spin to pick up Creed, followed by Draco Marino. Demon will take away the triple as he picks up Warchi. Dalo was looking for Raffer, but Raffer's one hit from death and will survive. Oh, boom, different story. He has to sentinel back towards his fountain.
Raffer had his dancing shoes on, and Energy have their Phoenix Phoenix shoes on. They're able to get the first one of the game.
Phoenix shoes?
Yeah, they got their
What are
Phoenix shoes on, man.
What are Phoenix shoes?
They got the Phoenix.
That is something I could see you wearing, Tolly, that's for sure.
Oh, now you gave me an idea.
I know, right? We're going to see some Phoenix shoes at World Championships. Raph is going to dash an Oho Boom, force him back, give Energy a second Phoenix. Bad news is, Oho Boom on defense, though, will hold out for now, I think.
Yeah.
Worried about the crush, we'll be able to clear the wave in full, and they're just too low to backdoor that time with our minions.
And by maxing out the root out of Asilla, you're able to hit multiple targets. So you can't be too grouped up here, especially if you're against a Titan and you want to be able to kite it away a little bit. If you're crippled and rooted in place, not a pleasant place to be. And Energy are going to respect the potential of that from Oho Boom. Back, reset, get healthy, wait for this Fire Giant that's about to respawn in 30 seconds, and then look out to close the second game of the set.
Big 3 points here for Energy today then. They needed the 3 points coming into this one just to make sure they were still in contention to go towards DreamHack. They were expected potentially at the start of the year to just run away with it once again, being 1 or 2 of the top spots, but Europe has really picked up their pace so far this season and caused a lot of more problems further down the rankings you go.
And it's very important for Energy to find this win, considering Rival did not have any success against Dignitas, and this is going to be that 3-point separation between the two. And so now Energy, if they win this, they'll have 12 points. We'll see Rival with 9, and because they have that head-to-head record, there could, if Energy just find at least one game next week, they're guaranteed to Valencia.
Well, we saw speed buff stolen away there by Emelito from Adapting in his own jungle, but Adapting will take Dalo's speed buff in response. Fire Giant started up by Energy, but Draco Marino showed up, got hit by a triple ricochet and forced to ultimate, and he's still alive for now. He bought a lot of time, but that will allow Pappy to get a tier 2, but Dimmy 2v1 him.
Just another day in the office for Dimmy as he dives the left-hand side. Athena onto Raffer. Nice root crush from Oho Boom,
I
but
tell you what, if Oho Boom would have trusted himself with the ultimate there, he could have potentially found a kill. Meanwhile, Energy couldn't get the Fire Giant, but Thor's in the sky.
Double Thorns coming out of Dimmy and Raffer, really chunking out Oho Boom, not landing onto anybody there. Nice little stunt to prevent Creed from oxing away, but still going to eat about half of his health pool away, adapting with the speed buff as well as Emelito, but Yaman not really wanting to commit.
So in the end, that works out well for the Pappies. They get a tier 2 tower on the left-hand side with a bit of split push. Energy didn't even manage to pick it up, and Emelito's just showing off. He doesn't even have to look at the Fire Giant anymore.
Cool,
he can just
guys.
That's what Swiftwing does. But if you saw your Swiftwing, right, it allows you to get War Flag instead and face away as you do the Fire Giant. OP.
He's just on another level. He is just too much for this world. We are not worthy.
We're not.
We're not worthy.
Clearly. We'll see if he does that in games coming up in the future. But for now, it's working out okay, I guess, for Energy. What a troll.
I like it.
You do?
More movement speed.
I guess.
You clear the wave.
All right, then.
In the mid-Phoenix. They got their Phoenix shoes on with the War Flag.
Sure. Okay. I mean, I'd rather see Watchers or Vanguard. Both of them are more useful.
I like the movement speed.
I don't know. Portal Demon is going to go the way of Energy too, and this is just kind of a slow demise of Pappies in this game too. They held on as long as they could. They did manage to get that Fire Giant earlier on that kind of slowed Energy down a bit, but not enough to stop Adapting's absolutely amazing performance today. 13-0-7 totally.
Just 20 kills out of the 24 from his teammates, just all over the place to go from Susanoo into the Thor. It doesn't really matter what god he's playing. He's able to just get off the initial ganks and allow his team to really put pressure as a result of his participation. We saw what Dimmy was able to do off of all of Creed's deaths.
Well, Middle Phoenix is about to spawn, as is the right-hand side Phoenix right now, but there is Fire Minions still pouring into both. Rapper's splitting the difference of going mid as the rest of Energy look for the Phoenix on the left-hand side, which hasn't been taken so far. And
still Poppies is trying to hold off with their every last dying breath. Mid Phoenix has respawned.
Torn on 2, and in goes them onto Oho Boom, who's still alive for the time being. Piggy hits onto Emelito as Yamin's taking a brunt of the damage, but Disapparate keeps him alive. I'm a monster already used by Oho Boom, and Dalo's running for his life. Great revive from Draco Marino is on the front side. Creed is trying to buy time, but the monkey's still in trouble.
He's going to be able to get into the graveyard as Adapting hammers him down, but he goes into the sky looking for Oho Boom, connecting.
And he finds the second pick of the engagement. Titan now under threat as 3 members of the Pappies. Their game against Energy is about to come to a close as Energy will indeed find the 2-0 up against the Pappies here today and put themselves in good standing for DreamHack.
Very good standing right now, sitting at 12 points, and with Rival losing their previous set against Dingens House, like I mentioned, if Energy just win one game next week, they're guaranteed to Valencia.
Well, good little performance from Energy there. Any real standout players other than Adapting?
I mean,
No?
you know what? Emelito
Emelito's Warflag.
and the Swiftwing.
And the Swiftwing too. Congratulations to Energy for their performance there. 3 points away. Really helped them out. What exactly went wrong for the Pappies today?
It was just all about adapting, stealing with the speed of time in and time out, no pressure in response. They went for the goal fear in game number 1 with the Amaterasu support. Didn't really work out for them at the end of the day. They couldn't really get that goal fear the way they wanted to.
And second game, you saw how that began with the little invade coming out early on. And from that moment on, he found the pressure to hit level 5 nice and quick before Creed even could. And then poor old Creed went back to the fountain over and over again. Not by choice.
No, not by choice at all. And that's so important to be able to gank a soul laner before they hit level 5, having that defensive option of the Somersault Cloud, and not even connecting on the Anvil of Dawn wasn't even necessary with the burst damage from Demi and adapting. You get one little gank in, and then the second one just becomes that much easier.
Now I believe the last set of today is Enix up against Elevate,
Yes.
if I'm right. And this is an important one too, because
Oh,
Enix
yeah.
needs points right now.
That's true. Enix is sitting at 7 points. Elevate is at 4. Elevate, I think, are mathematically out of contention for DreamHack Valencia, but Enix could still rely on a lot, considering that Rival are sitting at 9 points.
Well, they're going to have to take on Elevate here, and Elevate could cause spoilers for Enix. We'll find out, though. We'll be back after the break with the final set of today.
Down for the long run now. Red Corvette and my drop top down. Calling up my digits in my Motorola, and I'm speeding like I robbed someone. Falling and I'm a whip, yeah. Out in Fairfax, going hard in the pit, yeah. I still ball on the pitch, yeah. Something wrong with the picture. Something is wrong with the way, and I don't know why. Why you need to lie? Something is wrong with the way, and I don't know why. How do you get by? Been away way longer than I'm used to. You started hanging with a new crew. Talking to my friends like that's something that I'm used to. I never cash shells, I just wanted him to lose you. Damn, puffing on that bullshit Uncle Sam. Who'd have thought that he would understand? And I just never fall out, I just wanna win. I'm in it for the long run, I do this on my fam. Something is wrong with the way, and I don't know why. Why you need to lie? Something is wrong with the way, and I don't know why.
Welcome back, everybody. Getting ready for the final set of the day here at week 4 of the European SPL. I'm Aggro, joined by Taco. And Taco, we've got Elevate up against Enix. Enix control their own destiny to go to Valencia, but they need to go basically 4-0, though with Rival losing 2-0 today, that does help them.
Helps them a little bit, but to a certain extent, it's kind of just Enix really have to still be at the top of their game and not be inconsistent in the slightest like they have been in the past. They have to really close this one out today, especially against Elevate, because next week it's Energy, and they need another 2-0 there, so it's best to not try and take any chances here.
Exactly. Ready for picks and bans, game number 1 between Enix and Elevate. As you mentioned, Enix has Energy in the final week of this summer split of the SPL, so you don't want to make sure that you have to beat whatever rival would be doing in that final week, and I believe they play against this team, Elevate, in week number 5. But still here in week number 4, and Enix can put themselves in a great spot if they find the 2-0 victory here today. Immediately in that first pick position, they ban away Bologna and the Fafnir. Elevate, they're looking at Fails in Enix's jungle, banning away Cirquet, and then Soul for the mid lane Lobster.
And I like Enix's decision-making to take away the Bologna and the Fafnir, trying to take away some of the more aggressive stances that Elevate have been keen on, and immediately securing the Osiris for themselves.
Yeah, Ducky has been playing Osiris for quite some time, was one of the players that was playing him when really no one else was. Very, very comfortable on that Egyptian solo laner. Sun Wukong immediately locked in by Elevate. You'd expect them to kind of hold that a little bit longer, knowing that Enix already has their solo laner, but sometimes in that sort of position, you don't want to show your hand too much, so you just pick a safe pick like Wukong.
I think that numbers also just feels fairly comfortable on this Wukong.
Yeah.
It is incredibly safe as far as survivability is concerned, especially facing off against a lane beast like Osiris,
Sure.
but the immediate Nemesis and Terra pickups by Enix are excellent responses.
Yeah, I like that Nemesis pick quite a bit, and Big Man Ting's very comfortable on that Terra. Elevate immediately going to the Ares, though. Dardaz very, very comfortable on this god, likes to play it quite a bit, and has a pretty good matchup up against Terra, can pull her in because she doesn't have that CC immune ultimate.
Can pull her in, but Ares into Nemesis is
True.
not typically the standoff that you really want to go against. I know a lot of junglers who pretty much anytime they see an Ares and they're on that Nemesis, it just looks like a tasty snack.
That's true, but if Nemesis falls a little bit behind or Dardaz gets big, I mean, Ares can make it difficult for Nemesis to do it. There's kind of counterplay for both sides there. Both do well against one another. Elevate bans out some Hunters, Ram and Hu Yi, Enix, Nox, and Naja, and Elevate going for that Giannis for Nulissa.
I wouldn't be surprised if Elevate's game plan here is to just look for the comfort picks because, I mean, Giannis is one of the few times that we've seen this draft, or this roster, I should say, have a lot of success, and that's mostly just because of the fact that Nulissa is so organized and coordinated on the Giannis.
Kronos and Medusa rounded out for Enix, two auto-attack damage dealers, and man, European mids just love, Europe in general just still loves these magical ADCs. No matter how many nerfs they take, they still go back to them time and time again. And Odin, last pick here for Elevate. So could be Wukong jungle like we saw Obey do earlier, though I imagine it's going to be Odin in the jungle and Wukong in solo.
I would prioritize Odin in the jungle simply because an Odin is going to have a much easier time as far as rotations are concerned, shutting down that Nemesis Terra a little bit early on. Plus, just so much damage in that bird bomb for the Kronos. Kronos doesn't have a whole lot of health.
True, very low HP pool, especially in the early game. Ready to go between Enix and Elevate.
Should've known.
Lobster, yep. Lobster going Medusa in the mid lane. Funball taking that Kronos to the duo lane.
It's one of those things where, like, as soon as you say a statement, you realize that it's EU and it's probably going to be an ADC, magical ADC in the duo lane.
Right. You never know what you're going to get out of these guys. They've always got a different god pool than their NA counterparts. Lobster took a lot of poke before that level 1 wave. Jermaine's still lurking here, but it looks like he's just going to go back towards the red buff to join up with Dardaz. Cherio and Nulissa get the better end of that clear, as you would imagine they would. With Odin, it really boosts your early clear to have this character along with you.
Nemesis can kind of struggle a little bit early on, so it makes sense for Cherio to be piloting this Odin, and Cherio especially because he favors these Guardian-esque type picks so much that I think it's really just funneling so well into his playstyle.
I mean, he wanted to play the Guardian role coming into Season 4, or excuse me, the summer split of Season 4. Didn't end up working out there for him on that team that he was playing in the Challenger Cup, but now back in the jungle here for Elevate. Enix pretty much even with them across the board right now. Each team getting their own sets of buffs, no invades on either side of the map. And as they mentioned during the last set between Energy and the Poppies, dual lane meta has kind of transformed into just going to your own buffs, letting the wave clear itself. Why do you think that is right now, Taco?
People just wanted to start hitting level 2 again. That's really all that it boils down to, because even if you lose a little bit of the wave, as long as you're heading into lane at level 2, you're still relatively safe. And if the enemy dual lane doesn't opt to secure their buffs or enough farm to hit level 2 amongst that wave, then you have a very good chance of getting the first blood.
So teams should just pick Izanami, let her solo the wave by herself, and win the game for free.
Something about Izanami just... I'm not sure that's the direction you really want to go in. probably won't be seeing a little bit of her for a while.
Remember whenever everyone was so scared about her and Apollo at the beginning of Season 4?
Well, that's because she was actually great in the crit meta. She was fantastic.
Yeah,
and-
the double Poison Star was
and then
was
it's
really
gone.
strong.
Yeah, and now that it's gone, and Apollo is just his own storyline. I mean, he never really gets to be considered OP, I should say, for longer than a week before everybody starts raging again, because they kind of forget that Hu Yi on her Medusa, and almost every hunter in the game is pretty solid at soloing him.
I mean, Apollo was so dominant for so long at the beginning of competitive Smite, and I think everyone just kind of gets flashbacks to Apollo being so dominant. He needs his knockup back on his ultimate, that's all I'll say. Fails in the mid lane. Not quite level 4, and Cheerio is, but Fails still willing to play aggressive into that matchup.
I like how Fails wasn't deterred in the slightest there, still looking to go in, just because the thing about Odin and Giannis is that they're still not going to have a whole lot of kill potential. Everything has to line up just right. Cherio's got to hit a solid bird bomb. Nalissa probably needs to land that unstable vortex like to a T, otherwise the damage probably won't be there.
Cheerio, here he comes. Trying to find that cage onto Big Man Tings, but Big Man Tings going to be able to get into the safety of his tower before that bird bomb animation finished there for Cheerio. Quick reaction time from BMT saves that first blood from going Elevate's way.
But yeah, like I was saying, my only concern for Elevate is that Odin really prospers in this early up until the mid-game stage. Then he's primarily just the ult bot. But if you're not having the follow-up damage immediately for his ultimate, then the idea behind it kind of just falls off.
That's true. I mean, usually you're used to seeing the Vulcan ult, the Zeus ult, things like that. Even things like Kukulkan that can cover a big portion of that ultimate are good enough to follow up off Odin Cage. Elevate doesn't really have that. Their best AoE damage ability is the Wild Hunt out of Germain. I mean, that's really about it. Unstable Vortex is still one of those abilities that can be tricky to hit, even with someone in a confined space like an Odin Cage.
I mean, I don't even think that Big Man Tings is too concerned either, because he was more worried about the Ares than the Odin, opting to pick up the Purification Beads as opposed to a Phantom early on.
That's true. Yeah, 4 sets of Purification Beads for Enix. Really trying to make sure that Dardes doesn't run the game quite as well as Emilzy did earlier on today on the Ares in Obey's set. Ducky under a little bit of pressure on this right-hand side, but he's trying to return a little bit himself. Speed buff was invaded by Enix successfully. Cheerio wasn't there on time. Cheerio still hasn't backed quite yet. Playing a little bit greedy for those Warrior Tabi finish pretty early on. Fails in a lot of trouble though, but Cheerio misses the bird bomb, was more worried about going for the blue buff. Now there comes the ultimate onto Cheerio. Ducky gonna be able to walk right through that Odin Cage, and that's gonna do it for Cherry. Didn't even use his Bracer of Undoing, and it's because of the anti-heal coming out of Ducky's ultimate. Bracer gets affected by anti-heal Taco. Bracer's not going to do you any good once you get hit by Osiris ult.
Not in the slightest, and that was an excellently timed ultimate from Ducky. And as soon as you recognize that he had enough damage to secure the kill onto Cheerio, just dives the T2 tower, no hesitation, and that's what you need to do every single time if you want to shut down this Odin early.
The 2 new members of Enix, new for the summer split, working together there to combine for the first blood for Enix. Also got to give shout outs to the Terra ultimate, giving Ducky that speed to get through the Odin ring and get to Cheerio, close that gap.
Imagine a Terra ultimate could count as assist.
You know, Jeff Hinlow once complained about that.
Really?
to me and Hindu Man on our podcast, and
that'd be a little bit too intense, I think.
And this was when Terra was at her height still too, and we were like, really, Jeff? You're gonna sit here and you're gonna ask for Terra buffs right now? Really?
It's weird though, because he's Canadian. They don't normally complain.
That's true. Oh, have you met Jeff Hinlow?
He's probably gonna get me later for calling him Canadian.
Yeah, he is. He's the nicest angry man I've ever met in my life. He really is. Enix sitting up 1 kill right now. First blood went their way on the right side of the map. If you're just joining us, Enix needs to find this 2-0 victory to put themselves in a decent position to qualify for DreamHack Valencia. They could lose this set 2-0 and still be alive, but it would require them to do better than whatever rival would do. But Enix would be playing energy in their final week. So if they can win this one, either way they control their own destiny, Taco, but as we've talked about, this would really set them up for a much easier path to Spain.
I just can't get over the fact of how much of a final boss destination they actually have. Like, that's literally the Bowser in the castle for them.
Energy waiting for them in week number 5. 3-man grouping in the mid lane here from Elevate. Fails thinking about wrapping around the back side especially with Funball here to support. There's a slice and dice, but the Petrify from Lobster just a little bit too far away. Now Fails is locked in that cage. Cherio gonna heal up from that Bracer of Undoing, and Dardes finds his own ultimate. No pulls in, but Ducky is here with that Lord of the Afterlife. Not enough damage to follow up from it though, and Dardes gonna be able to escape courtesy of Nulissas through space and time. That was exactly what you were worried about, Taco. That was a good cage from Cherio, and it was Fails locked in there, but not a lot of follow-up damage.
I think Enix just got incredibly lucky in that engagement, though, at the fact that Elevate are lacking so much early game damage, because I think any other burst combination that they would have had alongside of that Odin cage, Fails is guaranteed dead every single time, especially with the Petrify from Lobster being just off the mark.
It was very close there, but no team lost a member somehow in that mid lane despite an early 5-on-5 grouping. Speed buff did go Cherio's way this time around, to be able to secure his own buff on that right-hand side. No numbers teleporting back into the lane, now has an opportunity to go and pick up his own blue. Only buff still standing on the map for the time being. And these two team compositions, you mentioned that you're looking at Cherio to really have success in the early to mid stages, but Enix's composition is just filthy come late game. I mean, you've got a Hunter, you've got Nemesis, and you've got Kronos.
Yeah, Kronos is basically that hybrid. If he wants to be a hunter, he can be a hunter, or Funballer can take up that magical damage road that Enix could potentially be lacking. And Funballer, being as skilled as he is, he can really opt for either direction.
Could go for that mage sort of burst damage with the abilities route, or focus a little bit more on the auto attack items such as Demonic Grip, Telkine's Ring, even a Fatalis. I think Fatalis is one of those items that used to be built in a Kronos kit, and you know, a lot of people still upset that it isn't there. But when you think about it, building Fatalis is just putting a lot more damage into Kronos' kit now than he had before because of that extra penetration that it gives you.
I do think it's interesting, though, that Funballer is playing the Kronos in a matchup against Jermaine. These are two very aggressive ADC players, and so for Funballer to have to kind of tone it back a little bit, really just look for the farming route rather than the typical, let me try and out-poke you like route, that can be a little annoying as an ADC when you just love getting in somebody's face.
Are you surprised to see Jermaine go for Ichabal here instead of the Silver Branch bow, the magical equivalent? I'll ask you that in a moment as Funball's caught out here in his own jungle. Meanwhile, Lobster found Nulissa in that mid lane. The cage come down, and immediately Funball uses that rewind. Can't decide on the target. It's going to be Cherio. Petrify comes through. That time, it's going to hit. Good bracer, though, from Cherio. Boosts his health back up, and Dardes has arrived. Good damage coming out of the change. Cherio gets up and over that wall, but fails, waiting for him on the other side. The auto attack cancel with the shield is good, and Enix puts number 3 on the board, putting down Cherio for the second time.
The downside of Odin, kind of just nowhere left to go, and Funballer, the patience that he had on that Kronos ultimate, beautifully timed all around, still coming out full health and able to re-engage off of it.
You know why everyone's starting to play Kronos now?
Why
They realize he has a Bracer of Undoing as his ult. Like, wow, everyone thinks his relic is so good.
Secondary bracer.
2 Bracer Kronos. And then you play him with Kepri.
Just stop.
5 lives.
Stop.
Can't kill him. Dardes gonna take a decent amount of poke, but doesn't even need Nulissa's retreat portal. Gonna put some damage back onto Funball. Dardes has not been able to have that big impact early on this Ares, in large part due to the 4 purification beads picked here by Enix. And not only that, but Lobster and Funball both having those CC immune ultimates. Ducky as well. We saw Emilzy play his Ares earlier into a composition that had very few CC immune ultimates. Enix has a little bit more counterplay to that Ares ult.
And really, it's only Fails who has to stay super wary about these Ares ultimates, because I think that Big Man has already started to reach a stage where he's tanky enough to kind of survive whatever might come to him if he gets pulled out of position.
And that Mark of the Vanguard's going to pay big dividends up against the Ares. All of Ares damage dot-based, so Mark of the Vanguard going to reduce all of those damage sources by 4 each time. That's going to help him feel a lot tankier than he actually may be. Ducky feels pretty tanky still, but not tanky enough to hold his ultimate in that scenario with 3 members there and only Big Man things coming to support. Ducky takes a safe option and ults away.
Just barely getting clipped by that unstable vortex, I believe, but still not a whole lot of damage just yet onto the young solo laner, and he opted for the mystical mail as well. But you were asking me about Jermaine opting for the Ickful as opposed to the silver branch bow, and personally I think that this is the better direction to go for this game, simply because he's a lot more concerned about the physical gods that are on Enix, because you're gonna have the Osiris, you're gonna have the Medusa and the Nemesis. These are all, or primarily the Nemesis and the Osiris, those are guys that just want to press W at you and not let up anytime soon. So if he has that Ickful, it's going to provide him a little bit more boxing potential and some kite ability, as well as just general damage to these guys if they keep trying to just stay on top of him.
But don't you think that makes him lose his solo potential against Funball in lane? You mentioned that, you know, Jermaine's a guy who likes to play aggressive. If you go Silver Branch, I think you've got a much higher chance of finding that one-on-one kill in lane.
You won't get the same kind of passive proc off of the Ickful, obviously because you're playing off against a magical god, but it's still enough damage and attack speed to where you'll honestly be fine for the most part. You don't really notice much of a difference.
Fair enough. Warlock Sash is the call for Funball, though, on the other side, and really focusing on that late game, not worried about the early stages, especially with how good of a start Enix has gotten off to. Jermaine takes a little bit of poke, and it's enough to force the ultimate out of Nulissa, trying to get there to support their Hunter in time. Elevate do just that, but the chase was really over. Ducky forces out No Number's ultimate on the right-hand side as well, so 2 ultimates for none on the side of Enix.
This has been an incredibly rough laning stage for No Numbers, especially because he opted for the Gladiator Shield. Meanwhile, Ducky's got that Mystical Mail, so while he's wailing on him, he's also taking damage, like just tick damage over time.
And he's gone for this Gladiator Shield and what's going to be a Hide of the Urchin, and Hide of the Urchin's a great protection item, but that's going to be 3 items in a row where No Numbers gets 0 health. And against Nemesis, your protections don't really matter that much. Health usually a little bit better up against Nem, and if Fails recognizes that, that could be an easy kill opportunity on the right side.
I'd imagine that Fails is kind of just trying to bide his ultimate and really wait for the counter-engage potentials, because if he's using his ultimate whenever Cherio's trying to drop that Odin Cage on him, or whenever Dardus is trying to pop his chains and pull everybody in, then it provides an easy all-in burst possibility onto either of those 2 gods. So that's probably why we don't really see him hanging around the Sun Wukong's lane too much.
It's what Nemesis does best, just bursts tanky targets, or really any target whatsoever. Nemesis can really do it all out of that jungle. That's why we see here getting a slight adjustment coming up right before the DreamHack patch, and Fails playing her very well thus far, sitting at level 13. He's 1-0 and 2, been a part of each of the kills so far for Enix, and this has been an interesting summer split for this team, Taco. This is a team that started off really, really hot to start the split. I believe they split down the middle with Obey towards the very beginning, and everyone was saying, man, this team's legit. Obey looked dominant during the spring split, and Enix with these roster changes came in and took a split with them, but has had a couple rough games since then.
Well, I think a portion of that, meanwhile, all I thought it's going to be Enix actually just bursting down this Portal Demon. That was insane. But back to what I was saying is that in Ataraxia's interview that we had with him earlier today, he even stated, I think we came into the spring split a little bit too confident. Like after the spring split, we came in too confident to the summer split. He doesn't think that they've been playing to their fullest potential like they have been. And I think Enix kind of fell victim to that amped up Obey. And that's kind of where that public perception came in, that this team is OP. These guys are insane. This roster is just going to farm everybody. And realistically, I think it's still an incredibly strong roster.
Cherio in a lot of trouble. He's just able to get out of danger there. The jump animation started, and whenever Odin gets stunned in that middle of the jump animation, looks a little wonky at times, but the jump gets off there for Cherry just in time.
It's like that for any gods with jumps. If they are getting stunned, they will just land wherever they were originally going to be.
Now Nulissa forced a portal back towards her own tower. Cherio again creating that frontline zone, and you were worried about how much Elevate would get out of this Odin in the early game. Well, we're 16 minutes in, Taco, and Cherry's got about 2,000 player damage, and that's not saying, he's not doing a good job. That's about standard for the pack right now. No one's doing player damage early on.
Other than Ducky. But
other than Ducky.
He's Osiris, so that kind of just doesn't count.
He's cheating.
It's not a lot to count, yeah. It's not a lot to count when you're playing Osiris.
Gold Fury pulled to about half HP, then Elevate let it go. Not a lot of burst secure on their side. All right, so Taco, let's talk about this. Giannis, can we buff this character yet?
No.
Please?
No, he's not. Giannis just is not allowed to be buffed. it is okay for some gods to not be super crazy good in metas at all times.
But he is good, right? I mean, he's still got the through space and time. He's got the unstable vortex. Does plenty of burst damage in the late game. What is the reason that Giannis has fallen off from being the most insane god in the game?
Giannis doesn't give you that all-in potential that you want early on because this meta is so based around, like, your first 3 levels are incredibly important, especially at the competitive level. So when you have a god such as Giannis that doesn't exactly provide you a whole lot of fighting potential, levels 1 through 3, it kind of makes things a little bit more awkward, especially in comparison to some of the mids that we tend to see favored right now. So I love Giannis. I think that the god definitely has its own niche. It's just that right now it isn't the time period for Giannis, and I'm not very upset about that because there is nothing fun about a game going to the 30-minute mark and you're trying to have a solid, well thought out, coordinated team fight, and then the next thing you know, you just get hit for 1.7k damage and you don't hear it coming.
What do you mean? I have plenty of fun doing that to people. That's one of the most
that's
fun things that I do.
That god.
Yeah, I know, and it's awesome. He's so much fun to play.
Terrible.
All right, well then, if we can't buff Giannis, can we buff Zeus yet? Yes, thank you.
No.
Taco shook her head. Yes, you guys just can't see it. Take my word for it. Jermaine dinging level 17 on the left-hand side. He's finished off that shifter shield, so as you mentioned, a little bit more worried about Fails and Ducky getting on top of him than Funball in the lane. The shifter shield obviously providing quite a bit of power, but that defense as well. And after Nemesis ult, you're basically in that defense threshold right away.
And that's kind of a downside to Jermaine picking up the shifter shield, actually, because you typically opt for this item if you can maintain 50% health or higher, because that's what gives you the initial power boost. But if you're constantly being pressured out to below 50% health, then you just have no damage.
That's true, and doesn't have any damage built in outside of that shifter shield, basically. Ikaval, of course, providing some, along with some penetration after some auto attacks, but not that initial burst damage from the Bramble Blast or anything like that. Needs to hit those auto attacks first. So keep an eye on how much damage Jermaine is going to be able to do in the middle of these team fights. And Elevate really needs to have him do that damage with the way their draft has kind of gone the way this game. I mean, we talked about it earlier on. Not a lot of burst across this team, at least until, 28 minutes, about 10 minutes from now is when Nulissa will start to really bring that burst damage.
And I think that for it to be that time when Nulissa is starting to spike up in her damage, it's kind of awkward considering that you have an Ares and an Odin on your team.
It's
because
true.
That's not when you don't want to wait until the 20-minute mark to start being Ares.
Well, it's 20 minutes and Elevate's waited so far. No more waiting for Big Man Tings. He stuns out Dardaz. Cherio locks Lobster in the cage, but it's just those two dueling it out. Lobster realizes he can just turn and fight Cherio and be okay with it. There's Big Man Tings' ultimate, giving that extra movement speed to all of Enix to make sure that they can chase down any stragglers. Can't chase down anyone with through space and time on the map, however. Nulissa has used that ultimate exclusively as an escape route so far in this game.
And that's kind of what you have to do right now up until Giannis is really online. You're just kind of forced to play the more defensive role and bail your team out of these awkward scenarios. But now without that ultimate being online, that's an immediately go-ahead for the Gold Fury for Enix.
Cherio going to meet up with Ducky in that mid lane. Gold Fury was flirted with, and there's the ultimate onto Dardaz from Fails, but immediately that Winged Blade getting Dardaz out of danger. Certainly a good pickup there for Elevate's support. So Enix again, once more, resetting.
But the Wing Blade passive will be down for just a little bit longer, so all Fails has to do is keep wrapping around this backside and looking for Dardaz, who's waiting unexpectedly.
He's waiting for him exactly as you called it. There's the slice and dice onto Dardaz and immediately Fails, chasing him down and cleans him up. Cherio's gonna fall before he can get his Bracer of Undoing off. Funball claims his first life of the game. Decent unstable vortex there from Nulissa, as everyone from Enix was all grouped up, but already 2 dead on the side of Elevate. And it's Enix looking for this Gold Fury, falling very low. Nulissa throws out a pot shot with the Unstable Vortex, but Enix can't seem to decide if they want to take this fight or take the gold.
And there's the ultimate from Nulissa, but it's just a little bit too soon. Enix stay pulling it, and it is going to go the way of Enix, and now Ducky's just trying to chase down Jermaine in that backside.
Jermaine just able to juke out the abilities from Funball. That portal just off the mark from Nulissa as well. Somehow Jermaine survives in the middle of all of that chaos. Enix secure the first big objective of the game. Their second 2 kills, that brings them up to 5 in total. Up about 5,000 gold right now.
I was kind of waiting for Lobster to die and then for Enix to get like a double or triple kill off of it.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like what was going to happen. It was just a clear bait into that Gold Fury pit, but with everyone on Enix being very low, does mean that No Numbers had an opportunity to invade speed, but can't quite get it done in time. I think you can say the same about this Portal Demon for Elevate. Decent idea, but again, just a lack of damage across this team.
And it's just really unfortunate because you can tell the concept behind the draft is a very good one. It's just hard to translate into the actual game.
And that's one of the problems I think Elevate has had for quite some time. As a team that's always been right on the cusp of being really, really good. They look really, really good at times, and then other times they just seem to stumble a little bit. And I think picks and bans is one of those things that you can consistently go back to with this team and say, the idea is there, but it'll work on paper, but in practice, you look across this roster and you could just tell very quickly that the damage just isn't going to be there.
And Funballer making quick work of that tower. Another unfortunate aspect is, sure, the Giannis has a little bit of time to come online as the game goes on later, but so does that Kronos.
And Nulyssa's fallen behind in terms of XP pretty heavily, 3 levels down to Lobster right now. As you mentioned, Funball had quite a bit of ramp-up time in this one. Basically fully stacked on that Warlock Sash, and while Warlock Sash is not seen very often because of how long it takes to get there, Funball's there now. Through space of time, hits fails as he's locked in that cage in the mid lane. Dardes with the Blink ultimate's gonna pull 2. No, pull 0 actually, and a big Petrify coming out of Lobster is gonna lock No Numbers in place for the time being. Not long enough to find the kill as Ducky is chasing down Cherio. Funball's gonna be the one to clean it up though. No Numbers comes crashing down in the mid lane. Lobster trying to find him. Well-timed Aegis from Lobster baits No Numbers in. Lob survives, No Numbers does not. Another 2 kills go Enix's way. And Elevate still looking for their first.
And they just don't have the secure. There are so many members on the side of Enix that get poked out and into those potential kill thresholds. They just can't finish it off quite yet. Ducky yet again wrapping around to this backside. It's Dardes who's in trouble though. He's got Funballer chasing after him. Jermaine trying to gas pedal them down or at least keep them off his support. It is going to work out for right now, but I'm not sure how much longer Elevate can keep trying to take up these engagements.
Odysseus Bow coming up big there for Jermaine, spreading out that damage. Very much like Chain Lightning, very close in terms of looks as well. You want to be fighting against people like that in that tight corridor. Fails wants to be fighting Jermaine. He has to use his Aegis after the Nemesis ult. Still not going to be enough though. Fails, puts him in the ground. Number 4 can't find Jermaine anymore. Number 8 in total for Enix. And they get the Portal Demon as well. This has been very clean from Enix, and I think this is a team that has been that has fallen into games that are kind of back and forth, all over the place. This is not one of those games, Taco. Very, very clean game from Enix.
Ducky having so much solo lane pressure just permitted Fails to run rampant everywhere else on the map. That's like the ideal scenario for the jungler when they don't have to worry about hanging out in that solo lane. Sure, solo lane's also a really easy opportunity for a jungler to get ahead, but at the expense of potentially losing Gold Furies or even just your teammates in the mid and dual lane sides. It's always great to be able to prioritize and take advantage of the Odin pick.
Cherio is in the wrong spot on the map. Through space and time, a good idea, but would have brought Cherio back into the clutches of Enix. The cage is enough to get Cherio out all on his own. No ultimates used though from Enix. Cherio had to use that cage, and the through space and time from Nulissa as well was expended. So Enix now using this opportunity with the ultimate advantage to push down this mid lane. Jermaine stunned out, has the purification beads, and now uses them as Fails. Continues to push deep into the enemy backline. Good ultimate from Dardes, gonna pull Fails back in, but still not enough to find Elevate their first kill. Jermaine gonna fall 9 now for Enix as they already found that tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Every time you think, okay, this is where Elevate's gonna get a kill, Enix somehow are able to escape.
I thought that was guaranteed. Fails to use his purification beads so early, and he still gets out for free, and now Dardes is actually in a lot of trouble. Funballer forced into his ultimate, trying to back off, while No Numbers is trying to just smork down Lobster. Forced into the Aegis, actually super concerned he was going to die there. Yeah,
trying to get away from that Jingu Bang. Big Man Tinks finds No Numbers, now Fails, and Lobster still very low, but Cherio has to jump away because Ducky is chasing him down. Still gonna get stunned out by that Judgment Tether, but no Spirit Flail available for Ducky means that Cherio gonna be able to escape, but Enix now at double digits in kills. Elevate, still an egg, 0.
nearly a 10k gold lead. Like that hurts, especially against the draft that Elevate is trying to execute. I really don't see a way for them to fight back into this game.
It's been tough thus far, almost 27 minutes in, and this is kind of the way that the European meta has gone as of late, Taco. It's not very early game focused overall. Look at Enix's draft. Nothing about this draft except for Osiris screams early game to me. And then they play the early game very patient, very quietly. Elevate, their draft is much more early game focused and just wasn't able to make a splash.
Well, Medusa is still fairly strong as far as early game competitions are concerned, but it's nothing compared to the clear of an Odin. Gold Fury just being absolutely shredded by pretty much a double Hunter and a Nemesis. That's kind of just what you expect. The other concern here that I have for Elevate is the damage that they are meant to rely on. It's coming from Jermaine. It's supposed to be coming from Nulissa as well, but Jermaine's build doesn't really scream damage to me.
No, plenty of attack speed. He's got plenty of attack speed there. He's got the 2 bows, the Odysseus and the Ichabod, and then the Fatalis as well. But you're right, Odysseus bow really needs a lot of power to be effective, and the only real power that Jermaine has in that build is the Shifter Shield. He's top of his team in terms of player damage and pretty close to Ducky in terms of overall top damage in the game, but I agree with you. I think that this build is just a little bit too attack speed focused and not enough power.
He's trying to rely a little bit too heavily on that current passive, where if you bring them into melee range, you get the additional attack damage as well as just his summer stance in his 1. But I think he would have just been better off holding off on buying the Fatalis and just waiting for a chin size.
Jermaine now has to try and defend against Enix on this Fire Giant. I don't think anyone's going to be able to do so, and they will not. Fire Giant goes down for Enix. Cherio split pushing on the left-hand side. Nulissa shot off a cheeky little through space and time trying to seal that objective away, I think, but couldn't do it quite in time, and now Enix deciding they want to siege this up. Cherio has decided he doesn't want to team fight anymore. He wants to just push and get some much-needed farm, though. At this stage, I don't know how much items or levels is really going to help Odin become relevant.
It's not even that. Ducky backing just in case, really not permitting Elevate to get even the slightest bit of relevant gold, because it would at least help them hold out in their defenses, but they can't even do that. I mean, Enix have just completely shut down this draft from Elevate.
Right side Phoenix is the focus here for Enix. Phoenix and Enix, very close. They've got some decent. They've got a really good tower siege composition. Look how much Funball did to that Phoenix very, very quickly. Down comes the cage from Cherio, but immediately met with a Petrify from Lobster. No numbers once more into the back line, trying to make life difficult for Lobster, while Ducky chases down Cherio. Can't quite finish him off for the time being, but fails can on to no numbers. Ducky gets portaled away by Nulissa. Great job there by Elevate's mid laner to save the life of her jungler, but cannot save the life of her right side Phoenix. That's gonna fall to the hand of Enix, and now they change their minds and head towards mid. Big man Ting still very healthy, tagging this up. There's the blanket from Cherio, gets the slow, and a big ultimate out of Jermaine as well, but again, just not enough damage to punish Enix. Lobster still completely full HP, putting some pot shots into Jermaine. Big man Ting's still healthy enough to tank up the remaining shots of that Phoenix, and Funball and squad come away with both Phoenixes down.
I think that Elevate just got incredibly lucky that Enix still haven't taken even the T1 tower in the dual lane. Otherwise, I think we would have seen Enix trying to pressure a little bit more inside that Titan room area for Elevate, just because they can.
They really can. I mean, no one's doing any damage to Enix right now. Jermaine now up on top in terms of the player damage. Pretty high up there, 21,000 in total. That Odysseus bow really coming up big because of how grouped up Enix has been in these team fights. Even if we don't like the build, it's certainly working out for the Elevate Hunter. But at the end of the day, I mean, look at where everyone else is. Cherio, bottom of the player damage charts in the game, and that's just the pick more than anything else in my mind.
He's getting the damage from the Odie bow spreading, but it's not like it's really relevant actual damage. It's kind of like solo laners at the start of a game where they're just slapboxing each other for like 8-9k damage that doesn't really ever actually count. And it's just unfortunate because with this, he just doesn't have any burst, and that's kind of what you need if you're going for the Odin combination. No
shred, there's no chin size to make you rack up damage very, very quickly. There's no crit either. I think I understand what you're saying. I mean, there's just not a lot of burst damage coming out of the mid lane, 0 out of the jungle. We've harped on it quite a bit, but for me, that's what this game really comes down to, is Elevate needed to win this game whenever their damage was relevant in the early game. They did not. Enix's draft come late game would be disgusting, even if Elevate had great late game, but they don't, and that's why you see Enix just be able to really steamroll Elevate now.
And it's kind of surprising because when you think about it, the Odin pick is actually great here. I mean, nobody on the side of Enix other than Ducky has an actual escape, and maybe Funballer if he times it right. But no one had an escape for that Odin ring, and so the concept, again, was just awesome. It's just really, Odin just does not pair that well with a Giannis, and when you already have the Giannis locked in, it's better to just look for something that pairs alongside of that.
That's the thing. It's, you know, we had the Giannis, and then it's, oh, you know what would be good here? Odin, without really thinking about the synergies within your own team, I think was the problem there. Dardez gets stunned out by Funball, and quite a bit of damage onto him. Not as much as on no numbers. He's back in the fountain already. Nulissa chased down by Ducky. She's forced to 3 space of time away. And all of this in the name of creating space. Enix knocked down the final Phoenix and now back up as the Fire Giant has fallen off of them. Just gonna wait around for the next 50 seconds until FG respawns.
Spend whatever gold they might want to, and then like you said, that Fire Giant's going to be spawning pretty quickly here for Enix. So I don't see Elevate really having any chance to contest this one. And really, things are just looking pretty grim all around because kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. If they don't defend the FG, then Enix can just super easily pressure into the Titan room. If they do defend the Fire Giant, then they're just going to end up potentially wiping and then losing from that anyway.
I mean, they might not even need to wipe to lose because of how many fire minions would be pouring into the base, though. Thus far, Elevate does have done a good job of pushing up these waves. Really, that one on the left is the closest to the Phoenix for now, and so they've got some time. You can push out these waves pretty far and give yourself a 45 to a minute window to defend a Fire Giant, but I don't know. I mean, you're right. I think that Elevate's just stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. They can't win a fight even with help of their Titan right now, potentially.
I don't know, that Titan is pretty OP. If Enix were to completely ignore the Titan and no fire creeps were inside of the base, I think they'd have a solid shot.
Sure, but that's pretty dependent on Enix making a pretty gross misstep.
Well, they're going to
overall.
have 2 Phoenixes coming back up for Elevate.
For now, but immediately Enix going right for that right side Firebird. Lobster pushing up this wave in mid as well because I don't think he's even needed. Funball can literally just one-shot this mid-Phoenix at this stage. That's one auto attack from the late game. Fire Giant buffed Kronos. No numbers immediately focused down by Enix. No numbers has not been able to do a good job of getting into the back line because of how good the focus has been from the veteran Enix. Immediately, every time Lobster's under pressure, all of Enix turns to help. Mid-Phoenix already fell. Right side Phoenix gone as well. No numbers, barely able to get up into the somersault cloud. With 1 HP almost, he's going to have to retreat to the Titan room. Right side Phoenix about halfway up in terms of respawns, but I think Enix is just waiting for as many minions as possible to help debuff the Titan.
And not having Numbers' ultimate available to him is going to make things incredibly rough for Elevate to try and hold off this siege. They're really relying on that amount of frontline potential that Numbers could provide, but he's not really frontlining a whole lot against this comp.
How do you frontline against a full build Kronos or a full build Nemesis? You know, it's hard enough frontlining against a full build Medusa. Good luck up against those two on top of that. Enix playing this one pretty slow. Fail's gonna meet up with no numbers on that right-hand side, and again, it's just Enix waiting for the fire creeps as long as possible. Melissa can't even clear them all by herself at this stage of the game. Does have that round of Tahuti online though, so look for the one-shot potential, but one-shot potential on a Dardez. He's immediately very low and fails. Is gonna claim the doesn't kill for Enix. Elevate still looking for their first. Titan already down to about 50% HP. Funball and Lobster forced off of the objective, but no one can stop the other 2 members from Enix. A clean 12-0, 35 minutes. Enix find game number 1 over Elevate.
Not a whole lot of kills, but still a decent bit of action just because of the engagements that Enix kept forcing onto Elevate. Or I shouldn't say Enix was forcing, it was really just their counter engages that were superb. Cherio was looking for the rings. He had a couple of really strong Odin cages early on, just unable to really make anything happen. And then shortly afterwards, we would just see Fails blowing him up.
Yeah, Fails had a great game on this Nemesis. I mean, we talked about how good this pick was in general. One of the best junglers in the game right now, and against a composition like that, well, it's going to shine just about every time. This was the engagement that really got Enix's ball rolling.
I think that Dardez was so focused on the fight and looking for that potential chain to go all in. He kind of just forgot that there might be somebody coming around his backside. And so it was excellent map awareness by Fails to wrap around that. And I would have to agree. I think it was that particular engagement that really snowballed things out of control for Elevate.
Enix just never let off the gas pedal there. Once they let it on, I mean, Elevate, we talked about it quite a bit. I think that they just got to go back to the drawing board with picks and bans. Maybe focus a little bit more on what their side has to offer, because so often I think we see teams fall into this trap of, well, this guy does really, really well against their team, but how well does it work with our team? And I think that's the trap that Elevate fell into.
It can be very easy to have that oversight as well, like
Sure.
no knocks to Elevate, because like I said, I think most people looking at the composition that Enix was running would have thought, wow, Odin actually just destroys everybody here, but unfortunately, Odin alongside of a Giannis does not. So hopefully we see Cheerio on something that can provide a little bit more burst potential. And I'd still like the Giannis mindset for Elevate simply because it's such a strong comfort pick for Nulissa, just really needing to draft around it as well.
It was all Elevate just always felt like they were on the back foot, even when they could have been the aggressors in the early game. It's time to reset and try and find it in game 2. Enix immediately taking Nemesis for Fails once more, and can't say I blame him. He looks so good on it, and with the bans looking at Bologna and Fafnir one of the top pick potentials right now. You know, Cyrus banned away from Elevate, what Enix first picked last time. This Nemesis was the obvious choice.
I also am really digging the Terra pick here for Dardas as opposed to the Ares last time.
Yeah.
Ares kind of just fell off into the backside. He was kind of just there in the corner, not really to be tampered with or worried about, because it's just nothing he could really do. But on the Terra, he can have some presence. He can help Jermaine with the pressuring on the current. It could also potentially be a solo lane pick, although it doesn't really seem to suit Numbers' playstyle.
Cheerio immediately back to his Naja. This is the character that Cheerio really made his name for himself on back during his London Conspiracy days, taking it back here for Elevate. Now that Naja's basically a meta pick. I mean, a lot of people are picking her and having a lot of success with him. Who doesn't do that? I mean, come on. It's the little ponytail things right here, man. Who wears those?
Man buns?
Are
you
one man bun? One man bun. I'm
you
about.
actually just dissed the man
The
bun.
double man bun? Are you really going for that?
That's how confident
If
he is
Matty
in
Pocket
his
walked
masculinity.
in with a double man bun, you're telling me to be about that?
You haven't seen the things that Matty has done.
I sure haven't. Nox and Ra banned away by Enix. Elevate don't want to see Funball back on that Kronos or on one of his signature gods, the Hu Yi. Elevate going for Scylla in the mid lane here for Nulissa. A phenomenal combo with the Naja. But does this god fit Nulissa's playstyle?
I think that Nulissa can make it work. She's a very talented mid lane player. She has a lot of mechanical skill to her name and to back herself up with. It's really just going to come down to execution and her synergy with Cheerio more than the synergy with the gods alone.
Well, Funball going back to a magical ADC anyways. He's going to take that soul, pop a lob on that signature Poseidon that he brought back in during Season 3. Robin the final pick here for Elevate, and it's a beautiful one. Robin has a great matchup up against Poseidon. Very hard for Poseidon to really lock him down with that Kraken with the overhead kick. Elevate's draft this time around, much better. Has a little bit of, does well against their team, but mostly works well together as a unit.
I really like Elevate's draft this time around. And also, what if it's Funballer on the Poseidon with a throwback?
We're ready to go in a game for game number. You really think Lobster's going to give up Poseidon?
I'm just saying, Funballer's done it before. It would have been hilarious. Because it's EU.
Poseidon ADC is legit. I'm gonna say that right now. I agree with you, but it's Lobster, man. I mean, he's one of the signature Poseidons, like, ever.
When I think of Lobster, I honestly think of Agni.
Well, yeah, Agni's the top one. Agni's the top one, but I mean,
His Poseidon's pretty legit.
Right there with that Agni. Nulissa pokes out Lobster in the early stages, and there's a good sign. Still one of the most mana-efficient gods in terms of clearing in the early game, plus that Sands of Time. Going to make it a little bit easier as well, so you don't have to worry about throwing away your mana too much with the crushes. Puts Lobster to right around half HP. Cheerio takes a lot of damage, though. Takes some minion aggro from that ring toss, and then the slice and dice from Fails. We saw it was Captain Twig fall victim to that earlier on. It was a quick first blood against Obey. That time, Cheerio just gets low.
It's kind of insane how much that archer damage, it's really just the archers that stack up on you and just completely shred whatever hopes of health you had.
Well, it's Elevate securing those fire elementals on the right-hand side. Using that early clear that Naja brings to the table, just one of the reasons why he's had such a resurgence. That early extra bounce on the ring toss, just does so much to give Naja that early pressure.
I also think that last tick with the AoE auto swing helps out greatly as well as far as clear is concerned, and it just does a significant amount of damage.
Oh, it's disgusting. I mean, you get a crit on that thing, you're swinging for 1K easily, even in the early stages of the late game. Fails a little bit behind in terms of XP through the early game here, but this is what you expect up against the Naja, who, as I mentioned, just has that early clear. Nemesis really does not, though these days, Nemesis, where she used to struggle pretty heavily in the early game, the ability to get Bluestone now at level 1, in addition to Bumba's Mask, has really been a big reason why Nemesis has had such a big resurgence.
Funballer and Big Man teams kind of just stacked up on each other, but I do agree. I think that the Bluestone has significantly impacted Nemesis's clear in a positive way, and it just makes things so much easier for a Nemesis to get rolling.
Big Man Tinks has not gone for a Bluestone of his own. Instead, the Watcher's Gift. Double root there from Dardez, decent damage onto Funball, though Soul has pretty excellent self-sustain with that first ability. Again, you want to talk about, we're just talking about all the gods and why they're good now. Soul had a little bit of trouble during the beginning of Season 4, but once Radiance was buffed to get better sustain in the early game, was enough to just bring Soul kind of back into the meta.
I still believe that magical ADCs are fairly risky picks in comparison to physical hunters as far as the dual lane is concerned, simply because they don't have as much health to offer, and missing the Fatalis effects I think is what really gave the magical ADCs such a huge boost over physical hunters way back when. But now that they don't have that Fatalis ability provided to them, they have to be much more calculated.
Fails, gets sashed by Cherio, but no ultimate to follow up. Probably the right call with no numbers stuck near his tower on the right-hand side. Would have been a 3v2 in favor of Phoenix. Lobster with the preemptive purification beats and the Kraken. Cherio does use the Aegis, but still basically just backstabbed it. Now he's going to use the ultimate, and Nulissa is waiting with Iva Monster on the bottom. Fails, just not enough to finish him off. Meanwhile, kills happen in the side lane simultaneously while we were focused on the mid, and both members falling are in red jerseys. Elevate lose Dardez for the first blood. Funball got that one, and no numbers got soloed by Ducky. Looks like Ducky may have baited him underneath the tower there.
That is so unfortunate for Elevate. I mean, I thought for sure that was pretty much guaranteed onto Fails and just gets away with the slightest bit of health, only to see Funballer pop up on your screen because he secured the first blood, and then Ducky's name, of course.
Yeah, it's that is one of those demoralizing moments in the team comms where you're, okay, we got him in mid. First blood's going our way. What, he lived? Wait, you died and you died too? Like, come on, guys. It's a tough situation. It's Big Man Tings with that Hand of the Gods, using it on the purple buff. We haven't really talked about that relic selection for Enix's support, but that is a pretty popular pickup, especially for the Amaterasu in that support role, helping to clear those buffs early on, as well as just provide even better objective control, which Amaterasu already excels at.
It's so easy to invade with as well, and that's kind of what Big Man Tings likes to do. He likes to play that aggressive. I think that he really likes playing the aggressive support whenever he gets these kind of guardians such as the Amaterasu. I mean, she's a warrior, but he likes to play her for the vroom vroom possibilities.
Really? Is that why?
Yeah, that's exactly why.
The vroom vroom possibilities.
Yes.
Alrighty then.
You're so fast with the Amaterasu, especially on the Poseidon and the Nemesis.
It's true. It's quite a bit of movement speed. But I think I would have preferred hearing he prefers it because of the extra movement speed and, extra kiteability that it gives you, not the extra vroom vrooms.
Layman terms for you.
Oh, thank you, Taco.
Oh,
Big Man Tings silences out Cherio, but it doesn't matter because he's going to find that Windfire Wheels ultimate. Beautiful play out of Elevate's jungler. Puts Elevate on the board for the first time in 2 games. Now he's in trouble, though, as Funball has arrived. Supernova not enough to claim his life, as Jermaine and Dardez both show up as well. Even no numbers joining the party in this mid lane. Mystic Rush, and Nulissa sets it up with that Sycamore Crush combination, and Elevate even it up 2-2.
That was a very strong fight for Elevate, all off of that pick from Cherio, and it just kind of falls back to Lobster not having those purification beads from when he popped them in mid lane preemptively, kind of just hoping that Cherio would opt to use his ultimate. And that's basically the fear that a Najah always instills into any squishy player.
And this is before Cherio even has Blink. It's only going to get worse from there. Whereas on the other side for Elevate, we saw it was Enix who had 4 purification beads in game 1. Now it's Elevate with 4 Aegises in game 2. Very lacking in hard CC, something that we haven't really talked about with this draft for Enix. Ducky brings the stun and the knock-up with the 72 transformations. Big man Tings has a stun with the dazzling offensive, but that's about it in terms of guaranteed hard CC.
They lack the hard CC, but they have plenty of slows, which I think can still be a fairly effective form of crowd control. They just have to be a little bit more on top of their game as far as execution is concerned.
Well, Dardez went for an early Wingblade in game 1. Could probably expect him to do the same here in game 2 with even more slows on the side of Enix this time around. Also has an opportunity for someone on Elevate, whether it be No Numbers most likely or Dardez, to go for a sprint, a relic that I think is a little bit undervalued right now, especially with how good that upgraded sprint gas pedal effect is. Not only would Jermaine get a lot of mileage out of that, but so would Cherio. Fails again, caught by that ultimate. Nulissa gets the reset with I'm a Monster, the perfect execution out of the mid and jungle. I'm a Monster, reset gonna miss, and Big Man Tings turning it around. Nulissa is stunned out and exploded. Funball makes the most of his rotation. Ducky knocks down Dardez with the magic cudgel, and Enix find 2 for 1 in the mid lane.
What looked like it was a promising fighting attempt by Elevate just gets turned 180, all because of Lobster just last minute juking out that Scylla ultimate.
Yeah, that was huge, because not only does that mean that Lobster doesn't fall, but it means that Nulissa doesn't have the CC immunity anymore. And right as that I'm a Monster fell off, it was Big Man Tings finishing off that dazzling offense for the stun. Remember, Nulissa has Aegis, not purification beads, left in place long enough for Funball to come and clean that fight up.
And Funballer with the slight knock-up as well, just continuing to prevent the use of that relic. And I mean, we saw last game where it was Dardis having to face off against 4 purification beads, and now it's Lobster facing off a Team Aegis.
Good luck with that, though. Dardez now has his on cooldown, so expect Lobster to be looking for him pretty quickly with that Kraken. It should be up shortly.
Although Dardis being a Terra, he still has the ultimate available to him, which will help him as far as escaping the Kraken Whirlpool combination.
Not only that, but it can prevent the knock-up from coming through by placing down a Monolith or his 2, so has that knock-up immunity as his passive whenever he has one of the stones on the ground, so that can help out as well. As Fails has just been getting abused by Cherio in this one, where Cherio fell behind pretty early on in game number 1. The same can be said for Fails, just now hitting level 9, whereas Cherio's been level 10 for a little bit.
All Cherio wants to do right now is just try and force beads as often as possible. He's just trying to pull them with his sash, and every now and then he's just going to start randomly ulting off of the sash, because pro players, they try to hold their relics. They don't want to necessarily use their purification beads directly off of a sash because they anticipate that they're just trying to burn that relic.
Very, it's a lot of mind games when it comes to that sash. If you're going to be using your ultimate right off of it or not, you can kind of condition your opponents to think that you haven't been ulting off of it or have been, and then punish them for reacting accordingly. As No Numbers is going to make his rotation to the mid lane, but Ducky soon to follow. Ducky doesn't have his teleport, but will have it much sooner than No Numbers will, so a slight advantage there for Enix's solo.
And Ducky has really been making a lot of early rotations in both game 1 and now this one, where he came around the backside, helped clean up the secondary kill for Elevate, and for Enix. And I think that that's another thing to keep an eye on, is as these fights continue to break out and become a little bit more hectic, just because that's what tends to happen as aggression ensues. So I think that he could be very impactful if he's careful about his pathing.
And a lot of the reason why he's able to have such an impact on these rotations is the early bridge item Gladiator Shield that he's gone for in that second item slot, giving him a cheap item that boosts his power, boosts his protection, gives him a good passive as well, makes him make the most of those rotations. Whereas No Numbers has been a little bit more focused on the defensive, and after the game 1 that he had in the set, can't really blame him for that frame of mind, going for the Mark of the Vanguard and what's likely to be a Breastplate of Valor.
I mean, this is pretty much exactly the same thing that Numbers built on Sun Wukong last game. He went Warrior Tapa into the Gladiator Shield, except he opted for the Urchin on the 3rd slot. Ducky's going into a Breastplate, and I think that where it kind of just fell apart for him was he was just getting pressured out so often by the Osiris. He couldn't really have the impactful rotations that you would have been looking for with the Gladiator Shield. Ducky, however, against the Robin, you're a lot safer.
Without a doubt, and that's why we saw Elevate immediately ban Osiris. I believe that was their first ban right away. Make sure Ducky didn't get his hands on that one more time. No Numbers does secure his own blue. He misses picking it up the first time, but no real kill potential for Ducky quite yet. We're past that point in terms of the solo lane warriors. Now it's basically turned into slap fighting, but it does first force No Numbers back, and he doesn't have his teleport available for 30 more seconds, so there's an opportunity maybe if Enix recognize this, Ducky could just teleport over to Gold Fury, especially with Cheerio backing right now. This could be a window of opportunity, but the oracles are there for Elevate, meaning they have guaranteed vision around this gold.
But it seems as though the Gold Fury is still what Enix have on their mind, at least baiting out the fight. Right now it's Stardust who's already responded, Jermaine and Nulissa hanging out just to see if anything can happen.
Big damage on Nulissa just from Big Man Tings alone, takes him about 30 HP off of Elevate's mid laner, but this is bought enough time for Cheerio to return. Ducky never teleported over, and now No Numbers teleport is up and available. So is someone in that mid lane. I believe it's Lobster, who went for a ride with Cheerio. Not enough to kill him quite yet, but a big crit coming out of Cheerio is going to put number 4 on the board for Elevate. The dive is on, and Ducky will find Nulissa all on his own as Big Man Tings is forced to ult defensively to get away from Cheerio. No Numbers. Ducky got caught in no man's land right now, but he's Sun Wukong, even without his ultimate, likely okay here.
I mean, he already pulled out Nulissa, which is what he was looking for, was just locking down that kill, make sure she doesn't get away. But now it's Elevate trying to make sure that Ducky doesn't get away for free. They can't do anything to him, though. He's just healing off these abilities.
It was the rest of Elevate going for the Portal Demon, though, and they're going to be able to secure it. Good objective-minded play from Elevate. Enix was trying to do the same on the left-hand side, trying to have Lobster and Funball do the Gold Fury all by themselves, but even with Ducky trying to prevent No Numbers and Dardas from getting in, he could not do it. And so Elevate end up with the 1-for-1 and the Portal Demon. Down 1 kill at the 13-minute mark, but very, very close in gold. Less than 1,000 separates these two teams.
I'd say that was a win for Elevate, though, just because of the fact that both Fails and Lobster don't have their purification beads. Cheerio's ultimate is going to be up here pretty soon, so as soon as that comes up, I'm 100% positive he's going to be looking straight for Lobster.
Big Man Tings thinking about coming on the backside here. Ducky takes a lot of cooldowns, but immediately gets up into the Somersault Cloud, start healing it up. There's a silence with the Kraken off the mark, and now Cheerio is going to find Lobster once more in that mid lane. Nulissa's been forced back entirely, but it doesn't matter. Dardes is going to knock down Lobster. That's his 3rd death. Funball answers back, taking out Cheerio. That's Cheerio's first death of the game, and Jermaine going to put some shots into Big Man Tings after being stunned by Dardes. But again, 1-for-1 in the mid lane, all centered around what Cheerio's doing with that ultimate.
It's incredible that Lobster's even been able to keep up farm-wise with Nulissa just because he's getting targeted out pretty heavily by this Najah.
He really has been. I mean, Najah has been all over the place, and like I said, there's a reason that Cheerio really made his name on this character near the beginning of his professional SMITE career. You just see how comfortable he is on the Assassin. Just so many ultimates without any sash, and you know, we bring it up from time to time about Cheerio. Does not play on the best of computers. Who lives in Egypt, has a tough time with ping a lot of the time. And Najah is one of those characters that you have to be laser accurate on to be effective. Cheerio's been able to do that despite all that working against him.
Ping's like the most important part about Najah, and Cheerio makes it look like it's not even much of a difference right now. He's been really on point with this Najah the entire game. Lobster will have his beads available though, so should make things slightly easier, but it's just the mind game, really, that Cheerio's been playing with him.
Does it? I mean, does it make it that much easier? Cheerio has been not really sashing into the ultimate. It's just been relying on himself, hitting that ultimate without his own setup. Now he's got the blink. No beads for Cheerio or anything like that, so if CC'd, could fall pretty quickly. And Nemesis, one of those characters that can punish Najah pretty heavily because he doesn't have any dashes or leaps. No real way to get away from that heavy slow from the Assassin piloted by Fails, but still, I mean, that's with the way Cheerio's been playing, gotta like Elevate's odds right now.
I mean, I think Lobster even opted to just rush that Gem of Isolation because he wants to just try and slow everybody else surrounding the team fight as much as possible so his team can respond and maybe look for a cleanup kill down on the ground before he lands.
And he's got a little bit more HP that way as well, trying to survive maybe that Wombo combo. Look at how much damage Nulissa just did to Ducky. Immediately, Ducky gonna have to use that Bracer of Undoing. Cherio this time misses the sash, and he's gonna pay for it. Lobster is gonna find him, get some revenge on Cherio before that ultimate could take his target into the sky. A quick pick onto Elevate's jungler, and now Enix turn their attention to the Gold Fury. They've got quite the objective shredding composition between the Amaterasu and the Soul.
And that was the fight that Enix needed to happen because Nulissa's ultimate's been expended, but it looks like they still want more. Ducky going up into the cloud. Funballer trying to chase down Jermaine and Dardes, but it seems as though they're just going to turn their attention back to the Gold Fury.
Again, turning their attention there, as you mentioned. Hog is available for big man Tings, but Elevate is here in numbers. They've got 4 there, and it's enough to force Enix off of it. Now it's Elevate's turn to check and see if Enix is awake. With Cherio still coming back from base, Elevate, I think, is just trying to bait this fight in with how low Enix is as a whole. Big man Ting stunned. Plenty of damage onto him after that crush, but a great sickle coming out of Nulissa. Locks 2 in place, fails, trying to dash out. No dashing out for no numbers. He falls to Lobster, his second kill of the game. Now the Kraken's gonna come through, but not enough damage. Nulissa barely took any at all. Lobster now on the run, doesn't have any mana. Root not gonna hit from Jermaine. Cherio trying to chase him down. Big ring toss, and the crush is gonna secure it. Nulissa with the double kill. 4 now in total for the Elevate mid laner. And now, Taco, now is their chance for the Gold Fury.
Just too much pussyfooting around for Enix. They really just needed to not try and fight that. Once they recognized that they couldn't secure the Gold Fury, they needed to back off. And now it's Big Man looking to try and go in, keeping them off this Gold Fury as long as possible. And Nulissa's in her ultimate, forced to use it.
Tings has Hog, but a Cherio's gonna ult him to keep him out of the danger. Gold Fury goes down, but Enix is the one to get it. Funball stole it away. It fails to get a kill. Dardes fails, still in the back line, finally gonna fall into the hand of Cherio, but Enix steal it away from under the clutches of Elevate.
And really, Enix just punished Elevate there for being a little bit off the mark with the secure. That is just, Elevate should have secured that.
I think it's just Nulissa using that ultimate when there was a bit of miscommunication where the Gold Fury gets very, very low, and Nulissa says, okay, I'm gonna ult it to secure it, but right as she does, Elevate resets it. So then that ultimate is wasted, and then it's just a kind of a coin flip for that Gold Fury secure. Elevate wanted to get the Portal Demon after the fact, but Lobster and the rest of Enix came to crash the party. Now 9-8, Enix still in the lead in kills, and maintaining a very slight gold lead over Elevate, in large part due to a big Gold Fury steal by Funball. This game, completely even. Completely.
Elevate would have had the first real lead of the game had it been for that Gold Fury, and for it to go into the hands of Enix is that's pretty annoying for a setback, but I think that Elevate can definitely bounce back. They weren't able to lock down that Portal Demon like they were hoping for, but it shows that their fights are devastating as long as Nulissa connects with the crush or with her ultimate.
She's done a great job on the Scylla thus far, absolutely. Plenty of damage coming out of Elevate's mid laner, and has been pretty successful in doing so. Fail's gonna dash forward, gets sashed there by Cherio. Big ring toss as well. Not a lot of damage off of it though, just in terms of slowing that shield coming up big for Fails.
That satisfying pinging noise as the ring is just bouncing around everybody. It's always a fun one, and now it's just Enix kind of just biding their time.
Fails. Just gonna back up a little bit, head towards the red, but it's not due to respawn quite yet. Cherio with another nice little pinball shot there with the ring toss, but with Jermaine heading back to base, even any poke right now means that Elevate wouldn't be in a good spot to pull an objective. Now Jermaine is coming back, and he's gone for the same build as he did last game, Taco. Just a matter of how grouped Enix is going to be and how effective that build can be in game number 2.
I think that he might have a little bit more opportunity in this game. Speaking of opportunity, Cherio trying to find one right now, forcing Lobster's Purification Beads yet again.
No numbers immediately into the back line. Shell popped by Big Man Tings, trying to give Enix that protection, but it forces Elevate back. Blink engage from Cherio, and that's all that was expended. Meanwhile, 2 ultimates from Enix and a bunch of relics. Look at how many are on cooldown.
Lobster holding on to that Kraken though. Just I think that he's probably going to try and pop his Kraken the next time that Cherio looks to sash him.
Portal Demon already finished by Elevate. Very quick objective there. There's the Kraken, and Cherio didn't get his Aegis off in time. Enix with a very good pick onto Elevate's jungler. Now Big Man Tinks forcing it forward. Dazzling offense stuns out Dardaz into the Supernova, into the stun from Ducky, but the Aegis buys him a moment, not enough to save his life. Funball gets the kill. Nulissa answers back, finding Big Man Tinks, but it's Elevate on the run. Big stellar burst there from Funball. Fails, finds Jermaine. No numbers and Nulissa both escaping with the skin of their teeth. But it's a 3-for-1 in favor of Enix.
That was probably worst case scenario for Elevate. You get the Portal Demon, things are looking positive, but Enix just gas pedal out of nowhere, and it just comes with the fact that Cherio died. I believe he was CC before he could pop the Aegis, and that's why we saw him holding that relic inside of the Kraken. I think he might have been stunned temporarily, looking to try and focus that back off, but gets the beats, uses the ult.
That's a win there for Elevate, even with that ult missing. Funball has not taken a whole lot of damage in this game. 4-0 and 6 for Enix's veteran Hunter, and doing plenty of player damage. He's top on his team, has had a very big impact in these team fights. So having that Purification beads be down, now Cherio's gonna have the blink up in about 10 seconds, certainly in time for whenever that ult is ready. If Elevate can maybe find Funball instead of Lobster with that Blink Naja ult, that might be an easy teamfight win.
And I think that's where Cherio needs to start shifting his attention towards, because Lobster's not really getting to do a whole lot of anything. He's just turned himself to pure utility right now, opting for the Spear after the Gem of Isolation, so he wants to do a little bit of damage, but he's just looking for the Whirlpools really to set the rest of his team up.
I mean, yeah, when the enemy has 4 Krakens, good luck getting a whole lot of use out of your ultimate. You got to make sure that you have that utility from the Whirlpool, even if your Kraken is going to be hitting through all 4 of those Aegises. Ducky going to stun out, no numbers, some decent damage on the Elevate solo laner. Doesn't have his Bracer of Undoing for the time being, but immediately Dardaz lays down that Monolith and heals up his solo.
And Dardaz has kind of just been a silent factor here yet again, kind of happened in game number 1 with the Ares, but I think that this time he's been a little bit more patient as far as when he's popping that Terra's Blessing, because other than Cherio looking for that all-in initiation, there really hasn't been anybody trying to start things off on Elevate.
Cherio off the mark with a Sash, and again the focus is onto the jungler. This time gets to use his Aegis, but still no Kraken coming out of Lobster quite yet. Jermaine lurking in that left side jungle as the rest of Enix is all grouped right in front of Elevate. This mid-tier 1 tower seems to be the focus, and they've got plenty of objective damage between the Soul and that Amaterasu if they can get that Amaterasu passive near that up tower. Now Big Man Tinks thinking about going up, but Cherio's the one to blink forward and Sash, but now has to ultimate away. Good Kraken out of Lobster, hits 2, but no numbers, immediately uses a Bracer to just heal it back up. Stellar Burst pokes down Nulissa to about half HP, but Elevate just reset and use that Monolith to heal back up.
Both really strong engages and counter engages, but Elevate trying to use the Crush for a little bit of poke potential. I don't think they're going to be able to hold off this tower for much longer.
Great root coming out of Nulissa. Maybe could have just gone for the ultimate there, but instead it's Jermaine who threw the ultimate up and over the wall. Jermaine has not been able to be an impact on this team fight because Ducky has just been playing bouncer on that top left Harpy, making sure that Jermaine isn't allowed access.
He wants to take that more aggressive pathing to try and join up with his team, but Ducky on Sun Wukong, it's going to be a no.
Fails is still here along with Ducky and Funball. Lobster and Big Man Tinks on the way back from base. Gold Fury getting very low, and it's going to go down. Elevate secured this one this time around. No steal coming out of Enix, and an immediate disengage from Elevate. Really clean that time around. That's exactly what Elevate fans wanted to see with the first Gold Fury pull.
It could have very easily been secure. I do think that miscommunication was probably the biggest factor as far as dropping the ball in that first Gold Fury.
Look at this. Look at this. Fire Giant started up by Enix. This is a classic Funball call. It's getting pretty low. Lobster doesn't have the Kraken though to secure it, and it's getting very, very low. Fire Giant goes down, and it goes the way of Elevate. Dardaz stole it away. Funball getting very, very low, and Dardaz dashes forward, but Lob knocks him back with the Tidal Surge. Enix with the first kill. No numbers. Caught in the wrong spot. Fails gonna find that Slice and Dice as he jumps up over the wall, but it's still not enough. Elevate can secure the Fire Giant and continue to look for the kills. Cherio went for the highlight play, trying to chase down Funball, but he's still in trouble. There's the heal from the Flaming Spear. The root is good as well. Beads, not enough to get Funball out of danger. Elevate, find the Fire Giant and Funball after the fight.
And Funball is probably one of the best targets that Elevate could have picked up after losing Dardes. That is a best case scenario for Elevate. And now Enix have got to be sweating. They just lost Fire Giant to a team that they definitely never want to lose Fire Giant to.
That was so close. I wonder how close Lobster's ultimate was to coming up off of cooldown, because it looked like it was ready to go almost. It just needed another couple seconds, and Enix just didn't have that secure. Dardes somehow steals it away. I mean, yeah, Kraken is big damage, but even something like Tidal Surge or, you know, Stellar Burst is more damage than the Crushing Earth that Dardes laid down, but he actually did a great job of laying the walls down to prevent the damage coming out of Funball and Lobster there, and then just clapped it together.
It's... That's just a rough one, really. I mean, it was a coin flip from the start. As soon as Elevate recognized that it was happening and they all started responding to that call, Enix were ready to take on the coin flip. I just really don't think that they anticipated losing it.
Well, Enix really want to win this one, Taco. If they can find 3 points here in this set, they already won game 1. Gives them a great chance to find this their way to DreamHack, but the fight is going Elevate's way, at least for the time being. Jermaine uses the ultimate, but no other ultimates used for the time being. A tier 2 tower still the defense for Enix.
And now it's just going to be up to how well can Enix hold out against Elevate. Not for much longer. This T2 tower already starting to succumb to the pressure from Elevate. The ultimates are popping up. Big Man Team's trying to find the stun. The Kraken's out. Aegis.
Cherio Aegis it away. Now Jermaine finds Ducky. Cherio exits with his own ultimate. Jermaine still going through the motions, hitting those auto attacks. And the Odysseus bro is coming up big. Dardes is going to find Lobster underneath the Phoenix. Jermaine still going for it. Funball puts Enix on the board in this one.
Game.
But Jermaine going to find another one. Still going for Big Man Tings, but the rest of his team is on the Phoenix. Taco, I think you're right. I think Elevate can win.
That's game. There's no way that Big Man Teens can hold off this Titan Siege. Nulissa's full health, full HP. You've got Jermaine just completely closing the distance. And this is where we actually got to see the gas battle potential come through for Jermaine. Last game, we didn't get to see it. Sure, he was dealing damage, but it wasn't really that relevant of damage. This time, he was able to actually close the gap with that Fatalis, get them into melee range, and just lock it out. And
I'll say.
Enix, that's heartbreaking.
That really is. I mean, that was so close in terms of going Enix's way. That was a very back and forth game. Both teams were playing very, very well, but man, that Fire Giant call just brings it all apart for Enix. Big plays out of Dardes. That's going to do it for us casters, but let's throw it to the desk to wrap up the day.
Welcome back to the desk, everybody. We have Cherio from Elevate here to talk to us. How you doing, Cherio?
Hello?
Hello. How you doing?
What's up?
How are you guys doing right now after this split? Mathematically, you guys are out of contention towards Valencia, but heading towards the fall split. What's your team's mentality moving forward?
Can you repeat the question again?
I'm sorry. So after not being able to qualify for Valencia, because I think you guys are at 5 points now, if I'm not mistaken, I think mathematically you guys are out of contention towards Valencia, but how is your team's mentality moving forward from this split?
Well, the mentality is a lot better now. Like we did try to go to DreamHack. Obviously, we wanted to go for the 4-0 to Enix and Rival, then we would have went to DreamHack, but unfortunately we split with Enix today, so we're out of the contention. But like we're looking for the next split. Just want to go to Worlds and hopefully perform better next split.
What were the changes that happened kind of within the team? You know, starting off, they had Nika as that jungler, and then you stepped in, and you know, we saw kind of some changes come from the team. We saw you guys pick it up a little bit. What did you bring to this team once you jumped on?
I think the reason like I was chosen over Nika is just shot calling and telling, like they need like not like someone to tell the players what to do, because it feels like everyone still now, even when I'm in the team, everyone's kind of lost. We don't know how to push leads. We don't know what to do with the game. Like we don't really know how to adapt to the game. But it's a bit I don't know. It's a process. We need time, and hopefully it will be better.
It seems to me that you guys have interesting strategies whenever you pick that Odin in the first game. You know, definitely not your style of Naja. Is that more of you wanting to play Odin, or is that something that your team requested upon you?
Can you repeat again? Because the quality is really bad.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just wondering about that Odin last pick for the first game. Is that something you wanted to play, or is that like your team?
All right, I think we have to say goodbye to Cherio there. Thanks for coming on, and good luck with the rest of the year, Cherio and Elevate. Let's dive right into Enix and Elevate. This was a game we were all very hyped about, all the implications. Could Elevate be the spoiler team? And
yes,
they were.
We talk about Elevate all the time of how they managed to take away these splits from these top-tier teams. Last split, taken away from Energy, even Obey Alliance at times. They're able to take some serious games off of these teams, and I'm not surprised here against Enix that they managed to do so.
And even with like the roster turnover, the Elevate squad is just a team whose their identity is being split machines and being very clutch in those moments.
They were always finding ways to get back into the game here, and if you look at game number 2 here of the last set specifically, I think it was all about Nalissa.
You definitely had the combo potential with Cherio and Nulissa, with Cherio on that Nija, and then with Nulissa on the Scylla, just be able to do this combination. I mean, you have the combination right here. I mean, with that I'm a monster come down to finish off the opponent.
Yeah, and the reason why I was asking that question before is I know that Cherio is kind of this utility setup guy playing this Naja, and that's his comfort pick. Now playing this comfort pick of the Naja in game number 2, it just seemed to be clicking all across the board for Elevate.
And it's really just impressive that he's able to play that Nija at such a high level with such a high ping, with the bad frame rates and all of that.
I mean, we got to experience just how bad his ping was in that interview. It's not a joke. He actually plays with about 30 or 40 frames per second and like close to 200 ping, which is why he's considered such a LAN-animal. When his team does qualify to any sort of LAN here in Atlanta, he's able to step it up.
All right, but going back to game number 1 with Enix, we got to look at Fails. Fails has been one of those dynamic junglers. His former team, Elevate, losing him was a bit of a blow, but Enix got all the rewards for picking him up.
Absolutely. He's able to transition into this team relatively well here, playing the Nemesis, able to really shut down Cherio, and it makes sense as to why you would want to pick this Nemesis into such a tanky composition.
For sure. Fails, he's just one of those guys who, his positioning, he's been one of these junglers who's been trending upward, and he's going to punish you with this Nemesis if you've got that tanky comp.
We saw Nemesis banned away quite a bit today, but not in this last set, and then after that, there was just no more Nemesis from that point on. Fails couldn't really try to get things going in game number 2 compared to Cherio in game 2.
All right, let's go back to the top of the day. Let's look at Obey and Burrito. Not as big of a game as this last game was, but Obey showed up. Ataraxia came to play.
Absolutely. Ataraxia kind of bailed Captain Twig out of game number 1, I would say, because Captain Twig got off to a slow start in that first game, getting caught a little bit out of position here, playing the Naja, tried to make the plays happen, but Ataraxia is just a monster in that mid to late game, and he got it done for Obey.
We talked about how Burrito and how these like the CC level teams that are now in the SPL, they get these leads, but then they don't know what to do with it. And this is just, you know, par for the course. Obey, they played it safe, they played to the late game, and they just found their moment.
We even saw Burrito get an early goal here around the 14-minute mark, but it still just wasn't enough because of the grouping up from Obey Alliance. You give them an inch, they're going to take a mile, and that's what they did with their positioning. They were grouped up. Even the Geb support here out of Millsy was just doing work.
And that's not to say that Burrito had a bad game. Burrito played very well, but the skill gap between these top tier teams and these, you know, more towards the bottom teams, it's just a huge gap right now.
That's what it seems to me. You look at Burrito, you look at the Poppies, they can show up at certain stages of the game, but they have to be able to execute and convert their early game leads to those objectives.
Hopefully they can just put that together. Let's look at game number 2 for this set with Twig. You said Ataraxia had to bail him out for game number 1. He didn't need any bailing out for game number 2.
No, not at all. Interesting surprise to see him playing the Sun Wukong here, something that we really haven't seen at least in Season 4. This is more of your traditional old school Season 1 style jungler, but still showing us that Obey Alliance's playbook is just so vast.
What does this Sun Wukong bring to a team comp as a jungler that you don't get from him being a solo laner?
Just a long-range poke opportunity here. You're looking for the cudgels from a distance here, not to mention whenever you max out that 72 transformations, that single target Tiger Stun will just melt whoever you target, even a tank.
Do you think we'll see more of the Sun Wukong jungle, or is this kind of like a one-off?
Potentially, because if you look at the way Robin has made a resurgence towards that jungle role, he baits a lot of cooldowns. He's looking to get in there, bait the cooldowns, get out with his ultimate or just damage reduction. Same can be said about Sun Wukong, where he goes into the backline, he penetrates, and he goes into that cloud to regain all that health and then go for round 2.
All right, we'll definitely be paying attention to Sun Wukong going forward. Let's take a look at game number 3 for the day. Dignitas versus Rival, another game that had those Valencia implications. Rival really needed the win here. Couldn't find it though.
No, not at all. Rival was at 9 points, and they, without getting a single point today, their DreamHack contentions is a little bit on the slippery side of things here. Enix sitting right underneath them with 8 points. Very important for them to find those 3 points in week number 5, but it was all about Cuvo Fred coming out of Dignitas in game 1.
I mean, we've heard this 1,000 times. It's just like adapting with NRG. Cuvo Fred is one of the lifeblood pieces for this team. What he offers, you can't ban him out. He's gonna make these plays. He's gonna punish you.
He went Kamazats in the first game, and then it forced Rival in a situation where Ice Ice Baby picked the Kamazats and couldn't really do the same exact style. Ice Ice Baby elected to go for the Hunbats instead of the Susanoo, which was a really shock to me. We saw what adapting was able to do with that god.
And even as good as Cuvo did the first game, the second game, we got to look at Zeros with this Morgan. I know we talk a lot about Pretty Prime's Morgan, but I think Zeros has probably just as good as Pretty Prime in this god.
He's such a scary player, honestly. You never really know what to expect out of Zeros. He also plays a really sick, nasty Soul, which is why we saw Team Rival ban away Soul in the second game, leaving the Morgan available for Zeros.
Dignitas is just looking so strong, and they haven't slowed down. They had 1 game lost so far, that game to NRG, but they just have not let up. They are really pushing for that #1 seed.
They already clinched it. They're at 16 points. 4 points separates themselves from Obey Alliance, and there's no way that they can close that gap with only 1 set to go.
All right, but somebody who hasn't qualified NRG versus the Poppies, it was all adapting all day.
Oh, absolutely. Adapting, playing the Susanoo this time around goes to show that maybe Ice Ice Baby should have played it in his set earlier on. He was able to really make the plays happen in this first game.
This was just the return of the Adapt King. He was all over the map. He did whatever he wanted. They couldn't stop him. He was just unbeatable, uncontrollable.
It was all about really paying attention to Dimi's solo lane, honestly, in the whole set, not just the first game. He was able to get Dimi off to a nice, comfortable lead, ganking the solo lane, and then invading the speed and the blue buff just repeatedly.
And then game 2, the Thor. I think people had forgotten about adapting Thor. You don't forget about adapting Thor. It's too good.
Thor is never out of the meta, honestly. Just what he provides to teams with that semi-global pressure and the ability to really lock down members with that tectonic rift is just such a useful jungler.
I know this game was against the Poppies, but the Poppies have been a good team. But NRG is looking, I mean, they look back to their World Championship form, especially with this adapting. I mean, the 18.5 KDA on the Thor.
They know what's at stake here. Their spot for Valencia ride and dies in every single game. And despite NRG getting off to a slow start here at the summer split, they know when it's time to just turn on the engine.
So after a hot day of EU action, let's take a look at the standings to see where everybody lays right now. We know we have Dignitas at the top, but then we've got Obey Alliance and NRG with 12, and then things kind of get a little murky with that last spot.
It's going to be very interesting to see if it's going to be Team Rival or Enix for that 4th spot, because Dignitas, they clinched that 1st seed. Obey and NRG, they still have some interesting matches to go for week 5.
If you had to put money on it, you've got. I think we can, pretty much believe Obey and NRG are going to clinch those 2 spots. But then the last out, Rival Enix.
I got to give it to Rival just a little bit, because the way Enix has been playing, they've been a little bit on the inconsistent side of things. I think that Rival, they had a very difficult matchup today specifically. I don't expect to see the same kind of Rival next week.
With Elevate getting the split with Enix, it's definitely an interesting spot for EU, but let's take a look at NA, because NA is also blown wide open with LG getting the loss this last week. We've got Team AI versus Noble, Luminosity in memory of Gabe, E United Flashpoint, and Space Station Gaming versus Team Allegiance. Sorry, that's not in memory of Gabe. They have the new sponsor. They are Team Trifecta.
Trifecta, that's going to be an interesting set as well. A lot of Valencia stipulations on the line, specifically for that second set.
Right. So, I mean, I'm looking at this, and I don't know who to watch. I mean, it's blown wide open. You've got Noble, who's been on their tear. You've got Luminosity, who stumbled. NA's a cluster.
It's just all over the place here, whether you're looking at Europe or North America.
It's definitely a good time to be watching Smite. Don't forget to watch us tomorrow for that hot NA action. That's it for us today. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody.